A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Squid presents Academy Award. Tonight, Cary Grant and Ann Todd in Suspicion. Every week, Squid brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, Academy Award.
Made me know the meaning of the word ecstasy when I married Johnny. Oh, I've heard things about him. That he was careless, which I knew meant carefree. That he was unreliable, which I knew meant he was different from any other man in the world. But naturally, I didn't hear what the looks implied. Well, I wouldn't have cared even if I'd seen them. The smug looks, the I told you so, and even the pitying looks from the few who seemed to care.
Well, Mrs. Aisgarth, are you getting used to being a wife?
Oh, darling, it's wonderful.
Yes, well, let's see. It all started at the Hunt Ball, then we got married, then it's kind of a blur.
Blur of Venice, Naples, Capri, Monte Carlo, Nice, Paris, and now this wonderful, heavenly, adorable house. Oh, Johnny, you sure we can afford all this?
Lena, one doesn't talk of money in paradise.
Telegram, sir?
Oh, my, speaking of paradise, let's see who wants to spoil it.
Is it bad news, Johnny?
No, just from an old friend of mine, Steve Sullivan, wants £1,000. You couldn't spare 1,000, could you, dear?
1,000? What do you want it for?
Hanged if I know, probably because I borrowed it from him.
You borrowed it? Why?
Well, because I was going on a honeymoon with the loveliest girl in the world, and I wanted her to be happy. Was she happy?
But didn't you have any money of your own?
Not a shilling.
Johnny, you broke.
Oh, monkey face, I've been broke all my life.
But I know you didn't marry me for my money. You could have done much better elsewhere. My income will never pay for all this. Never.
Well, what about your father?
Oh, I couldn't ask father or mother. But you wouldn't actually want to live on your wife's allowance, would you?
No, darling. Naturally not.
No, then.
Well, I suppose if the worst comes to the worst, that is, if there's no other way out, well, I'll probably have to...
What?
Borrow some more.
Johnny, there's going to be no more borrowing or gambling.
What else is there to do?
You've got to go to work.
Work? Well, you mean put on old clothes, go out with a shovel?
Don't be flippant, darling. There are all sorts of jobs.
Oh, all right, darling. I'm broad-minded. Let's have some tea. Hey, we can make out a list of jobs. No, I think that'll be fun.
It meant so much to me that Johnny took a position. I think you'll understand. It seemed to help me push the sneers and the knowing smiles back into the dark. I don't know exactly what Johnny does, but he has a job in the office of a Captain Mildred, a sort of distant cousin of his. I was at home waiting for Johnny when a stranger called.
I said, you must be old Johnny's wife.
Yes, I am.
Didn't he tell you about me? I'm Beaky.
Beaky? Oh, you're Beaky.
Yeah, that's what they called me in school.
Beaky Thwaite. Oh, I've heard so much about you.
And Johnny told me about you, too. Ran into him at the Newbury races last week.
The races?
Oh, put my foot in it as usual there. Didn't he tell you?
Johnny has a job. He couldn't have been at the races. Besides, he stopped eating.
Oh, he has he? Oh, not Johnny. Great lad, eh, what? Well, you mustn't mind him cutting out. That's what makes him Johnny. Besides, he thinks you're a topper. Oh, yes, he does. I think so, too. Say what?
Won't you sit down, Mr. Thwaite?
I don't see why not. Is anything wrong?
Well, there were 2 Queen Anne chairs here this morning before I went out.
They've disappeared, have they?
Apparently.
Were they expensive?
Yes, very. Museum people. Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, Johnny, he'll be the death of me yet. Don't you understand?
No, I don't.
I'll give you 20 to 1, Johnny sold them.
Sold them? What for?
What for? For money, of course. Chap's got to pay his racing bets, hasn't he? And Johnny lost the packet in Newbury.
I don't believe you.
Oh, put my foot in it again, have I? My dear girl, what's your name?
Lena.
My dear Lena, you simply haven't got acquainted with old Johnny. Why, at school there wasn't one chap who's spending money Johnny purloined who didn't forgive him in the end. Why, you'll forgive him anything when you know him better.
Well, Beaky.
Well, O.B.
How's my darling monkey face?
Hello, Johnny.
Ask him about the chairs, Olga.
Hey, what are you whispering about, Beaky?
I just want her to ask you about the chairs that disappeared.
Oh, yeah, well, you would. So you two discovered my iniquity, eh? Well, some American chap stopped by. Admired them so much, I just had to let him have them.
Johnny, you're so wonderful,
Yes, well, look, you two. Forget the Inquisition. Now, sit down, both of you. Anywhere?
Lena, wait till you hear it.
Now, shut up, Beaky. Lena, you remember that necklace you admired in the shop window a month ago? Here, it's yours.
Oh, Johnny, I think...
My friends, the Grand National was run today. I happened to have backed the winner. A 10-to-1 shot, ladies and gentlemen, 10-to-1, and I had 200 pounds on him.
By Jove, 10 to... Why, that's 2,000 pounds.
Oh, that's amazing, Beaky. Hey, monkey face, you're not smiling. Come on, smile.
Where did you get the 200 pounds?
Oh, now, really, I say, what a question.
Darling, where did you get it?
Oh, well, you know very well there was no American. I got it for the chairs, of course.
You sold the chairs to gamble all your money on a horse?
Not exactly. You see, I owed some money to the bookie.
Johnny's such a lad.
Now, darling, be practical. Come on, give us a smile.
Yes, come along, old girl. Johnny, you tickle her chin while I make papers.
Think that'll work?
Yes, now, more tickle.
Okay. Any results yet, Beaky?
Not yet, O.B. Wait, I'll make it sound like an owl.
Yeah, let's try that.
Always gets them.
Wait, I forgot something. Here you are. A receipt from a certain shop. Payment in full for a certain pair of Queen Anne chairs. They'll be delivered within the hour.
Oh, look at that, Johnny. She's smiling.
Oh, Johnny.
Here's to the famous Johnny Agar. Beakers up, brandy to the bottom.
Oh, Johnny, he's choking. Do something.
It's no use, darling. I've seen this happen before. It'll either kill him or go away by itself. I think one of these days it will kill him.
Johnny, Beaky, an old friend of yours. How can you take that attitude? And you sat there and let him drink all the brandy you wanted. Oh, what is the matter with me? Johnny, I do trust you. I do believe in you. But... I met one of the senior cases today. She made it quite clear that you hadn't given up gambling. She told me she saw you each afternoon at the races. Johnny, perhaps I shouldn't, but I must find out. I must.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Esdale.
Oh, Captain Murdoch, I turned to see my husband, but since he isn't here, well, after all, you are his cousin as well as his employer, and I'm just terribly worried.
Yes, I understand that. But on the other hand, I told him I wouldn't prosecute, of course.
I don't understand. What on earth are you talking about?
But how did you get away with it? What reason did he give you when I discharged him?
When did you discharge him?
6 weeks ago. We had an unexpected audit, and the account showed a deficit of £2,000. And when I looked into Johnny's records...
Look at the photograph of the cliffs, Beaky. We could put the hotel up here.
Perfect.
Then the little houses could go down on the beach there.
Hello, you two. What's going on?
Oh, hello, monkey face. Sit down, darling. Beaky and I are organizing a real estate company. We're going to buy up this beautiful piece of land right by the sea.
Well, have you found somebody to put up the money?
Oh, yes.
Who?
Me, old girl.
I see.
Well, the idea is mine. The capital is Beaky's. You see, Beaky borrows against some securities in Paris, and then we issue stock. The whole company, of course, will be in my name. It's very simple.
Does Beaky understand it?
Oh, yes, I think so.
What didn't I get on the phone, sir?
Oh. I'll take it in the study. Excuse me for a moment.
Beaky,
Yes, madam?
you're being unfair to Johnny.
What?
Oh, I say, now, that's a hot one. Why, he's president of the whole new thing. He gets a salary. He can write checks.
That's just what I mean.
Well, what's wrong about that? Oh, there you are, old boy. You know, Lena's been telling me that you're a bit soft in the head. Not a good risk and all that rot.
I heard through the door. Now, how about cleaning up, old boy? Nearly time for dinner. You know your room. Better hurry, huh?
Oh, all right. I won't be there.
Well?
Lena, have you any regrets that you married me?
No. Why do you ask that?
Then show me the courtesy of not interfering in my affairs.
Johnny, I'm not interfering in your affairs.
You are. And I'm warning you, stop it. You hear? You hear?
Oh, Johnny, please. Please.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. But it's pretty obvious that no garland of roses to be Mrs. John Aysgarth.
Johnny, do you have any regrets?
Monkey Face, marrying you is the one thing I've never changed my mind about. I want nothing but to spend the rest of my life with you. And if you die first...
Yes? If I die first?
What about you?
I couldn't fall out of love with you if I tried.
Have you tried?
Yes? Today, when I found out about Captain Merrick.
Oh, there. Well, listen to me. If I had the money, I could go ahead with this development. It's really a wonderful spot.
And you think Beaky has the money?
Of course. Oh. Well, I guess that's over.
Over? Why? What's happened?
Nothing's happened. I'm calling the deal off.
Does Beaky know about this?
Not yet.
Here I am, darlings, and ravenous. When do we dine, eh? Personally, old Bean, I can't see anything wrong with the scheme. You say it's no use going ahead with it. Well, don't let's go ahead.
Well, Beaky, I'm not going to take the responsibility of calling the whole thing off without proving to you the scheme is no good. Now, you will have to go up there to the cliffs tomorrow and take a look.
Well, old Bean, if you say it's no good, that satisfies me.
It should satisfy him. Why does Johnny insist?
However, I would have liked
What's in his mind? He's desperate for money. If he would sell the chair and beg her from Captain Melvin, would he stop it? No, that's preposterous. If he said, if I were to die...
I say, Johnny, I really don't want to go up there in the morning. It'll be nasty and cold.
Nasty and cold and foggy. The cliffs are high and treacherous. Beaky is no match for Johnny.
Earlier the better. There won't be so much traffic on the road.
Near the cliffs will be alone. Nobody to watch. Beaky will get out of the car, and Johnny will walk near the edge of the cliff. Beaky will go over. Too near. And suddenly he will go over.
I say, getting up for me is murder, old chap. Murder.
No.
I say, I do believe she's fainted, old Bean. No, whatever do you suppose could be wrong?
Before continuing with Part 2 of Academy Award, we wish to thank RKO Pictures for making this story available. RKO are also the producers of Sister Kenny, starring Rosalind Russell and Alexander Knox. And now the House of Squib presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Cary Grant and Ann Todd in Suspicion.
Silly phrase from childhood keeps going through my head. Gruesome shapes and things horrid. Why can't I get Johnny out of my mind? Not the laughing, easy-going Johnny I know, but a sinister Johnny. I got up early, took my car. I drove out to the cliff and found the tire marks of Johnny's car. They led right up to the edge of the cliff. My heart stood still. Where the tire mark ended, the cliff had caved in and was gone. I don't remember how I got home. Johnny, where's Beauty?
Oh, hello, my girl. I'm here.
Oh, thank God. Johnny!
Why, Monkey Face, you're breaking my bones with that hug. After all, I've only been gone a few hours.
Seems like a thousand.
Seems that way to me, too.
Oh, shut up. It was nothing, Beaky.
Well, I nearly lost my life. Do you call that nothing?
You really lost your life?
Yes, I was turning the car near the edge of the cliff.
Was Johnny in the car?
No, he was admiring the view. Well, I was backing right up to the edge. If Johnny hadn't seen it and then taken a leap and grabbed the brake, well, by Jove, I shouldn't be here.
Johnny saved your life?
He certainly did. Then Johnny close to losing his own, too.
Oh, Johnny. How can I ever tell you what this means to me?
To you?
It meant something to me, too, by Harry. I want to give a chap a reward, eh, what?
Oh, now it's getting interesting.
Why can't he come to Paris with me? I think old Johnny needs a holiday.
Paris?
Yes, my securities are there. I think I'd better fly over to dissolve the corporation. I'll treat Johnny to the trip.
Oh, the cat seems to forget I'm a married man, darling. Then I might toss a few things into a bag and drive as far as London with him. What about that, Monkey Face?
Oh, ripping. Oh, do ripping, Monkey, Dina.
Well, I don't see how I can stop him.
Good. Great. Let's pack, Opie.
Mrs. Aiscom?
Yes?
I'm Hudson, Inspector of the County Police. I understand your husband is not in, madam.
No, he's out in London for a few days.
I believe you know a Mr. Thwaite.
Why, of course, he's a very good friend of my husband.
Well, Mrs. Asgoth, Mr. Thwaite is dead.
Dead?
Died in Paris.
This is such a shock. You see, we knew him.
I'm sorry to have to break it to you, Mrs. Asgoth. It seems Mr. Thwaite was in the company of another gentleman by the name of Albeam or Holbeam. There was some sort of a drinking bet between them. This other gentleman ordered a large beaker of brandy for Mr. Thwaite and then left. Did you or your husband happen to know any friend of Mr. Thwaite's who would answer to a name such as Albeam or Holbeam?
I'm afraid not.
The papers were found on Mr. Thwaite which would indicate that he and your husband had formed a corporation.
My husband had planned a real estate development for Mr. Thwaite. Mr. Thwaite had gone to Paris to dissolve it.
I see. Well, thank you, Mrs. Aisgott. Sorry I had to bother you. When your husband returns, by the way, do you expect him?
This evening, Inspector.
Would you ask him to ring me at the station?
Yes.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello? Hogarth Club, London. Oh, may I speak to Mr. Aisgarth, please? Yes. Oh, when do you expect him? He left yesterday. Thank you. Oh, it's you.
Yes. So you've heard about Biggie?
Yes. Dead. Johnny, the inspector wants you to phone him.
Captain Melbert phoning, sir.
Oh, yes? Now tell him I got his note. Tell him I'll take care of the matter within 2 weeks, as he requests.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter?
The debt, Monkey Face. He wants his money.
And you can get it in 2 weeks?
I'm trying. Now, suppose we call it a day.
But, Johnny, you have to call the inspector.
Let's call it a day, darling. I'm tired. Dead tired.
All night I lay awake, my mind whirling with suspicion. And suddenly I remembered Isabel, who's a writer of murder fiction. I remembered Johnny asking her questions a few evenings ago. Unusual questions. Had he followed up those questions? Why did Johnny want to know so much about murder and the ways of committing murder?
Well, since you flattered me by telling me you've already read my latest story, ask me your questions.
Elizabeth, why did Johnny come to see you?
Oh, my dear, Johnny is interested in the way in which we poor writers evolve our little plot. Well, naturally, we talk to so many things.
I see. Did he ask you any particular questions? Questions like, well, on unusual ways in which your character might commit a crime?
Oh, yes, we did talk of that. You know, Johnny, you can't resist him. He makes you want to tell all your trade secrets.
I see.
Oh, I remember now. Johnny was simply fascinated by one of my pet theories. An untraceable poison.
Oh, was he?
Has Johnny been having nightmares? Talking in his sleep, might it?
Yes, Isabel. That's it. Nightmares.
Oh, Mrs. Ainscough, this letter just came from Mr. Ainscough. I was going to bring it up.
Oh, thank you. I'll take it to myself. Prudential Insurance Company in Manchester, replying to your inquiry regarding a loan of £2,000 against policy 967895. Regret loan cannot be made. On the terms of policy, payment can only be made in the event of the death of your wife. Event of the death of your wife. Johnny?
Yes, Monkey Face?
I saw Isabel today. I didn't know you were so interested in this murder mystery.
Yes. I borrowed one of her books. Terrible bore, too. There was a lot of muck about using an untraceable poison.
What does that mean? Untraceable?
Well, you can't find it on the corpse, so you look high and low.
Yes.
Are you interested in murder too, dear?
Yes, I'm going to be.
Had quite an interesting chat with Isabel that day. She thinks I couldn't commit a murder if I tried 100 years. Something in my face. What do you think, darling?
I don't know, Johnny. Johnny, have you finished breakfast?
Yes. Oh, are you speaking to me this morning?
I'm sorry, Johnny. I don't know what got into me last night. I must be developing nerves.
Oh, I don't mind being asked to sleep in my dressing room, even when my wife locks the door between. Some husbands might, but not me.
Oh, really, Johnny? I'm just run down. I think I'd better go down to Mother's for a few days.
She asked you?
Why, yes, she called this morning.
Must have been very early. I didn't hear it. Very well. I'll drive you.
Oh, you needn't drive it. I can take it.
I prefer to drive you. That door on your side keeps me open. I must get it fixed someday.
Please, you have to drive so slow.
Great morning for a bit of speed.
Look out!
Shortcut here. Almost missed the turn. Watch that door! Here, come back here, you crazy fool. Where are you going? Here. Here. What's got into you?
Let me go, Johnny. Let me go, please.
Oh, stop it, you little fool. Stop it. Now listen to me.
Let me go.
How much do you think a man can bear? You turn me out of your room. You go running away to your mother's, and now you cringe as though you hate me. You're my wife, Lena.
I'm sorry.
You almost put us both back in the car because you had to pull away when I reached out to save you. Well, you won't have to put up with me anymore.
Johnny, where are you going, Johnny?
First I'm driving you on to your mother's.
And then what?
You needn't worry. I'll never bother you again.
You mean you're going to? Is that why you were looking up that poison in Isabel's book? You were going to kill yourself. Oh, Johnny, my darling, no.
Oh, don't worry. I saw that as a cheap way out. I'm going back to see it through, Lena. Prison term and everything.
Prison? You mean Mildred? That money you took?
Yes. I can't pay it back. I made a last try to raise the money when I went away with Beatty.
To pay?
No. I went up to Liverpool to borrow on your insurance.
You mean you were in Liverpool when Beatty... You didn't go to pay?
I wish I had. I'd never have let some idiot give poor old Beatty that brandy.
Oh, Johnny. I've been such a fool. If only I'd realized. If I'd been as close to you as I should have, you might have confided in me more. But things are going to be different now, Johnny.
People don't change overnight. I'm no good, Lena.
Oh, darling, let's turn back. Go home and see it all through together.
It won't work. I'm taking you on to your mother's.
It will work, I know it. Let me go back with you.
You don't belong in this.
But I do. I won't let you shut me out. Please, Johnny. Turn the car around and go home. Please.
No, Lena, no. We're saying goodbye.
Yes. I know, Johnny. But it's going to take so many, many years to say goodbye.
Every time you see and hear your favorite picture star, enjoy something extra that only the best can bring. For generations, people have felt that way about the House of Squib. They expect more from any Squib product, and they get more. There's a plus in Squib Dental Cream, for example, that millions are enjoying every day. For it's more than a completely safe and effective aid in cleaning your teeth. Squib Dental Cream is refreshment in a tube, a frosty, minty flavor sensation. Whenever you want to feel your best and look your best, wake up your mouth with Squib Dental Cream. Use it before every engagement for a breath of freshness in your smile. Get Squib Dental Cream tomorrow. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Next Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squib will present Academy Award starring Olivia de Havilland in Cheers for Miss Bishop. Today's performance of Suspicion was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Lee Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. Cary Grant may currently be seen in RKO's Alfred Hitchcock production, Notorious. Ann Todd appears through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and may soon be seen in the Selznick production, The Paradine Case. Nigel Bruce was unable to appear tonight because of illness. The part of Beaky on tonight's performance was played by Carl Harbert. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squib, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Joseph Cotton, Mercedes McCambridge. Production, Spellbound. Director, Alfred Hitchcock.
This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Amazon for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And now, our host narrator for tonight, the distinguished director of Spellbound, the master of suspense, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Alfred Hitchcock. The prime desire of any motion picture maker is to entertain his audience. But occasionally an idea is presented that can prove to be both entertaining and instructive. When we achieve such a wedding of qualities, we feel we really have something. And this was the case in the story you are about to hear. Spellbound was the first motion picture to deal with psychoanalysis, the method by which modern science treats the emotional problems of the sane. The analyst seeks only to induce the patient to talk about his hidden problems, to open the locked doors of his mind. Once the complexes that are disturbing the patient are uncovered and interpreted, the illness and confusion of the patient disappear, and the devils of unreason are driven from the human soul. To portray the roles of Dr. Edwards and Dr. Constance Peterson, we are indeed fortunate to have Mr. Joseph Cotton and Miss Mercedes McCambridge. And now the first act of Spellbound, which begins in the office of Dr. Constance Peterson, a psychiatrist on the staff of Green Manors in Vermont.
Dr. Peterson, I've been watching your work for 6 months. It's brilliant, but lifeless. There's no intuition in it. Your lack of human and emotional experience is bad for you as a doctor, and fatal for you as a woman.
Dr. Fleurot, I've heard that argument from a number of amorous psychiatrists who all wanted to make a better doctor of me.
Oh, yes, but I've got a much better argument. I'm terribly fond of you.
Why?
Well, for one, you're beautiful.
If you please, I'd prefer it if you removed your arm from round my waist.
Constance, you're not a textbook. You're a sweet, pulsing, adorable woman. Underneath. I sense it every time I come near you.
You sense only your own desires and pulsations. I assure you, mine in no way resemble them. And now, Doctor, I'm very busy. If you'd care to, why don't you report your observations of me to our new Chief of Staff, Dr. Edwards? I understand we're to meet him at lunch. "20 years of loyalty and tireless effort. It's hard to imagine Green Manors without you, Dr. Murchison. This institution could never have a finer chief of staff."
Thank you, Constance. But the old must make way for the new.
"When are you leaving?"
"In a few weeks. Oh, here we are. Good afternoon, gentlemen."
"Good afternoon."
Dr. Edwards, may I present Dr. Constance Peterson.
How do you do? Would you be seated?
"Thank you, Doctor.
I've heard a great deal about you, Dr. Peterson.
And naturally, I have about you. You're younger than I thought you would be."
My age hasn't caught up with me yet.
"I gather it won't. I read your Labyrinth of the Guilt Complex. It's an excellent work."
I'm very grateful. Dr. Murchison has been kind enough to show me over the grounds. Green Manors is a remarkable institution. Must be quite beautiful in the summer.
"Yes, it offers various open-air diversions for our patients. Did Dr. Murchison show you the elm grove?"
Oh, yes.
"That's where we hope to have our new swimming pool. That is, with your permission."
Well, you have it. I'm a great believer in swimming pools.
"Splendid. There's a perfect spot for it, among the elms. Not an oblong pool, but an irregular one. Something like this. Look, I'll draw the outline with my fork."
Stop it.
"What? I'm afraid I don't understand."
Now, don't ever do that again.
"Well, all I did was draw these lines."
Waiter, get this tablecloth off immediately and replace it with another right now.
"I'm sorry if I've done anything."
Hurry, waiter.
"Oh, yes, if I'd known that.
Well, forgive me.
It's all right. Reminds me of my professor in psychiatry, Dr. Bullock. He could never stand a sauce bottle on the table, or even a salt shaker. Odd, this thing called human behavior. Dr. Edwards, you sent me a note to come to your office immediately.
Oh, yes. I've been listening to Mr. Gomes, and I thought you might help out. He's your patient.
But Mr. Gomes shouldn't have disturbed you.
It's all right. I'm very interested in his case.
Yes, I knew you would be. He fits perfectly into your chapters on the guilt complex.
But I have no guilt complex. I know what I know. I killed my father
No, you didn't kill your father. It's a misconception that has taken hold of you. Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. You were talking to him.
No. Go on.
Mr. Gomes, people often feel guilty over something that they never did. It usually goes back to their childhood. And then they grow up with a guilt complex over a sin that was only a child's bad dream.
What I'm thinking isn't true, then?
No. And in the course of analyzing yourself, you will see that.
Good day, Doctor.
Okay.
I think we'd better put him under drugs for a few days. He looks agitated.
His conviction is curious.
But you've encountered such cases very often, Dr. Edwards. You describe them perfectly in your book.
Yes, so I did. Would you mind doing me a favor?
Not at all, Doctor.
I have a headache. I'd like to take the afternoon off with you.
Oh, but I have...
Please. I need a little fresh air, and you look as though it might do you a little bit of good. Come on, let's go. We'll look at some sane trees, normal grass, and clouds without complexes.
I think the greatest harm done the human race has been done by the poets.
Well, poets are dull boys, most of them, but not especially fiendish.
They keep filling people's heads with delusions about love, writing about it as if it were a symphony orchestra or a flight of angels.
Which it isn't. Come on, duck under this fence.
All right. No, of course it isn't. People fall in love, as they put it, because they respond to certain hair coloring or vocal tones or mannerisms that remind them of their parents.
Sometimes for no reason at all.
Oh, but that's not the point. The point is that people read about love as one thing, and they experience it as another. They expect kisses to be like lyrical poems, and embraces to be like Shakespearean dramas.
When they find out differently, then they get sick and have to be analyzed.
Yes, very often.
Professor, you are suffering from mogo on the go-go.
I beg your pardon.
Now, don't mind me. I only say that to my best friends.
Well, thank you, sir.
Let's sit down here. This seems to be the most likely spot to relax and eat. Ever picnic here before?
Yes, I've picnicked here. Alone.
Well, that doesn't sound like very much fun.
I haven't gone in for fun, as you call it. Look at those mountains. Just look at them. Did you ever see anything so beautiful?
It's perfect. Perfect.
Constance?
Oh, it's you, Dr. Murchison. Thanks for giving my patient, Mr. Garms, a sedative this afternoon. I'm very sorry that I wasn't there.
Nonsense. Just so long as you and Dr. Edwards had a good time. I see Dr. Edwards is a night owl, too. There's a light shining from under his door. Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Yes?
I saw your light, Dr. Edwards, and I...
Oh, come in.
I didn't realize it was quite so late. What I was going to say was that I was going to read your new book. I'd like to discuss it with you. I never have discussed an author's work with him before. Of course, at school we had several literary professors, but then that was quite different. I sound rather nervous, don't I?
No, not at all.
I thought I wanted to discuss your book with you. I'm amazed at the subterfuge. I don't want to discuss it at all.
I understand.
Quite remarkable to discover that one isn't what one thought one was. I mean, I've always been entirely aware of what was in my mind.
And you're not now?
This is quite ridiculous. It was stupid of me to come in here like a distracted child.
You're very lovely.
Well, please don't talk that way. You'll think I came in to hear that.
I know why you came in.
Why?
Because something has happened to us.
But it doesn't happen like that in one day.
Happens in a moment sometimes. I felt it this afternoon. It was like lightning striking. It strikes rarely.
I don't understand how it happened. Oh, my darling. Darling, what is it? Why are you staring at me like that?
It's not you. It's something about your robe.
My robe? I don't understand.
Oh, forgive me. Something struck me. I've been having a rather bad time with my nerves lately. And your robe, I mean the dark lines.
Oh, but you're ill.
No, I'll be all right. Hello? Yes, Dr. Edwards. Yes? Where is he? I'll be there right away. Mr. Garms has run amok. He tried to murder a nurse and then cut his own throat. He's in surgery.
Pulse 140.
How is he?
His pulse is going down, Dr. Edwards.
Step aside, Dr. Murchison.
What's that?
Why are the lights out in the corridor?
What do you mean?
It's dark. That's why Mr. Garms did it, because the lights are out. And put them on. And the doors and lock them. You can't keep people in cells.
Edwards,
Get away from me, you fools, babbling about guilt complexes. What do you know about them? He did it. He told me. He killed his father. Now put on the lights, quick. It's dark. Dark. Go.
Yes. He's in complete collapse.
Thank you, monsieur.
There. Curious, Constance. Didn't look like a heart case.
No. A shock of some sort. Probably brought on by... Oh, I wonder.
When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we're not asking you to try a new or unproved method. For there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You who have received Anacin this way know the effective, incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled Anacin. Now the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge.
The answer to Constance's wonderment came to her as she sat at Dr. Edwards' bedside. The autographed signature of Dr. Edwards on the title page of his book did not match that of the note he had written to her earlier in the day, asking her to come to his office. Clearly the man before her was not Dr. Edwards.
Who are you?
What do you mean?
You're not Dr. Edwards. I can prove it. There's no good denying it. Who are you?
Yes, I remember now. Edwards is dead. I killed him and took his place. I'm someone else. I don't know who. I killed him, Edwards.
Easy now. Lie back on your pillow.
Oh, I have no memory. It's like looking into a mirror and seeing nothing but the mirror, yet the image is there. I know it. I know it's there. I exist. I'm there. How can a man lose his name, his memory, and everything he's ever known and still talk like this as if he were quite sane? Are you afraid of me?
No. You're ill. Loss of memory isn't a difficult problem.
Yes, I know. Amnesia, a trick of the mind for remaining sane. You remain sane by forgetting something too horrible to remember. You put the horrible thing behind a closed door.
We have to open the door.
And I know what's behind the door. Murder.
No. That's a delusion you've acquired out of your illness. Will you answer me truthfully? And will you trust me?
I trust you. But it's no use. I can't think. I don't know who I am. I don't know.
When did you have your first doubt that you might not be Edwards?
I don't remember. Oh, yes. Yes, when I was in the hotel room packing to come here, I found a cigarette case in my coat and frightened me. It had the initials J.B. on it. When I saw them in the hotel room, they made my head ache.
They're probably your initials.
J.B.
So now you must sleep. I think when you wake up, you'll be able to tell me more. I'll come in the morning. Good night now. And sleep.
Good night. Constance, dearest, I cannot involve you in my troubles for many reasons, the most important being that I love you. When the police step in, tell them I am at the Empire State Hotel in New York. I prefer to wait alone for the end. Goodbye, J.B.
He's not in his room. He's escaped.
Please, Sheriff, it's 5 a.m. You'll wake the patients.
Sorry, Dr. Peterson. Seems to me somebody might have known what the real Edwards looked like. You never saw him, Dr. Murchison?
No, I never met him.
Well, it's my contention that he killed the real Dr. Edwards.
There can be no question of it. He killed Dr. Edwards and then took his place in order to conceal his crime.
Dr. Peterson, didn't he tell you anything about himself? You were with him for quite some time after his collapse in the operating room.
No. He was unable to speak coherently.
You don't seem very surprised to learn that this man was a fake and maybe guilty of murder.
I thought his collapse was due to mental strain.
That's a funny diagnosis for a fellow who's supposed to have just come from a vacation.
I made no medical diagnosis. I was shocked to see him collapse, and I didn't think beyond that.
You have no idea where he might have gone?
No.
Well, I'd better get back to my office and spread the alarm.
Constance, I found this letter under your bedroom door.
Oh?
I didn't call it to the attention of the sheriff. I thought perhaps it might be something personal.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Murchison. Good night. Constance, dearest, I cannot involve you in my troubles for many reasons. The most important being that I love you. Operator, the airport, please.
Constance, why are you here?
Really? Signing your name, John Brown, on the register. Not much imagination for an alias.
You shouldn't have come here to New York. You don't owe me anything.
I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to take care of you and cure you. And I'm going to stay with you until that happens.
But you can't help hide a criminal. I won't let you be stupid about it.
I couldn't bear it away from you. I had to come. And I'll rent a room on this floor. And I'm here as your doctor only. It has nothing to do with love.
Darling.
Nothing at all. Try remembering. Let your mind go back to your childhood. Was it happy? Whom did you know in your childhood?
I'm wanted, but I can't see by what it's no use.
You lived somewhere. You had a mother. You were loved. You had friends.
I can't remember anything except that I love you.
If we can unlock one tiny memory, it will give us the key to all the others.
No. The only thing that comes to my mind that I keep thinking of over and over is the logic of the situation.
What logic?
That it was I who was with Edwards. Look what it says in the paper.
No trace of Dr. Edwards has been found since he left the Cumberland Resort in the company of his supposed patient. Do you remember that?
No.
Then why do you believe that you were with him?
Because wherever we went, I came back with his identity. I wouldn't have come back as Dr. Edwards if I hadn't known he was dead, and how would I have known that he was dead if I hadn't been with him when he died?
Were you?
I don't remember, but logically I know that I must have been, and logically I also know why the body hasn't been found. Because it was hidden by me.
Don't you see? You're imagining all of this. You call yourself names. You insist without proof that you're a murderer. Oh, you know what that is, don't you? Whoever you are, that's a guilt complex that speaks for you. It's a guilt fantasy that goes way back to your childhood.
No, I think you're quite mad. You're much crazier than I to do all this for a creature without a name, to run off with a pair of initials. What does that do?
Oh, I know. It's the bellhop. I ordered the later editions of the paper. Thank you.
What's the matter?
We have to leave here.
Why?
Story in the paper. Police hunt Dr. Constance Peterson, believed aiding madman wanted in Edwards mystery. My picture's right below it. The room clerk will recognize it. We've got to go quickly. We can't back.
Where can we go?
Rochester. Rochester, New York.
By the way, why are we going to Rochester?
We're going to visit Dr. Bruloff.
Oh, the fellow who doesn't like sauce bottles.
He was my analyst. He psychoanalyzed me.
Really? Well, what was wrong with you?
All analysts have to be psychoanalyzed by other analysts before they start practicing.
Oh, that's to make sure they're not crazy.
Apparently, the mind is never too ill to make jokes about psychoanalysis.
I'm sorry, I'm a pig.
No, I am, really. I keep forgetting you're a patient.
So do I. When I hold you like this, I feel entirely well. Darling, will you love me just as much when I'm normal?
Oh, I'll be insane about you.
Oh, I am normal. We're alone here in this compartment. There's nothing wrong with me that a nice, long kiss wouldn't cure.
Well, I've never treated a guilt complex like this before. No, look, let's stop and pick up where we left off.
Pick up what?
Try to recall the first moment you thought you were Edwards.
Darling, I have a confession to make.
I'm listening.
As a doctor, you irritate me. I sit here swooning with love, and then suddenly you ask me a question, and I don't like you anymore.
No.
Do you have to sit there smiling at me like some smug, know-it-all schoolteacher?
I can't help smiling. That's what happens in analysis. As the doctor begins to uncover the truth in a patient, said patient develops a fine, hearty hatred of said doctor. Oh, you're going to hate me a great deal before we're through.
And you're going to like that?
As a scientist, yes.
Well, if I should happen to biff you one, you'll consider it a sort of diploma?
Yes, but don't biff too high.
Oh, darling. Darling, I love you. Come close to me.
No, not really. I think we should go on with our investigation.
No.
We have some new facts to work with.
Oh, what
now.
facts?
You're a doctor. You were in an accident.
How do you know I was in an accident?
Your arm and forearm are burned. And you were in Rome.
I was never in Rome in my life.
You were either there or going there because in a moment of stress you mentioned Rome. Now think of Rome.
Yeah.
Maybe Rome, Italy. When did you go to Rome? What did you do in Rome? Think. Think.
The train, the railroad ties rushing by.
Think.
Yes. I remember something. Fighter planes spotted us.
You were flying.
Transport, medical corps over Rome, headed north.
What happened?
They hit us. Caught fire. A uniform burned, bailed out.
What else?
I don't know. It blacks out.
You left the army.
Yes, probably deserted. I hated killing. I can remember that much.
Your guilt fantasies were obviously inflamed by your duties as a soldier.
Stop it. Babbling like some phony King Solomon. You sit there full of half-witted double talk that makes no sense. If there's anything I hate, it's a smug woman.
Please, darling. We're just beginning. Don't biff too hard yet.
Our drama will continue in just a moment. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. For you people who are buying television now, that word is combination. Yes, an RCA Victor combination, which brings you AM and FM radio, recorded music at all 3 speeds, and famous RCA Victor million-proof television. Now you can have all these in one beautiful cabinet for one beautiful price. Ask your RCA Victor dealer to introduce you to the kingly RCA Victor combination, the Rutland. With its doors closed, the Rutland looks like a furniture masterpiece straight out of the 18th century. With its doors open, it is like an electronic masterpiece straight out of the 21st century. So superb are its RCA Victor features. AM and FM radio, 2 automatic record changers to play all record speeds, and exciting RCA Victor million-proof television, proved in well over 1 million American homes. Yet all these great instruments combined actually cost you much less than the comparable console instruments would cost separately. Yes, with an RCA Victor Rutland, wonders never cease, but go on pouring out show after show, record after record, not just for one person, but for the whole family. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, will continue in just a moment, after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, and guest narrator Alfred Hitchcock.
Succeeding 6 hours on the train for Constance and J.B. or John Brown, or whatever an amnesia victim can name himself, was a series of questions and evasive answers. Relentlessly, Constance fought to reach the depths of his memory, but it was a losing battle. It was like a pygmy facing a giant, and J.B. was the giant. They reached the home of Dr. Brulov in Rochester.
I worked with Dr. Brulov as his assistant for almost a year, right here in this house. He got me the post at Green Manors. You like Alex?
I doubt that one psychoanalyst in my hair's enough. What are you going to tell him?
That we're on a honeymoon?
Oh, Doctor, you think of the most wonderful prescriptions.
Alex!
Who is it, please? Oh, my old friend. Come in, please.
Alex, this is...
One moment, please. There's company here. Lieutenant Detective Cooley.
How do you do?
The lieutenant is persecuting me. I just told him I know nothing about Dr. Edwards.
But yesterday you had some theory.
Constance.
Steady.
I already have explained that if Edwards took along with him on vacation a paranoid patient, he was a bigger fool than I ever knew he was. It is the same as playing with a loaded gun. Good night now. It is late and my friends are here.
Sorry to have bothered you, Doctor. Good night, ma'am. Good night, sir.
Good night.
What do you suppose they're snooping around me for? The next thing, they'll give me a third degree.
Alex, I'm so glad to see you. I was going to write you, but it all happened so suddenly. I got married.
Who's married?
Alex, my husband, John Brown.
Well, I'm glad to meet you. Officially. So you're married. I congratulate you and wish you have babies and not phobias.
But the truth is, Alex, we have no hotel room. All the hotels were so crowded.
What do you want with a hotel? That's for millionaires. You stay right here. Cook my coffee in the morning and the house is yours.
Oh, how wonderful of you, Alex.
Your old room is upstairs. Good night and happy dreams, which we will analyze at breakfast.
You know this room has changed? Oh, but it isn't really. It's I whom changed. It's called transfer of effect.
Oh, what is?
The fact that everything seems so wonderful in this room.
Oh, that's what it's called, is it?
Darling, did the policeman disturb you?
Oh, no, one ignores such trifles on a honeymoon. I take it this is your first honeymoon.
Yes. I mean, it would be, if it were.
No, darling. Darling, for what it's worth, I can't remember ever having kissed any other woman before.
I have nothing to remember of that nature either.
You're very sweet.
Of course, I'm no child.
Far from it.
I'm well aware that we're all bundles of inhibitions.
Dynamite dumps, darling.
No, please don't.
Well,
don't do that.
Why not?
Well, it isn't ethical. I'm here as your doctor.
Well, you may stop worrying, Doctor. I'm going to sleep on the couch.
Oh, no. No, the doctor occupies the couch, fully dressed. And the patient always sleeps in the bed. Now, I'll leave you for a bit so that you can get undressed and get under those covers.
Covers.
What is it? You remember something?
No.
This room reminds you of something.
No.
You're resisting a memory. What's in your mind?
Don't start that again. Don't stand there with that wiseacre look. I'm sick of your double talk.
You were looking at the bed. What frightens you
No.
there? It's white lines. Yes. When I made fork marks on the tablecloth, they agitated you. And then that night that you kissed me, you pushed me away because of my robe. It was white. It had dark lines on it. Try to think. Why does the color white frighten you? Think of white.
Yes.
White.
Yes, it frightens me. I can't look.
Run away. Stand still and look at the white spread. I'll look at it and remember.
No.
What is that in your hand?
I don't know.
It's a straight-edged razor. Where did you get that?
I don't know, I tell you. I must have picked it up somewhere.
Give it to me.
This razor. Why am I clutching this razor?
I thought it was you. I'm just having a glass of milk and some crackers.
This razor.
Join me, please.
Why
I'll get another glass.
clutching this razor?
When I was a young man, I was always saying if I could only get along by myself instead of...
Oh, stop that fool chatter. Go away. Stop it. My head.
To you...
You know who I am.
Nothing except living. Here is your glass of milk.
Milk. White. Kill!
Alex, are you all right?
Good morning.
Oh.
Yes, I'm all right, thank you. Oh, I fell asleep in my chair. What time is it?
It's 7 o'clock, Alex. My husband is... He must have gone out very early this morning. You didn't happen to see.
He didn't go out. He's asleep on the couch. And Constance, I know who he is.
Yes, I should have known I couldn't fool you.
This razor, I found it in his hand last night. He's a schizophrenic capable of committing murder. I'm going to call the police.
No, Alex, please. Let me tell you about him.
What is there for you to say, my dear? We both know that the mind of a woman in love is operating on the lowest level of the intellect.
Yes, you're right. No, I'm not an analyst here. I'm not even a doctor, and I'm not going to talk to you as one. But believe me, Alex, not what I say, but what I feel. The mind isn't everything. The heart sees deeper sometimes. And the shock of a police investigation might ruin his chances for recovery. And, Alex, I can save him.
But if he killed Dr. Edwards, how can you help him?
But he didn't.
But if it turns out he did, which I am good and certain it will.
But it won't, Alex. You yourself taught me what Freud says. A man cannot do anything in amnesia that his real character would not have done.
And how do you know what his real character is?
I do know. I couldn't feel this way toward a man who was bad, who had committed murder. I couldn't feel this pain for someone who was evil.
You are 20 times crazier than he. What do you want me to do?
Give me time to treat him and cure him before the police find him.
This could take a year.
No, Alex, no.
All right, a half a year. We should sit and hide for a half a year waiting to find out if he's going to cut your throat, my throat, and set the house afire?
No, Alex, please. Just a few days. Before you turn him over, let me try for just a few days more. And if I can't do anything, if we both can't, then you can call the police. But you're not hiding a criminal. There's no evidence against him. Please.
All right. Go make me coffee. I will pretend to myself I'm acting sensible for a few days. You don't remember your father or mother?
No.
Wife or sweetheart?
No.
Don't fight me. I'm going to help you if I can. I'm going to be your father image. Trust me. Lean on me.
All right, go on. I'm leaning.
Maybe you've got something you want to tell me. A single thought. A few words in the corner of your head. Go on. Talk to me. Whatever comes to your head. Just say what it is.
Nothing. There's nothing. I don't believe in dreams. That Freud stuff is a lot of hooey.
I explained to you about dreams so you don't think it's a lot of hooey. The secrets of who you are and what made you run away from yourself, all these secrets are buried in your brain. But you don't want to look at them. The human being very often does not want to know the truth about himself because he thinks it will make him sick. She make himself sick at trying to forget. You follow me?
I'm not interested. All I've heard around here is dreams. I'm sick of them. There's nothing in them.
But there is. I tell you what you're trying to hide. What they tell it to you I'll tell it to you in pieces of a puzzle that don't fit. The problem of the analyst is to examine this puzzle, put the pieces together in the right place. And the more cockeyed the details, the better for the scientific side.
I can't make out just what sort of a place it was, but I was sitting and playing cards with a man. Yes, it was a gambling house, but there weren't any walls, just a lot of curtains with eyes painted on them. The man was walking around with a large pair of scissors, cutting all the draperies in half. And then a girl came in with hardly anything on and started walking around the gambling room, kissing everybody. She came to my table first.
Did you recognize this kissing bug?
Well, I'm afraid she looked a little like Constance.
Go on.
Well, I was sitting there playing cards with a man who had a beard. I was dealing to him, and I turned up the 7 of clubs. He said, that makes 21. I win. But when he turned the cards, they were blank. And just then, the proprietor came in and accused him of cheating. The proprietor yelled, "This is my place, and if I catch you cheating again, I'll fix you."
Is that the end of the dream?
No. Then someone was leaning over the sloping roof of a high building. It was the man with the beard. I yelled to him to watch out. Then he went over slowly with his feet in the air. Then I saw the proprietor again, the man in the mask. He was hiding behind a tall chimney, and he had a small wheel in his hand. I saw him drop the wheel on the roof. And then I suddenly found myself in a weird, deserted desert. Constance was sitting there. I ran to her, but she disappeared. Then I heard something beating over my head. It was a great pair of wings. The wings chased me and almost caught up with me. And when I came to the bottom of the hill, I must have escaped. I don't remember anymore. So, something is happening.
What is it?
Oh, pull down the shades.
The snow.
The light frightened him. What phobia?
No, it was the snow. Look outside, Alex. What do you see?
Well, there are 2 children pulling a sled in the snow.
Exactly. The runners of sleds on snow. Dark lines on white.
Please, pull down the shades.
Are the sled marks on the snow the reason for the sudden disturbance? Answer me.
I don't know.
It has to be. It follows a pattern. First was the shock at the sight of fork lines drawn on a white tablecloth. Then my white robe.
Please.
It had dark lines. And a couple of nights ago, the white cover.
Please, pull the blinds down, please.
Dr. Edwards was fond of sports. He mentions tennis and skiing in his book. Yes, skiing. Ski tracks in snow. That's what those dark lines symbolized for him. And his horror of them means, of course, that they are immediately connected with the cause of his amnesia.
Yes, a murder on skis.
Where did Edwards go for his skiing? We must find out. Can you tell us where? Try.
He has told you already, in his dream. The sloping roof. That means only a mountainside.
They were skiing. And the father image, the bearded man, is Dr. Edwards. It's very simple. Edwards plunged over a precipice while skiing.
And then a shadow chases him up and down a hill. That could mean he was escaping from a valley.
A valley? The skiing resorts are often called valleys, like Sun Valley. And he was being pursued by a winged figure, a witch or a harpy.
No, the figure was you. If you grew wings, you would be an angel.
But the dream was trying to tell him the name of the resort. An angel. Angel Valley. Do you remember Angel Valley?
No, it wasn't Angel Valley. I remember it was a place called Gabriel Valley.
What else do you remember now?
Who was the masked figure in your dream?
It was an accident. Do you remember that? A skiing accident. Dr. Edwards went over a snow cliff.
No, it was no accident. I can't stand it anymore. I've had enough of it. We've got to call the police.
No. We've got to go to Gabriel Valley. You've got to go with me. All right. Get your skis on. We're going down that slope.
I can't.
Why not?
I know about the razor and blew off.
But nothing happened.
Will, let me give myself up. I've committed one murder. I can commit another.
Guilt. You've lived with it for a long time, haven't you?
Yes.
Since childhood.
What?
Ever since your childhood, you've tried to run away from something. You've always felt guilty about anything around you. What was it in your youth? It must have been terrible for you to prefer to think that you murdered Edwards rather than remember what happened long ago.
I'm not going down that slope.
No. You said you loved me. Look at me then. Why am I fighting for you? Because I love you. Because I need you.
I'm nothing.
Put your skis on.
Right, but what good will that do?
We're going down this slope as you did with Edwards, and you'll see your innocence. You'll see what really happened.
You mean because it'll happen again?
Yes.
What if I killed him? Isn't it true that if the episode is repeated, I'm likely to do the same thing I did before? How do you know I won't kill again?
Because I'm convinced you didn't kill in the first place.
Constance, you believe in me enough to take such a chance. With your life.
Of course I do. We're ready to get on the ski run. We're going to find out what happened to Dr. Edwards.
I'm ready.
Follow me.
White with dark lines.
I know about the razor and Brulov. I've committed one murder.
White with dark lines. Ski tracks. Dr. Edwards' ski tracks ahead of me.
I can commit
I've
another.
got to get close. I've got to be near you, Dr. Edwards.
Isn't it true that if I kill Dr. Edwards here on the ski run, I'm likely to do it again?
Closer. I've got to get closer.
How do you know I won't kill again?
Soon.
Oh, no!
Precipice ahead. Stop, Dr. Edwards. Fall. Constance, I remember Dr. Edwards went over the precipice.
And where were you?
I never was close to him. I know Edwards was at least 25 feet ahead of me as you were when he went over.
Come on. Now we're going to the police. Oh, my darling.
Constance, I remember my name. It's John Valentine.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
I ran into Dr. Edwards when I was in Cumberland Mountains trying to recover from some kind of nerve shock I got in an Army plane crash. He was on vacation, but I asked him to help me and invited me to go skiing with him. We went through New York, and I vaguely remember going to lunch somewhere. I'm still a little vague about the lunch part. And then we arrived here. The accident happened.
Tell me. It's vital that you remember your youth. The incident...
I believe I can tell you that. My brother Tom was 5, and I was 7. We lived in a house which had a long banister alongside the steps outside. About the house and immediately below the banister was an iron spiked railing. Tom and I always used that banister for sliding. One day he went first, and I followed behind him. When he reached the bottom, he didn't get out of my path rapidly enough. I couldn't stop. And Tom was impaled. I realize now it was an accident. I didn't kill my brother.
And the ghost of the past is gone now, darling. That was the memory you were afraid of. That's why you took on the role of Dr. Edwards, to prove to yourself that he wasn't dead and therefore you hadn't killed him. It was your childhood guilt complex.
Professor, I never quite realized in my amnesia state how very lovely you are.
Hello, Dr. Peterson.
Well, hello, Lieutenant Cooley. Did you find the body of Dr. Edwards?
Yes, in almost the exact spot you told the mountain police it would be.
Oh, thank goodness it's all cleared up.
Well, not quite. I'm afraid a bullet was found in the body.
But that's impossible.
I'm afraid, Mr. whatever your name is, that you're charged with murder.
It's too bad, Constance. Your Mr. Ballantyne was convicted of murder, but you have a great career ahead of you, if you forget.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, Dr. Murchison, at least one good thing came out of all of this. You're back at Green Manors. Who knows what would have happened to the place under Dr. Edwards?
I knew Edwards only slightly. I never really liked him, but he was a good man in a way, I suppose. Well, good night, Constance. I hope you feel rested in the morning.
I knew Edwards only slightly. I knew Edwards. Knew Edwards. Knew.
Dr. Murchison, I want to talk to you.
Please sit down. What's your problem?
It's a dream that one of my patients reported.
May I ask who the patient is?
The patient is Mr. Ballantyne.
Charming loyalty. What did he dream?
He dreamed that he was in a gambling house. It was full of odd people playing with blank cards.
Blank cards. Obviously, the patient was trying to deny it was a gambling house.
One of the people in the place went around cutting drapes in half. Another was a scantily dressed girl who was kissing everybody.
With a little effort, one could almost imagine them inmates of Green Manors.
Yes, that's what I had in mind, Doctor. The patient was playing cards, now no longer blank, a game of 21 with a bearded man, who was evidently Dr. Edwards.
Yes, one usually dreams of one's analyst as authority with a beard.
Yes, he dealt Dr. Edwards a 7 of clubs, and Edwards said, that makes it 21.
I would say that the patient was trying to mention a locale. The 7 of clubs might mean a club.
Yes, with the word 21 in it. There is such a place in New York. It's called the 21 Club.
I've heard of it.
And the patient dreamed that the proprietor of the place came in and began accusing Dr. Edwards of cheating. He ordered Edwards out of the place and said, I won't allow you to play here. This is my place. I'm going to fix you.
The dream gives the locale a double identity, the 21 Club and Green Manors. But the proprietor seems to belong more to the latter. In fact, I would say that this angry proprietor who threatened Dr. Edwards was myself.
It seemed that way to me.
I presume you only arrived at this solution tonight and have confided your findings to nobody.
Not yet.
Was there any more to the dream?
Yes. The patient dreamed that he and Dr. Edwards were on a high, sloping roof, and that he saw Dr. Edwards plunge over to his death. He also saw the angry proprietor hiding behind a chimney, holding a saw wheel in his hand. He dropped the wheel.
The symbolism of the wheel escapes me.
It was a revolver. The proprietor who threatened Dr. Edwards' life dropped a revolver in the snow in Gabriel Valley after shooting Dr. Edwards in the back. The weapon is still there at the foot of the tree with the murderer's fingerprints on it.
I cannot agree with this part of your interpretation for the good reason that the weapon is now in my hand. I imagined that something of this sort would happen after I made the slip about knowing Dr. Edwards. That started your agile young mind going.
You were having a breakdown, and in a state of panic you heard that Edwards was to take your place here. You sought him out in his favorite restaurant where he was lunching with John Valentine. You accused him of stealing your job. You threatened to kill him. He calmed you down and told you that he was off on a skiing vacation, and you followed him there and you shot him from behind a tree.
That's enough. Did it ever occur to you that the punishment for 2 murders is the same as 1?
But you're not going to commit a second murder.
I hadn't planned to. But you are here. You are not leaving. My gun is trained at your heart.
A man of your intelligence does not commit a stupid murder, Doctor. You are thinking that you are not mentally responsible for that other crime in the snow. They will find extenuating circumstances in the state of your health. They will not execute you for the death of Dr. Edwards. You can still live, read, write, research, even if you are put away. I'm leaving, Dr. Murchison.
Stay right where you are, or I'll shoot.
I don't think so. You're thinking right now that if you shoot, it is cold, deliberate murder. You will be tried as sane murderer, convicted as a sane man, and you will be killed in the electric chair for your crime. I'm going to telephone the police, Dr. Murchison.
How does it feel to be a great analyst, darling?
Not so bad.
And a great detective.
Wonderful.
And madly adored.
Very wonderful.
White. You know, with a little orange blossom in your hair, you'll look wonderful in white.
A long time ago, William Shakespeare wrote, "The fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves." How very wise he was.
Our stars will return in just a moment with screen director Alfred Hitchcock. Next Thursday, the Screen Directors Playhouse will present Take a Letter, Darling. It will star 2 of your favorites, Rosalind Russell and Fred McMurray, with screen director Mitchell Lyson. Now, here again are our stars, Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, and Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Thank you, Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, for a splendid performance. On our Screen Directors Playhouse, it is our aim to always present the best. And most certainly you both fall into that category.
Thank you, Hitch, for those beautiful words. What else does an actor have to look forward to other than praise?
Mind if I answer that, Joe?
Surely, Mercedes.
A paycheck. Seriously, though, it's been a great privilege to work with you, Mr. Hitchcock. And for Joe and myself, I'd like to say invite us back soon, won't you? Good night.
Good night, Hitch.
We'll be seeing you, Joe Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge. Good night, everybody.
Spellbound is from the David O. Selznick motion picture production of the same name. Watch for the next Selznick release, Gypsy Blood, starring Jennifer Jones and produced in Technicolor. Joseph Cotton may soon be seen in Paramount's production, September Affair. Mercedes McCambridge may soon be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production, Inside Straight. Alfred Hitchcock has just completed Strangers on a Train for Warner Brothers. Tonight's cast included Herbert Butterfield, Bill Tracy, Jim Nusser, Howard McNear, and John Blyforth. Dr. Samuel Hoffman interpreted the theremin music in tonight's musical score. Portions were transcribed. Tonight's production of Spellbound was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next Thursday when we present Rosalind Russell and Fred McMurray in Take a Letter, Darling, with Screen Director Mitchell Lyson. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
This Saturday, Arturo Toscanini returns with the Symphony on NBC.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Powell and Teresa Wright in Shadow of a Doubt, and as our special guest, Miss America of 1943. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There are connoisseurs of paintings, of wines, of furniture, and of all the other fine arts, but none quite so violent in their opinions as the connoisseurs of mystery stories. And tonight we offer these discriminating critics a collector's item, a piece known to the whodunit fraternity as a Hitchcock, so called because the director, Alfred Hitchcock, is a master of suspense, and the universal picture, Shadow of a Doubt, is one of his triumphs. Tonight we bring it to you with William Powell and Teresa Wright in the starring roles. We borrowed Bill from the cast of Heavenly Body, the new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture. Bill made the Thin Man famous and became one of the screen's most versatile sleuths. But this evening, instead of a detective, well, just wait. Those who saw Teresa Wright on the screen as Mrs. Lou Gehrig and in tonight's play know how fine a performance they may expect from her. Just the fact that she plays a girl named Charlie is a hint of the surprises to come. And speaking of surprises, I imagine it would be a very unpleasant one if you dropped into a store to buy a few cakes of Lux toilet soap and were charged $300 or $400. I have a newspaper clipping here sent in by a listener. The paper quotes a missionary in China who says that over there one cake of Lux may cost as much as $120 in Chinese money. Here we take the little comforts of life for granted. But this newspaper should make all of us appreciate buying Lux toilet soap for just a few cents. Now the footlights brighten and the curtain rises on Shadow of a Doubt, starring William Powell as Uncle Charlie and Teresa Wright as Charlotte.
Well, did you get any dope on him?
Yeah, he's living in a rooming house, 104 East Street, just outside of Newark.
What name is he using?
Spencer. The landlady says he's been there a week.
Did you ask to see him?
No, he wasn't in.
Okay, we'll try it this afternoon.
104 East Street, just outside of Newark, is a mean-looking wooden frame building on a mean-looking street. Upstairs in a shabby, cheerless room, a man lies across the iron bedstead. He's fully dressed, his hands clasped behind his head. Through half-closed eyes, he gazes steadily at the cracked ceiling above him. Then, hearing a step in the hall, his eyes close, and his face becomes an expressionless mask.
Mr. Spencer.
Yeah?
Mr. Spencer, I hate to bother you, but I thought you'd like to know there were two men here asking for you. They were sorry you wasn't in. I said you wasn't.
Did they,
say they'd be back?
They didn't say exactly. Maybe I should have let him in. Oh, you said not to disturb you.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Martin.
You look kind of tired to me. I think maybe you need a real rest. That's what I think.
Yes. I could stand a rest.
Those friends of yours told me not to say they'd called. Wanted to surprise you, but I thought you'd like to know.
Of course. And if they come back, let me show them up.
Yes.
You know, it's a funny thing. Very funny thing. Up to now, those two friends of mine have never seen me. Every time they've called, I've been out, even at other places. Isn't that odd, Mrs. Martin?
Well, yes, it is odd.
Well, now I'll have to meet them, I suppose. I might even go to meet them. And then again, I may not. Not yet.
Well, you just go ahead with your nap.
Yes, thank you.
If you want anything, you just call.
What do they know? They can't know anything. They're just bluffing. They haven't got a thing on me. Not a thing.
Mrs. Spencer? Mrs. Spencer? Mrs. Spencer, they're here again. They're here. Why, he's gone. Well, for lamb's sakes, he's gone.
Hello, Western Union? I'm in a pay station. I want to send a telegram. Yes, I've got change. It's to Mrs. Joseph Newton, Santa Rosa, California. Here's the message. Ready? Homesick for you all. Stop. Coming to stay a while. Stop. Arrive Thursday. Love to everybody. And a kiss for little Charlie. From her Uncle Charlie. Yeah, that's the signature. Uncle Charlie.
Hello, the Newton residence. A telegram? Well, who's it for, Mrs. Henderson? Well, Mother isn't home yet, so maybe she'd better call you back. Goodbye.
Hello, Anne. Where's your mother?
Oh, good evening, Father. She's out.
Out where?
Well, I really don't know, Father.
Well, how about a kiss?
Of course, Father.
That's the girl. Say, you better not read in here, Anne. The light's bad.
Well, I've got to finish this book before dinner.
And ruin your eyes. Where's Roger?
Out.
How about Charlotte?
Upstairs in her room. Thinking.
Thinking? What's she thinking about?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask Charlotte, Father.
All right, you know what I meant. Charlotte! Charlotte! Why doesn't she answer? Charlotte,
Who is it?
it's me. Who do you suppose?
Come in, Papa.
What's the matter? Don't you feel well?
Oh, I'm perfectly well. I've just been thinking for hours, and I've come to the conclusion that I give up. I simply give up.
What are you going to give up?
Have you ever stopped to think that a family should be the most wonderful thing in the world, and that this family's just gone to pieces?
We have.
Of course we have. We just sort of go along and nothing happens. We eat and sleep, and that's about all. We don't even have any real conversations. We just talk.
And work.
Yes, poor Mother. She works like a dog, just like a dog.
That's what I came up to ask. Where is she?
She's out. When she comes back, it'll be the same thing. Dinner, then dishes, then bed. I don't see how she stands it.
What were you thinking we can do about it?
Oh, nothing, I suppose. I guess we'll just have to wait for a miracle or something. No, Joe.
Oh, here she is. I'm in Charlotte's room, Mammy.
For heaven's sake, you lying down, Charlotte? What's the matter? Joe, what's the matter?
Well, it
Oh,
seems
I've
like...
just become a nagging old maid. And you went downtown in that awful old hat you promised me you'd throw away.
Oh, goodness, what on earth does it matter what hat I put on? Yes, Roger, I know.
I don't see why you let that child yell at you like that, Mother. If you have something to say...
I'll take care of him. Roger, stop yelling like that.
Charlotte, dear, what is it?
Mama, I'm going downtown and send a telegram.
Why, Charlie, who do you know to send a telegram to?
I know just the person to come and save us. A wonderful person who'll come and shake us all up so we'll be good and dignified and intelligent again.
Charlie, have you gone crazy? What do you mean, save us?
All this time there's been the one real right person to save us. Mama, what's Uncle Charlie's address?
Charlotte, you're not going to ask Uncle Charlie for money.
No, that wouldn't help us. I just want him to come.
Oh, but think of asking a busy man like that to come all this way for nothing.
He'd come for me. I'm named after him. With each present, he sends me a special little message. Besides, we're the only relatives he has in the world. Mrs. Henderson, I
I'd like to send a telegram.
Why, hello, Charlotte. I just called up your house. Telegram for your mother from your uncle, I think.
My uncle? My Uncle Charlie?
That's him. He's coming to visit you. Arrives Thursday.
Oh, Mrs. Henderson, do you believe in telepathy?
I ought to. It's my business.
Oh, not telegraphy. Mental telepathy. Like, well, suppose you have a thought, and suppose the thought's about someone who's in tune with you. And then over thousands of miles, that someone knows what you're thinking, and he answers you. And it's all mental.
I don't know what you're talking about. I send telegrams the normal way.
There he is. Isn't that Uncle Charlie down there? Hey, Charles.
Papa, look, he's sick.
Huh?
Uncle Charlie must be sick. The porter's helping him off the train. Oh, Uncle Charlie, Uncle Charlie.
Hi, sir. Feeling okay, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Ain't been much of a trip for you, sir, lying sick in a made-up berth all the way.
You've been very kind. Here, this is for you. Thank you.
Why, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Uncle Charlie. Oh, Uncle Charlie.
Charlie! Well, little Charlie, hello.
Oh, are you sick? Let me look at you. You aren't sick, are you?
What, me? Me sick? Well, certainly not.
But I thought the porter was helping you. Oh, Uncle Charlie, that was the funniest thing.
Oh, well, little Charlie. Glad to see me, huh?
Oh, yes.
Hello, Charles.
Well, Joe, say, how are you? You haven't changed a bit.
How are you, Charles? You're looking great.
Hello, Uncle Charlie.
And this is Anne. I'll bet you don't remember me, Anne.
Oh, I remember you sort of, but you look different, sort of.
Where's Roger? Roger, come here.
Oh, there, Roger.
Hello.
Well, we better get started. Emma's got dinner almost ready.
I've got your suitcase, Uncle Charlie.
Oh, say now, wait. That looks pretty heavy for you.
Oh, it's nothing. I love to carry.
You'll have some more lamb, Charles, won't you?
Well, Emmy, it's pretty good.
What were you saying about your boat, Charles?
Well, that's about the finish of it, Joe. She was a beauty, that boat. Had some fine times on it. But all that's over and done with. It's a different world these days. We might as well face it.
That's the truth, Charles.
Say, I've been forgetting something all this time. I brought a few things back with me. There you are, Joe. This is yours.
For me?
I didn't know you had one, Joe.
Well, you didn't have to think of me, Charles. Presents are all right for the children. Say, a wristwatch. Why, I've never had a wristwatch. The fellows at the bank will think I'm quite a sport.
One for you, Emmy. Now, you just try this on.
Charles, is it? Oh, no.
Silver fox.
Charles, I've wanted one all my life.
It's what you should have.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And now, your little present, Charlie.
Well, I don't want anything. Right now, I have enough. Before you came, I didn't think I had anything, but now I don't want another thing. I'll go get the coffee.
Charlotte.
She's crazy.
Yes, me. I think she's putting on.
She's not crazy. Smartest girl in her class at school. She's got brains.
Well, she'll like this when she sees it. Now, you folks just sit here, and I'll take it to her.
Tell her the sugar and cream are on the kitchen table, Charles.
All right. Charlie, what's the matter? Here, now, you just put those dishes down a minute.
I meant it. Please don't give me anything.
Nothing? Why?
I can't explain. You came here, and Mother's happy, and I'm glad that she named me after you and that she thinks we're both alike. I think we are, too. I know it. It would spoil things if you should give me anything.
Well, you're a strange girl, Charlie. Why would it spoil things?
Because we're not just an uncle and a niece. I know you. I know that you don't tell people a lot of things. I don't either. I have a feeling that inside you somewhere there's something nobody knows. Something wonderful, and I'll find it out.
It's not good to find out too much, Charlie.
But we're kind of like twins, don't you see? We have to know.
Here, give me your hand. Now, you wear this ring. You wear it for me. You hear?
Thank you.
But you haven't even looked at it.
I don't have to look at it.
Let me show it to you. It's a good emerald, a really good one. And good emeralds are the most beautiful things in the world.
Oh, you've had something engraved on it.
No, I haven't, but I will, if you'd like me to.
But you have, Uncle Charlie, you have. It's very faint. I can just read it. It says, T.S. from D.M. What? They must be someone else's initials.
Jeweler rooked me. He rooked me.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Really, it doesn't.
Second hand, he rooked me. The whole rotten world's crooked. Give it back to me.
Well, but I like it this way. Someone else was probably happy with this ring.
The world's rotten. Give it back to me. I'll have that taken off.
No, it's perfect the way it is. I'm going to keep it, Uncle Charlie.
It's a beautiful ring. You're too good, Charles.
Well, nothing's too good for my favorite niece.
Coffee, Uncle Charlie?
Thanks.
Charles, why can't you stay here forever?
I've been thinking about that, Emmy. You know, I'd like to open up a new chapter in my life. New surroundings. Everything new.
What is that thing I'm humming? Anybody know? Sing at the table, you'll marry a crazy husband.
Yes, I've been thinking about transferring some of my money out here from the East. I suppose you take money at your bank, Joe?
That's one thing we do, all right. Rake in the dough. Can't promise to give it back.
Well, I'll go down tomorrow morning and open an account. Say 30, 40,000. Just to start things off right.
Hey, that's a lot of money.
I can't get that tune out of my head. If somebody will tell me what it is, maybe I'll stop.
It's a waltz, dear.
Of course it's a waltz, but what waltz? You know, it's the funniest thing, but sometimes I think of a tune, and then pretty soon I hear somebody else humming it. I think tunes jump from head to head. What is it, Uncle Charlie? What is it?
Why, I don't know.
Oh, I know what that is. It's right on the tip of my tongue.
No, it's the Blue Danube Waltz. Yeah.
Of course, that's what it is. Oh, no, it isn't, Uncle Charlie. It's not the Blue Danube. It's the Mary Waltz.
Oh, now look what I did. A whole cup of coffee. I'm terribly sorry, Emmy. Hand me a napkin, Anne.
Oh, now it's nothing to make a fuss about. Just sit down, Anne. And, Charles, while we do the dishes, you go in the living room and read the evening paper. You look tired.
All right, I will. Thanks, Emmy.
Uncle Charlie, when you get finished with the paper, will you give me the funnies?
Oh, you can have them now if you want.
I can wait.
Anytime you say. Oh. There, nothing much to read these days, Rogers. Nothing but trouble. You know, sometimes I think that...
What's the matter? What's the matter, Uncle Charlie? What are you looking at? Say, you better not do that to Papa's paper. He gets mad.
Oh, Roger. Roger, come here.
Huh?
Look, did you ever make a house out of newspapers? You see what I mean? Now, first you stretch them all out on the floor, see? And then you, look, you cut out a door. See, now, this is the doorway.
Hey! Roger, Papa wants the paper.
Here you are, Ann. And look what we've got, a real Eskimo's igloo.
You've got Papa's paper.
Say, I guess I should have thought of that. Well, we'll fold it up again, and your father won't know the difference.
Can you make hats, Uncle Charlie?
Hats? Well, let's see. No, I don't think I can make hats. You show me how, Roger.
What are you all up to? Why, Anne, Roger, that's Papa's paper.
It's my fault. I began it. I was showing them a game, and I never thought about the paper.
Well, it's all right. Let's see. Page 1, 2, page 5. Where's page 3? Where is it? And did you go out on the porch with it somewhere? I just came in here.
Yeah, that's funny.
Page 3 and 4, where are they? Well, we never touched it. Uncle Charlie's the only one who touched it. Well, Papa may not notice it. We fold it very neatly, see, and very even.
Oh, that's fine, Charlie. You're a lifesaver. Come in. Hello. Well, you still up?
I remembered you'd like a pitcher of water by your bed. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, dear. You're very thoughtful. And I guess I ought to thank you for giving up your room to me, too.
Well, I'll be comfortable in with Anne.
Well, good night. Sweet dreams.
Oh, Uncle Charlie, I know something. I know a secret that you don't think I know.
What secret?
Well, remember I said you couldn't hide anything from me? Well, now I know there was something in the evening paper about you.
About me? In the evening paper?
About you. Please show it to me. I won't tell a soul.
Well, now, how do you know there was something?
Well, that's why you played that game with Roger and Ann. You didn't want us to know, and you wanted to tear it out of the paper. So now that I know, you've got to tell me.
Well, I guess you have me. But it wasn't about me.
Is that the page there on the dresser?
Oh, look now. Just don't bother your head about it.
I want to see it.
No.
But I want to.
Now, it's none of your business. Give it to me.
Oh.
Let go, you hear?
Oh, Uncle Charlie, you're hurting me. Your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. But give me the paper, Charlie.
You hurt my wrist.
Oh, Charlie, I didn't mean to. I guess I must have grabbed you harder than I thought. I was just fooling about it. You know, it was some gossip. Not too pretty. Not someone I met up with once. It's nothing for you to read. Forget it. Charlie, don't look at me like that. It's nothing, really.
Nothing?
Of course not. Oh, good night.
Good night, Uncle Charlie. Pleasant dreams.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents William Powell and Teresa Wright in Act Two of Shadow of a Doubt.
Mr. Kennedy,
Yes, Sally?
isn't it nice that there's still time to make a New Year's resolution?
Yes, I guess January 3rd is still under the line. Why, Sally? Have you something special in mind, may I ask?
Well, I've been thinking how many women must have made up their minds that they're really going to do right by their own good looks and look their prettiest during 1944.
A very fine resolution, Sally, and one that should make life brighter for everybody.
But it's one thing to decide you ought to do that, and another thing to do it. So here's one simple, easy way I've thought of that will help any woman to be lovelier.
Aha. Something involving Lux toilet soap, maybe, Sally?
Of course. If every woman who really wants her skin to be softer, smoother, more appealing, would say to herself, I'm not going to neglect my Lux soap facials for even a single day. And if she should stick to that resolution...
In a very short time, she'd be delighted at how much nicer her skin looks.
You bet she would. Daily facials with Lux toilet soap give complexions real beauty care. Famous screen stars depend on that rich, active lather to give their skin protection it needs.
Right, Sally. 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap. It's so gentle and mild, they say, and it leaves skin feeling soft and smooth. And now, I'm going to ask the ladies in our audience to take your tips, Sally. They'll find they never made a wiser beauty resolution than to use this fine white soap regularly. Day by day, it helps skin to be lovelier. Recent tests show actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved with regular Lux toilet soap care. Why not ask for Lux toilet soap tomorrow? And if your dealer is out of stock due to wartime conditions, he's sure to have more soon. Remember, Lux toilet soap, the beauty soap of the stars, is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of Shadow of a Doubt, starring William Powell as Uncle Charlie and Teresa Wright as Charlotte. It's the following morning, and Emmy has just brought Uncle Charlie his breakfast. He sits up in bed, the tray on his knees, smiling genially at his sister.
No, I can't face the world in the morning. I must have coffee before I can speak.
Well, I don't mind cuddling you your first morning.
What are you all up to today?
Well, a young man came about an hour ago, said his name was Graham, and he wants to interview everybody in the house.
Interview everybody?
Yes, he's been sent around the country by a magazine or something, and he's to pick out representative American families and ask them questions.
How do you have to pick this family?
Well, he said he looked around and asked around, and he decided that we were the ones he wanted.
Well, if he's going to ask a lot of questions, he can leave me out of it.
Oh, why, you'd have more to tell him than any of us. He's going to take our pictures, too.
Pictures?
Yes, you see, there were really 2 young men. One takes the pictures.
Oh, there were 2 of them.
Yes, but Mr. Graham was the nicest, though.
Emmy, women are fools. They fall for anything. Now, why do you let 2 strangers come into your house and turn the place upside down? Why expose your family to a couple of snoopers? I thought you had more sense.
Oh, but Charles...
Good morning, Uncle Charlie.
Oh, good morning. Hey, your mother just been telling me about the Newtons being picked for All-American suckers. Now, look here, Emmy. I won't have anything to do with it. I'm just a visitor. My advice to you is slam the door in their faces.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Well, I think it's kind of exciting. They'd take a photograph of you, and then we could have it. It would be free.
No, thank you. I've never been photographed in my life. I don't want to be.
Why, Charles, what makes you talk that way? I had a picture of you. I gave it to Charlie.
Oh, I tell you, there are none.
Well, I guess you've forgotten all about it. Get it, Charlie.
It's right here. I think you're cute, Uncle Charlie.
Let me see. Well, I don't remember this at all.
You were 9, Charles. You had it taken to Christmas. You got your bicycle just before your accident.
Uncle Charlie, you were beautiful.
Oh, wasn't he, though? But I always said Papa should never have bought you that bicycle. Charlotte, he took it right out on the icy road and he skidded into a streetcar. We thought he was going to die.
I'm glad he didn't.
Why, he had a fractured skull, and he was laid up so long. And when he got well, there was no holding him. It was as though all that rest he got was too much for him, and he had to get into all sorts of mischief to blow off steam.
The whole world's rotten. The whole world's changed. Everything's different.
Oh, you were a wonderful boy, really, Charles.
What's the use of looking backward? What's the use of looking ahead? Today's the thing. That's my philosophy. Today.
Well, Charles, if today's the thing, you'd better get your clothes on and get to the bank. Joe will be waiting. He's going to take you into Mr. Green. He's the president.
Did you say $30,000, Mr. Spencer?
Yeah, 30, maybe 40, Mr. Green.
Well.
Yes, I thought I might settle down here for a while. Great country, great country.
We think so. What have you been doing, Mr. Spencer?
Well, I suppose you'd call me a promoter. Real estate, shipping, South America. It's not hard to make money, Mr. Green. The only trouble I find is that once I make it, I'm not interested in it.
Not interested in money?
Well.
Harry, I wonder... Oh, dear, I didn't know you were busy. I can come back.
Come in, Ella. Now that you're here, come in. Mr. Spencer, this is Mrs. Potter.
Oh, Emma's brother. Oh, we've heard so much about you, Mr. Spencer.
How do you do, Miss Potter?
Oh, no, Mrs. Potter. I'm a widow.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was something about you that made me think...
Yes?
What did you want, Ella?
Oh, well, I was going shopping and I only had $5, and I thought...
There you are. I'll make out the withdrawal slip later.
There is something to being a widow, isn't there, Mr. Spencer? One doesn't have to ask a man for money anyway. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Potter.
Now, Mr. Spencer, where were we?
Very attractive woman, that Mrs. Potter. A widow, huh?
Yes, Potter left her quite a bit of money.
You don't say.
Go ahead and get some pictures of the upstairs room, right? And then we'd like one of you, Miss Charlotte.
All right. Should I change my dress, Mr. Graham?
No, just as you are, please.
Funny you happen to choose our family. Why did you?
Oh, we looked around, asked some questions, thought you were just about what we wanted. And why not choose your family? You haven't got any skeletons in your closet, have you?
Of course we haven't. I wish we did have a few. We're pretty prosaic. You know, your picking us out as an average family gave me kind of a funny feeling.
What kind of a funny feeling?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I don't like to be an average girl in an average family.
Oh, average families are the best. Look at me. I'm from an average family.
As average as I?
Sure. Besides, I don't think you are average.
Oh, that's because you're seeing me now. You should have seen me a few days ago. I was in the dumps. And then Uncle Charlie came, and he's so wonderful he's waked us all up. He makes me feel wonderful, too.
But he only got here last night. You haven't seen him in a long time. Maybe you just think that...
I don't think. I know. It's funny. When I try to think how I feel, I always come back to Uncle Charlie. Are you trying to tell me not to think he's so wonderful?
Why would I do that? I haven't even seen him.
He's not interested in the survey, Mr. Graham. I promised him he wouldn't be bothered.
But you see, the whole idea of this thing
When
is...
someone asks for privacy, he should have it.
Okay, Miss Charlotte.
I'll take the roll of film, please.
What's the matter? I only wanted to
Give it to me.
Uncle Charlie, what's the matter?
Hey, Graham, I took some shots of the upstairs hall, and this guy was there, and he wants...
I said give me that film. I don't like to be photographed. Give it to me, please.
Give it to him, Fred.
Okay. Too bad, though. Mrs. Newton's on this roll, too.
Here.
Thank you. Sorry to trouble you.
It's all right. Oh, Miss Charlotte, I wonder if you'd show me around the town this evening. I'd like to pick up some atmosphere.
Why, of course.
Thanks. I'll drop around about 8. Come on, Saunders.
I can't get over your breaking your arm when you were 10 and my breaking my arm when I was 10 in exactly the same place.
My wanting to run away from home and you wanting to run away from home.
I didn't want to, really. It was just a gesture.
I didn't want to either. I guess I was just showing off.
Well, you don't have to show off with me. Shall we sit down?
Sure.
You know, Mr. Graham, I think you must have an awfully interesting job. Going into people's houses, asking a lot of questions. Just like an international spy. That tune you're whistling.
Yeah?
Why did you whistle that?
No particular reason. Why do you ask?
There's something strange about you. All those questions, the things you want to know.
Charlotte, listen.
I know what you are. You're a detective. There's something the matter, and you're a detective.
Listen to me.
I don't want to listen.
I came here to this town to find a man. I hadn't counted on you.
Find a man? What man?
There's a man loose in this country. We're after him. We don't know much about him. We don't even know what he looks like. Charlotte, think. How much do you know about your uncle?
Why, he's my uncle. He's my mother's brother. Well, what has he done?
Can't tell you what he's done, but this man we want may be your uncle.
I don't believe you.
We're after one man. Your uncle may be the man. We think he is. But in the east, there's another man who's being hunted, too. Hunted through Massachusetts and into Maine. He may be the man.
Uncle Charlie hasn't done anything. He knows it would kill my mother if he'd done anything. Why, he's her brother just like Roger is mine. Why don't they arrest the man in Maine? Why don't you go away and leave us alone?
Charlotte, I'm going to try and make it easy for you. If your Uncle Charlie's the man we want, we'll get him out of town quietly. We won't arrest him here.
Arrest him here? In this town?
I'm trying to tell you we won't. And he may not be the one. It may be the other guy, the one in the east.
Well, of course. It's probably all a mistake.
I hope I'm wrong. I never wanted to be wrong so much in my life.
Charlotte, the library's supposed to close at 9 o'clock sharp.
Yes, I know, Miss Corcoran. I just want to look at this newspaper.
If I make one exception, I'll have to make 1,000. Anyway, that's yesterday's paper.
It's the recipe I wanted. Someone tore it out at home.
Well, hurry up. I'm closing right away.
Police hunt murderer. Boston, Massachusetts, February 8th. In a search for the so-called Mary Widow murderer, the police have thrown a cordon around the northeastern states, and the announcement of his arrest is expected daily. All names he has used are thought to be aliases. When found, he'll be charged with the murder of 3 wealthy women. His victims have uniformly been widows of large means. His latest victim was Mrs. Bruce Mathewson, the former musical comedy star known to audiences at the beginning of this century as Teresa Shenley. P.S. From the end. The ring. P.S. Teresa Shenley.
Come on now, everybody sit down. Dinner's ready.
Where's Charlie? I haven't seen her all day. Been in her room. Had a headache.
Oh, I'm glad she's had a good rest. She's not looking like herself at all.
She was out last night with that young journalist fellow, wasn't she?
Yes, I was.
Well, here she is. Here's my girl.
Sit right down, dear.
You won't be able to sleep tonight, Charlotte. Nobody who sleeps all day can sleep all night, too.
Oh, I slept all right. And I kept dreaming. Perfect nightmares. About you, Uncle Charlie.
Nightmares? About me?
About you. I'll tell them to you if you like. You were on a train, and I had a feeling you were running away from something. And when I saw you on the train, I felt happy. Terribly happy.
But, Charlotte, how could you be happy seeing Uncle Charlie on a train? I hope he stays here forever.
Well, I suppose he'll go sometime. He has to go sometime. We have to face the facts.
Now, Charlotte, what's the matter with you?
I guess Charlie slept a little too long. She's not awake yet. I suppose that young fellow kept her out half the night.
No, she got back quite early. I was surprised.
Well, Charlie's a pretty girl. I suppose he's been hanging around today.
He called twice, but she didn't see him. Oh, Charles, you're going to kill me when you hear what I've done.
Emmy, I'd never kill you no matter what you've done.
Well, I've simply promised Mrs. Potter, the president of our club, that you'd speak to the ladies.
Oh, is that all? Well, I guess we can manage that.
For Mrs. Potter, yes. She's a widow, Uncle Charlie.
She'll be so pleased, Charles.
What kind of audience will it be?
Oh, women like myself. Pretty busy with our homes, most of us.
Yes. Yes, most women keep busy in towns like this. The cities are different. Cities are full of women, middle-aged widows. Their husbands are dead. The husbands who spent their lives making thousands, working. And then they die. Leave the money to their wives. Their silly wives. What do wives do? These useless women. You see them in hotels, best hotels, by the thousands, eating the money, drinking the money, losing the money at bridge, proud of their jewelry, proud of nothing else. Horrible, faded, fat, greedy women.
But they're alive. They're human beings.
Are they? Are they, Charlie? Are they human? Or are they just fat, wheezing animals? And what happens to animals when they get too fat and too old?
Mama, I'm going for a walk. I'll be back soon.
Charlotte! Well, what in the world is she... Roger, go after her.
No, I'll go. I'll catch up with her. Charlie, wait.
Let me go, please.
Charlie, what's the matter? Look, we can go to this bar here. I want to talk to you.
You're hurting my arm again.
Then come in with me.
I can't. I've never been in a place like this.
It's all right.
Why do you make me come in here? It's an awful place.
Well, what does it matter where you are? Sit down.
Yeah, what'll it be?
Nothing.
Bring her a ginger ale, and I'll have a double brandy.
Brandy? Okay.
What, Charlie?
Well?
You think you know something? That young fellow told you something.
Jack, why should he know anything about you?
Look, Charlie, something's come between us. And I don't want that to happen. But we're old friends. More than old friends. Like twins. You said so yourself.
Don't touch me, Uncle Charlie. Don't touch my hand.
What did he tell you? What did that boy tell you?
How could you do things like that? You're my uncle. You're my mother's brother. We thought you were the most wonderful man in the world.
Charlie, what do you know?
I want to give you back your ring, Uncle Charlie. T.S. from BM. Teresa Shenley from Bruce Mathewson. I'm going home.
No, sit down. Sit down. Charlie, you think you're the clever little girl who knows something, don't you? Well, what do you really know? You're just an ordinary little girl living in an ordinary little town. You go through your ordinary little day, and at night you sleep your untroubled, ordinary little sleep filled with pleasant, stupid dreams. And I brought you the nightmares? Or did I? You live in a dream. You're a sleepwalker. Blind. What do you know about the world? Do you know that if you rip away the fronts of houses, you'll find swine? The world is rotten. What does it matter what happens in it? Are you silly enough to imagine that what I've done is important to anyone? Wake up. Use your wits, Charlie. Learn something.
Let go of my hand. Let me alone.
Charlie, come back. You've got to listen to me, Charlie.
Oh, please.
So you think you found me out, you and your young friend, Graham?
I don't know. I'm not going to tell him what I know. He may find out, but I won't tell him.
He won't find out.
I'm only asking you one thing. Go away and leave us alone.
No. I'm staying, Charlie. I'm not going away. Charlie?
I'm going in the house.
No, but you've got to listen to me, Charlie, now.
What do you want?
Charlie, help me. Will you help me?
Help you?
Charlie, the same blood flows through our veins. A week ago, I was the end of my rope. Oh, I'm so tired, Charlie. There's an end to the amount of running a man can do. And then I got the idea of coming out here. It's my last chance. Give it to me. These men, Graham, the others, they don't know. There's another man in the East. They suspect him, too. They're trying to catch him. If they catch him... No. Give me this one chance, Charlie.
Oh, take your chances. Go.
I'll go, Charlie. If you give me a few days. Help me, Charlie. Think of your mother. It would kill your mother.
Yes, it would kill my mother. It would kill you, too, wouldn't it, Uncle Charlie? Well, you can have your few days, then get away from here.
Do you realize what it means if they get me? The electric chair.
Huh?
I count on you, Charlie. Don't forget, you said it yourself. We're not only ordinary uncle and niece. No matter what I've done, we're twins.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, before William Powell and Teresa Wright return for Act 3 of Shadow of a Doubt, Mr. DeMille presents our special guest of the evening.
America is many things. A little white house on an elm-shaded street, 50,000 people yelling at an umpire, sodas at the corner drugstore, and pretty girls who'd like to be Miss America. And we have Miss America here with us now. Ladies and gentlemen, the glamour girl of the year, Miss Jean Bartell, who is Miss America of 1943.
Mr. DeMille, I hate to disillusion you, but I'm not a glamour girl.
No, my eyes can't be that far wrong.
This year, Miss America was to be a typical American girl who might be able to carry out a mission for her country.
In ordinary years, Miss America makes theater appearances, sings in nightclubs, haunts Hollywood for a contract and usually makes herself quite a tidy little fortune. But this year things are different. The fortune is
$2.5 million.
And it went to the United States government.
Mm-hmm.
Since last September, Miss America has been going up and down America selling war bonds. I'll bet that $2.5 million represents a lot of kisses.
Not a single one.
Well, that's unheard of. You can't sell bonds without kisses.
Well, I thought the customers would rather kiss a movie star.
That's what you think. I don't want to sound like the Chamber of Commerce, but I must point out that before Jean became Miss America, she was Miss California and a co-ed at the University of California in Los Angeles. How'd you get started on the road to Atlantic City, Jean?
I was singing at a war bond rally, and someone suggested I try for the contest. The next thing I knew, someone was putting a crown on my head.
The key to a city in your pocket.
I do have quite a collection. Keys to about 40 cities, everywhere but Los Angeles.
We knew you didn't need one to get home with, Jean. What were the exciting moments of your tour?
Well, I saw snow for the first time. That was in Minneapolis. Then I had Thanksgiving dinner at 4 of New Orleans' wonderful restaurants.
I know just what you mean. I've sampled their cooking.
Those things were all fun, but I think the biggest thrills came in places like a war plant in Cleveland at 2 o'clock in the morning and a hospital in Denver late on a winter afternoon.
Did you sell bonds in the hospital?
No, I went to sing for the boys. But as I was walking around the wards, one of them called me over and said, listen, baby, I'm not very well healed with Joe at the moment, but I could manage a few war stamps. Here's the money. He was just back from North Africa.
To that boy, you were really Miss America. I suppose now that you're home in Los Angeles, you'll settle down for a good long rest.
I'm leaving tomorrow for New York to help open the 4th War Loan Drive on January the 18th. After that, I'm going to continue with my career, which is singing.
Well, I think you're singing a very sweet tune for the Treasury Department right now.
It's not a solo, Mr. DeMille. It's a chorus. A chorus of 130 million people. They know there's a war on, and they and their sons and daughters will finish it. Thank you for asking me to come here. Now I'd like to join the audience for the 3rd act. Good night.
Good night, Miss America. Your hometown is proud of you. After the mystery is solved, we'll have a chat with our stars. But now here's the curtain for the 3rd act of Shadow of a Doubt, starring William Powell and Teresa Wright. There's no longer any doubt in Charlotte's mind. She knows now that her Uncle Charlie is a criminal, a murderer. The few days' grace she gave him are almost gone, and still he hasn't left the house. Now, on a Sunday afternoon, the family is gathered in the living room, waiting for dinner.
How was church, Charlie? Did you count the house? Turn anybody away?
No, seats enough for everyone.
Yeah, glad to hear it. Joe's had such a long run, I thought maybe attendance might be falling off.
We prayed for you, Uncle Charlie. At least I did.
Thanks.
Say, here's an interesting thing.
What's that, Joe?
The paper here. Says they got that Mary Widow murderer.
They got him? Where?
Up in Maine, Portland. Didn't catch him exactly. He was running from police to the airport. He ran plunk into the propeller of an airplane. Cut him to pieces.
Well, what do you know? Yeah, I guess that solves that case. I guess that solves it, Charlie.
Yes, Uncle Charlie.
Well, I think I'll wash up for dinner. I'm hungry. I don't know when I've been so hungry.
Charlotte, that young reporter fellow's here. He wants to see you. Well, tell him to wait out in front. I'll be right there.
See you at dinner, Charlie?
Yes, of course.
Fine.
Then we got a wire from Maine. They called us off the job. I'm just coming up for air.
Well, me too. Now that it's over, Jack, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to pretend that nothing ever happened.
Well, you won't have to pretend much. Nothing did happen. I'm glad you never did know what we suspected your uncle of.
Yes.
Well, I guess that's all. Well, look, Charlotte, Saunders and
I know. You have to go away.
Yes.
I knew you'd have to go away, but I haven't thought about it. I'll be alone again.
Alone? In that beehive you live in? Besides, I'm coming back.
Well, when? When are you coming back?
As soon as I can make it.
I don't want you to go. I feel...
How do you feel? You're not frightened now, are you, Charlotte?
Frightened?
Oh, I know what I did to you. And don't think I haven't tossed around every night for a week worrying about you.
Why? Why, Jack?
I don't know.
I guess it's probably because I'm in love with you.
Are you?
That's why I'm coming back.
Oh?
I thought if we got engaged now, today I mean, why, then maybe we could get married when I get back.
I suppose it is better to be engaged for a while, even if it is only for a little while.
We'll get married. That's all there is to it. Oh, Charlotte.
Oh, there. Oh, hello, Mr. Spencer. I was just saying goodbye to Charlotte.
Oh, all finished here?
All finished. I'll be back. You'll be seeing me around.
Oh, yeah?
Not on business, though.
Well, sometimes I'm pretty obtuse, but I think I understand about your coming back. Well, Charlie's a fine girl.
I think so, too. Goodbye, Mr. Spencer.
Goodbye.
Bye, Charlotte.
Goodbye. Come back soon, Jack.
You bet.
Take good care of her, Mr. Spencer.
Oh, I will. I certainly will. Fine boy, Charlie. Fine boy.
When are you leaving, Uncle Charlie?
Oh, no need to hurry now. We're all happy here.
When are you leaving, Uncle Charlie?
Look, I just told your mother. I'm going to build a new house for you folks. Give it to you.
When are you leaving?
Well, I'm not going. I want to settle down here. Have money in the bank. Have some sort of business. Be a part of this family.
I see.
And the most sensible thing for you to do is to be friends with me. I can do a lot for you, Charlie. Make life easier for your mother. Make you all happy.
No, not you. We don't want anything from you. I wish I'd told my mother about you. I wish I had.
And how do you think your mother would have felt? What do you think it'll do to her now?
I know. Don't be afraid. I can't tell her.
Oh, but I'm not afraid, Charlie. And what have you to tell? Who'd believe you? A waltz runs through your head. You don't like the initials in a ring. You connect it all up with a newspaper clipping. And now you haven't the ring. I don't know what became of it.
You have it.
Have I? Oh, no, I gave it to you.
I don't want you here, Uncle Charlie. I don't want you to touch my mother. So go away. I'm warning you. Go away.
She's the only one of those. The only one. If it weren't for her, I'd never have to worry. I'd be safe. Safe.
Hurry up, Joe. We'll be late for the lecture.
Is Uncle Charlie going to speak, Mama?
Yes, dear. Now, you get your coat. It's almost 8 o'clock. Where's Charlotte?
She went out to the garage to get the car.
Oh, Roger, when the lecture's over, we're having company here. They're all coming home with us. But you're not to...
Something's happened to Charlotte.
Anne.
In the garage. Something's happened. I think she's dead. Charlotte!
Charlotte, dear, are you all right, darling?
Yes.
Oh, sure, she's fine, Emmy. Don't worry. See? She's fine now.
She was locked in the garage. I heard the car running. I opened the garage door, and she was lying there on the floor.
Carbon monoxide. Very common type of accident.
Charlotte, how did it happen, dear?
It was so funny. When I went to get the car, the motor was running. I couldn't find the key. The key was gone, and then I heard the garage door close behind me.
It must have been the wind.
Yes, the wind, but the keys. Why weren't they in the car?
Why, they were, Charlie. When Anne found you, I went in and turned off the motor myself.
Oh, I see. It was you, Uncle Charlie.
Yes, I turned off the motor.
I see.
Well, come on now. I'll carry you upstairs.
No, Charlotte. I don't want him to carry me. I'm all right, Mama.
Well, I'll call and postpone the lecture.
No, Mama, please go. I want you to go, all of you. Please.
All right, dear. All right.
Fine speech there, Mr. Spencer. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I thought it was wonderful.
Thank you, Mrs.
Have
Potter.
a drop of wine, Mrs. Potter? Why, I believe I will.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to propose a toast to... Oh, is that Charlie? Charlie, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right now, thank you. I feel fine.
My favorite little niece. Well, now, you don't think you ought to be in bed, Charlie?
Oh, no, I wanted to come down. I wanted to show everybody my new ring.
Your ring?
The one you gave me, Uncle Charlie. I found it. You know where? In your room. I must have gone in and left it there. Force of habit.
Oh, yes, probably.
It's a beautiful ring, dear. Just beautiful.
Yes, it has an inscription, too. Shall I show it, Uncle Charlie, or shall we keep our little secret?
Charlie.
Oh, do show it.
Well, Uncle Charlie?
We'll talk it over later. Charlie, you're just in time for a farewell toast. I I hate to break the news like this, but tomorrow I must leave Santa Rosa.
Oh, you can't leave us that way.
Children, we better get off or the train will stop with us. Goodbye, Tom.
Goodbye, Emmy. I will. You write me.
I'm coming.
Oh, Charlie, wait. I'll go out the platform with you.
Goodbye, Uncle Charlie.
We've got a minute or two. I want to speak to you.
Well, I've got to get off.
Oh, but there's plenty of time.
Charles, do you think What? That was Mrs. Potter.
Oh, was it?
The widow Potter. Is she going with you?
Oh, now, don't be a little fool.
You know that I know about you, don't you, Uncle Charlie? And if I ever hear or read about anything, well, you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
You're being a foolish girl.
I'm warning you.
Charlie, listen.
The train's moving.
Charlie.
Let me go.
No, Charlie, listen. You did a fine thing for your mother. Right not to let her know.
My arm, you're hurting me.
You're not getting off yet, Charlie. Wait a while. You see? We can just open the door like this.
What are you doing? What?
Then you can get off in just a minute or two.
You're mad. You're a mad.
Wait, just a little faster. A little faster. I don't want you to be hurt, so just a little faster. Don't scream. No, Charlie, it's all simple, isn't it? She tried to get off while the train was moving. She was killed. Nice girl. Too bad. Now, Charlie. Now. Don't fight, Charlie. It's better for you if you don't. Oh!
Miss, what is it? Mary, Charlie fell off the train. They held a funeral yesterday. The minister said that Santa Rosa had gained and lost a son that we could all be proud of. They didn't know.
Charlotte, I wish I'd been here. If you'd only told me, darling.
I couldn't. He was my uncle.
I know.
He thought the world was a horrible place. He couldn't have been very happy ever.
No.
He didn't trust people. He hated them. He hated the whole world.
Do you, Charlotte?
Hate the world? No. Oh, it sometimes needs a lot of watching, I guess. Seems to go to pieces now and then, like him. But it gets better. Almost in spite of itself, it gets better, and there's still love in the world. So much love.
There isn't a shadow of a doubt about the kind of acting we heard tonight. And here are William Powell and Teresa Wright for a well-deserved curtain call.
Thank you, Cecil. You know, this was really the first time I've been connected with a drama where I played opposite a beautiful girl named Charlie.
The first play I ever heard of where Bill Powell turned out to be the murderer. What would the Thin Man say?
Now, we'll try and get you on the right side of the law next time, Bill. Did you know, by the way, that your co-star holds one of the most unusual records in Hollywood?
Well, she became a star just about overnight.
Now, in addition to that, and this can only be whispered, Teresa has never been seen in a nightclub.
That's practically a scandal in Hollywood.
I may never live it down.
We'll forgive you if you keep up the standard of performance you've already set. What was your background in the theater, Teresa?
I played in summer stock. Naturally, that included building scenery, wrestling props, painting backdrops, taking tickets, and sweeping up the theater.
That sounds like old home week to me.
Then, just before Mr. Goldwyn brought me to Hollywood, I was in Life with Father in New York.
From Life with Father to Life with Goldwyn.
Sam and I started in the picture business together more than 30 years ago. He's a good showman, and I'll bet he's got something special in mind for you now.
I believe the picture will be called Those Endearing Young Charms.
Well, that's a perfect title for you, Teresa. You know, we're kind of in the endearing young charms business ourselves.
If you mean Lux soap, Mr. DeMille, you're absolutely right. It endeared itself to me when I was quite young, and everyone knows it's very helpful in keeping a charming complexion.
Now, for proof of that, Teresa, I refer the Lux audience to any photograph that does you justice.
And that comes from an experienced judge of beauty. Now, what's on the docket next week, Cecil?
It's the current Warner Brothers success, The Constant Nymph. And our stars will be Charles Boyer and Maureen O'Sullivan. The Constant Nymph is the story of a composer and a girl whose deep affection and sacrifice inspires his work. It was a great favorite on Broadway and has just become a hit motion picture.
I think you'll repeat that success on the air, Cecil. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. The next time we have a murder case, Bill, we'll send for you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very fine New Year's gift has just come to the Lux Radio Theater. This program has been named radio's #1 dramatic production of 1943 in 2 different polls. One conducted by Radio Daily, the other by Motion Picture Daily. We're grateful to the editors and to you, our audience, for this honor. We'll regard it as a challenge for all of 1944. And now, I'd like to tell you about a new radio program that starts this week. On Wednesday night, over these same stations, Frank Sinatra, he of the famous voice, will begin a show of his own with Bert Wheeler. Ginger Rogers will be Frank's first guest. And I understand Mrs. Nussbaum is coming over from the Jack Benny Show. The Vims Chorus and Orchestra rounds out a program that I think will be an important radio event of the week. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Charles Boyer and Maureen O'Sullivan in The Constant Nymph. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Shadow of a Doubt was produced by Universal Pictures, whose current release is the Walter Wanger production Gung Ho, starring Randolph Scott. Teresa Wright will co-star with Gary Cooper in the International Pictures production Casanova Q. Brown. Heard in tonight's play were Ed Emerson as Jack, Regina Wallace as Mrs. Newton, Norman Field as Mr. Newton, and Verna Felton, Mary Lou Harrington, Tommy Cook, Leo Cleary, Charlotte Treadway, Myra Marsh, Buck Woods, and Charles Field. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas by shortwave through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Charles Boyer and Maureen O'Sullivan in The Constant Nymph.
Want to know a secret?
Your ration points go farther, go further, go farther. Your ration points go farther, further when you're cooking with fries.
Yes, ma'am. Spry's the buy. Gives lighter cakes, crispy, digestible fried foods, mouth-melting pastry. Tomorrow, ask your grocer for Spry shortening. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Joseph Cotton, Valley, and Louis Jourdan in The Paradine Case. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The Cosmopolitan Touch brings distinction to the Lux Radio Theater tonight with 3 great stars from as many nations. First, there's one of our top American favorites, Joseph Cotton. And joining him are 2 of David O. Selznick's most important discoveries, the lovely and talented Valley from Italy, and from France, the accomplished Louis Jourdan. The play which stars these 3 together is Mr. Selznick's 10th dramatic hit of the current screen, The Paradine Case, which adds to the international flavor with its highly emotional setting of a London murder trial. And there's another international favorite involved in this production, too, That's Lux Toilet Soap. For wherever beautiful women are found, in Hollywood and all over the world, they've chosen Lux Soap Care to guard that beauty. It's curtain time now for the Paradine Case, and here's the first act, starring Joseph Cotton as Tony Keene, Valley as Mrs. Paradine, and Louis Jourdain as Latour. A few days ago, the London newspapers announced the death of a celebrated war hero, Colonel Richard Paradine. His death was sudden. There was a police investigation with a startling development.
Don't worry about anything, Mrs. Paradine. We'll have you out of here as soon as possible. As soon as possible.
It's incredible, Sir Simon. They came to my home, 2 policemen. They arrested me. They say my husband was poisoned.
Inspector Ambrose will be back in a moment, my dear. Let's not waste any words. You don't have to tell me that the police are making a terrible mistake. But above all things, we mustn't despair. You're not despairing, are you?
No, I'm not despairing.
Now, let's see. They'll read the charge and ask if you've anything to say. I think you'd better say no. Is that understood?
The trial. Who's to defend me? You?
Oh, dear me, no. I'm no criminal lawyer, Mrs. Paradine. But you'll have one of the most distinguished leaders of the bar. You've heard of Anthony Keene?
Yes, I think so.
He's very good at this sort of thing. He's a friend of mine. I'm sure you'll like him.
That's not as important as his liking me, is it?
I think he will. Yes, I'm sure he will.
Tony, what's the matter, dear? You're miles away.
Just been thinking, Gay. That case Simmy wants me to take Mrs. Paradine.
I don't believe she did it, Tony. Nice people just don't go about murdering other nice people.
So you think she's nice?
A photograph looks nice. A little too beautiful, maybe, but anyone who was nice wouldn't have married a blind man, even though he was so rich.
Nice people never murder their husbands, It's amazing that 11 years of wedlock with an incurable realist hasn't altered a single one of your lovely delusions about nice people.
But you've changed, Tony.
Have I?
11 years ago, you wouldn't have taken on this Paradine case.
That's nonsense. I never turned down a thumping big fee then any more than now. You still love me, though.
A little.
Yeah. I'm not really mental, you know, not entirely.
But, darling, Simmy and Judy, they're coming to dinner.
Now, who's the realist now?
Tony, you are taking the keys, aren't you?
I suppose so. I'm meeting her tomorrow. Simmy, I'll wait for you.
And here's the great man himself, Mrs. Paradine, Anthony Keene. You can take heart, my dear. We've got the Royal Marines on our side.
You're going to defend me.
The Royal Marines look forward to very little trouble, Mrs. Paradine. A brief skirmish, and you'll be lunching at the Savoy again.
Really? I haven't been thinking about lunching at the Savoy. I keep hearing people all the time saying that I married a helpless blind man for his money and then killed him for his money.
No.
And what will they say of Richard? It makes him out such a fool for loving me.
We'll have answers for whatever they say. You loved him, and he needed you.
You know that?
Weren't you his eyes?
I was, of course. I had to be.
Had to be, Mrs. Paradine? Had to be? You must mind your verbs, my dear.
Sir Simon means that it was voluntary service. You devoted your whole life to Richard Paradine freely, gladly.
Yes. Yes, I see what you mean.
I am sure it would be better to regard it in that light. Now, I don't know, Mrs. Paradine, whether or not Mr. Keene intends to put you in the witness box, but if he does...
I don't think we need trouble, Mrs. Paradine, with all that just now, Simmy.
When will I see you again?
Just as soon as I've gone over the details with Sir Simon. You've told him everything we should know.
Of course. Thank you deeply.
Until next time, Mrs. Paradine.
Aren't you going to bed, darling?
For a little while, Gay.
Did you see Mrs. Paradine today?
Mm-hmm.
What's she like?
Strangely attractive. Oh, I'm sure you'd think so anyway.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. She's cost me too much.
Cost you? Oh, of course, our anniversary and that trip I promised you. Why, We'll still make it, maybe before the case even comes to trial.
But it's all right, darling.
Gay, but honestly, I was thinking just today how much fun it would be to go to Italy.
Italy? I thought we talked of Switzerland.
I know, but well, Italy somehow seems so much more colorful. We could go back to Venice, get in the gondola.
Oh, darling.
Oh, it's so amusing.
Nothing. I can't imagine anything more wonderful than being in a gondola, can we?
Well,
it's just that you're so transparent.
Oh.
You're such a devious kind of barrister.
You're pretty devious yourself right now.
Mrs. Paradine is strangely attractive. And isn't Italy colorful? So.
Oh, of all the idiots.
I bet it might please you to know I can be jealous.
You really think I'm interested in a woman who...
Silly, of course you're not interested. And I'm glad you're not getting so old you can't admire an attractive woman.
Well, I'd better get back to work.
Trouble, dear?
No, not exactly, but I thought Semmy would have a lot more information to give me.
But can't she give it to you, Mrs. Paradine?
Yes, of course. I'll see her in the morning.
But I've told you, Mr. Keene, my past is of no concern to anyone but my husband and myself. And my husband is dead.
Don't you understand, Mrs. Paradine? The prosecution always tries to tear down the character of the defendant. Naturally, I wouldn't like them to have the advantage of me.
You think they may discover something?
Well, if there is anything to discover, at least anything that you think might be embarrassing. Mrs. Paradine, it's essential that I have your cooperation.
Forgive me if I've been difficult. It will not shock you, I assume, to learn that I am a woman who, what would you say, a woman who has seen a great deal of life.
Oh, please, don't mistake my persistence for any lack of sympathy.
When I was still in school at Naples, it began. I ran away with a man.
He was much older, of course, rich, took advantage of your youth.
He was married, respected. I took advantage of him. Then as suddenly as it began, it ended. He wearied of me, I wearied of him. What difference does it make?
There were others?
Of course there were others. We cannot hide these things. You said we cannot hide them, Mr. Keene. Let's drag them out. Let them hang me for the past and be done with it.
No, you mustn't feel like that. We won't permit them to make anything of it.
My poor husband. How he would have hated all this. He gave me his name, his fine name. He depended upon me to protect it.
Well, he knew about you?
I kept nothing from him. He was so good. He trusted me.
We'll get you free, Mrs. Paradine. Trust me.
I shall.
And
I do.
You still have no idea of how your husband met his death.
I've told you so many times. I don't know, Mr. Keene. I don't know.
But I still say, Tony, why not let the Crown have the burden of proof? They say she poisoned her husband. We'll let them prove it.
Semmy, what possible objection could you have to our proving that Paradine committed suicide? He was ill, depressed.
I just think it's dangerous.
Blind men have committed suicide before. We have only to decide who helped Paradine to do it. That's simple. Paradine's valet, that fellow Latour.
Latour worshipped him. He guided Paradine's every step like a mother hen.
It's after midnight.
Darling, I know it's after midnight, but I'm not sleepy and I've work to do.
Well, Semmy looks dead.
Well, he isn't dead.
Quite right, my dear. I only look dead.
Judy just left. I told you he was still here.
I wish that daughter of mine would let me manage my declining years by myself.
I'll tell her tomorrow. We're having lunch, you know.
Latour is our man, Semmy. Who more likely to help Paradine out of his misery?
I can't think of anyone less likely.
A devoted, grateful servant and war companion who would do anything to help end his master's suffering.
Well, it won't wash, Tony. Let's face it, Paradine was murdered.
Do you think she killed him?
It's what the Crown will try to prove. We have to prepare ourselves to answer the Crown on Mrs. Paradine.
I'll have the answer.
With facts?
Well, to begin with, we have the very obvious fact that Mrs. Paradine is not a murderess.
Really?
She's too fine a person.
I was under the impression that she's been a woman of very low estate and rather easy virtue.
You're an insufferable snob. I only hope the Crown says that just once.
Sorry, Tony. I hadn't realized the extent to which she has impressed you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Whatever you think it means, my boy, be careful, Tony.
I said I'll get her off, and I will.
Of course. I was just thinking of you. And Gay.
true, isn't it, Mrs. Paradine? Latour worshipped your husband.
Yes, it's true.
So if Colonel Paradine wanted to die, there was only one person he could turn to. Isn't that right?
I wouldn't say that. That Andre helped him.
Andre? You call him Andre, a valet?
Excuse me, I'm not too well trained in the more subtle snobberies of your class.
My class? I'm afraid you don't know me very well. I'm a bit confused, Mrs. Paradine. You seem very eager to protect Latour from even suspicion of being involved.
Well, this is impossible. You spoke as my rescuer. Talked of a brief skirmish, and
So I did. Well, we'll drop Latour for the time being.
And go on to what, Mr. Keene?
I don't know exactly, but... Well, we've time yet before the trial. I'll keep you well advised, Mrs. Paradine.
Now, look here, Judy. Daughter or not, you've no right
Oh, stop it, darling. You know I'm right. Now, why has Tony dropped the suicide angle and the valet?
I didn't say he dropped it. He just wasn't able to talk Mrs. Paradine into it.
Has he got a substitute?
I don't know. He's going to Cumberland to investigate Hindley Hall. That's Paradine Country House.
But Paradine died in London. And why would Hindley Hall be open?
Well, it's not really open. There's just the housekeeper and... Look here, Judy.
Is that handsome young valet there? Of course he is. Tony's going up there because he thinks there was something between Mrs. Paradine and Latour.
Oh, absurd.
Is it? Well, why are you looking so funny? Or did you have the same idea? And he's jealous. Oh, my heavens, Tony's jealous of that valet.
Judy, of all the...
Have you ever known Tony to visit any other clients so often in jail?
Tony's in love with his wife, and you know it.
If he lets Gay down after all these years...
Oh, go on. Leave me alone.
The best men always end up with the worst women. Tony's after her boyfriend, and that's why he's going to Cumberland. I'm right, aren't I?
I'll not be treated as a hostile witness by my own flesh and blood.
I just wish I were married to Tony for just 1 hour. I'd make him jump through hoops.
I wish you were married to someone, my angel. Perhaps he could put up with your claptrap better than I can.
What's she like, Father? What's she really like?
Fascinating. I'm an old ruin, Judy, but she certainly brings my pulse up a beat or two.
Poor Gay.
Still working, Tony? I just wanted to say good night. Sorry if I didn't seem quite myself this evening. Because I have a headache.
I'm a bit on the ragged side myself.
Tony, could we get away just for a little while? You do need a rest. I've never seen you quite like this before.
I'll be all right.
Even if it's only for a few days. For our anniversary, you did promise.
Really, darling, there are some things more important than anniversaries.
You didn't used to think so.
Matter of fact, I have to go away. Colonel Paradine had a country place up in Cumberland. I thought I might nose around a bit.
Oh, but that sounds wonderful. You won't be busy all the time.
Darling, it's only for a day or two, and it wouldn't be any fun for you. You see that, don't you?
Yes, I see.
This is the place for you. Warm, cozy, protected. I want to keep all this ugly business away from you.
But can you?
What do you mean? I'm to always? What are you afraid of?
Need I say?
Now, listen, darling. This settles it. Nothing is worth this kind of trouble between us. I won't go on with this case at all.
Totally.
I mean it. Simi can get someone else.
But what will she say?
What the devil does it matter what she says? We'll leave for Switzerland.
Oh, God.
What's the matter now?
Nothing's the matter. Just thank you. I knew you couldn't have changed that much.
What do you say, Lucerne Emirates?
No, Tony, neither. You're going up to Cumberland, and then you're coming back and going into court.
No, I am tired, is what you said, and you're right.
Not too tired, dear. And you're the only man who can save her.
Oh, you've always had such big ideas about me.
No, darling, I haven't. Besides, I wouldn't like a woman to be hanged. Any woman. Just because my husband had a rendezvous with her. In jail.
Gay, you'll come to Cumberland with me. We can...
I'll be waiting here, Tony. Cozy, comfortable, and protected. Good night, darling.
Yes? Well, Mr. Latour.
Can I have a word with you, Mr. Keene?
Well, don't they announce callers at this inn? How did you know this was my room?
I saw you come up from the lakeshore, and then this light went on.
Oh, you've been watching the inn for some time?
Yes.
Huh.
I walked over from Hindley Hall. It came to my mind it would be well to see you.
What is it you want with me?
I beg your pardon, sir, but I thought it was you who wanted to see me.
What caused you to think that?
You came to the hall today.
I didn't go to the hall to see you. I came to see the house.
But when I met you at the gate, you asked my name. You said you wanted to speak to me later.
Only you disappeared. Why?
I don't know. I think first... No, I don't want to talk to him. And then I think perhaps I'm wrong.
I just remember this, Latour. You forced yourself on me. You're not one of my witnesses, and it would be most improper for me to try to establish contact with you.
But you wanted to see me.
You choose to say so. But it so happens that it's my business, my job, to save the life of your employer.
I beg your pardon, sir. She's not my employer. I served Colonel Paradine.
Have that your own way. But I insist upon knowing what you're here for now.
I know why you wanted to see me. She sent you.
She? Mrs. Paradine doesn't even know that I'm here. She had nothing to do with my coming.
It seems I'm wrong, then.
Why would she send me?
She'd have her reasons. Mr. Keene, you may not think it, but you're on the wrong side, sir, and I tell you so.
You'd better make yourself clear.
You have only known Mrs. Paradine since she is in prison. Is it not so?
Yes.
Then how can you know her? If you did, I shouldn't need to tell you that only Almighty God, or the Black Devil himself, knows what's going on in that head of hers.
I won't hear anything more against her.
I know what I'm talking about. I know her. If ever there was an evil woman, she's one.
Would you mind getting out of here? I said get out.
Very good, sir, as you wish. If you'll allow me, sir, I'm very sorry for you. And God help you.
After an intermission, we'll bring you Act 2 of the Paradine Case. And now, our Hollywood reporter, Livy Collins. Who's in the limelight tonight, Livy?
One of the best-known and best-liked stars in Hollywood, Mr. Keeley, Joan Crawford.
You know, Livy, I always look forward to a Joan Crawford picture. You know, Joan makes any role she plays, well, convincing and dramatic.
And in her latest picture, Warner Brothers' Flamingo Road, she plays a most demanding part with her usual finesse.
Yes, it's certainly a picture full of tense situations, with Sidney Greenstreet outdoing himself as a ruthless villain.
Oh, he is really frightening. I don't wonder he drives poor Zachary Scott to ruin in Flamingo Road. But in the harrowing climax, Joan comes out the winner.
And there's a lighter side, too. As a carnival dancer, Joan really earns your admiration.
Yes, indeed. She wears some handsome costumes, too. And she's beautiful in the close-ups. The modeling of her face is perfect from any angle.
Add that quality to a lovely Lux complexion, Libby.
And you have the cameraman's dream girl, John.
Well, Joan Crawford has been a Lux soap fan for years. I guess that proves it's a complexion care that works.
Yes. Joan tells me she's really grateful for the special care Lux soap facials give her skin.
Those facials give a $1 million complexion just the gentle, protecting care it needs. Skin specialists have proved it, too. Tests showed in 3 out of 4 cases, skin became softer and smoother in a short time.
No wonder this fragrant white soap with a delicate perfume is Hollywood's own beauty soap.
So be sure to get some Lux toilet soap tomorrow. It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of the Paradine Case, starring Joseph Cotton as Tony Keene, Valley as Mrs. Paradine, and Louis Jourdain as Latour. The defense of Madalena Paradine is far more than just another case to Anthony Keene. Almost against his will, he's fallen under the charm of a lovely woman. And back now in London, his first call is at Holloway Prison.
Mr. Keene, I thought you'd forgotten me.
Forgotten you? I've been up to Hindley Hall.
Why? Why did you go there?
I thought it might help me to know more about your background. I went through the house, into your room.
And spoke to him?
I saw Latour, Mrs. Paradine. At first he avoided me, then he came to the inn to see me.
Indeed. And what did my husband's valet have to say about me?
I beg you, don't behave this way with me.
I don't know what you mean.
Latour hates you. Don't you know that? He despises you.
He despises old women.
He hates you, and he'll tell the jury why he hates you. Can't you see that?
Of course I see. You needn't explain these things as though I were a child.
Then listen to me. We'll go to trial soon. The presiding judge is a man named
Horfield. It's not what you'd call a friend of mine exactly, but Horfield doesn't bother me. It's only that
I bother you?
I want to save you. I want to fight for you, but I can't, working like this in the dark. I can't sleep. I can't work. I can't think.
I don't understand you, Mr. Keene. You were so sure of yourself. What has happened to you?
Tell me this much. Is it possible that Latour hates you because you made him disloyal to your husband?
That's enough, Mr. Keene.
What existed between you and Latour?
I will not be treated in this manner by my own counsel. I prefer that you give up the case.
No. I must try to help you. I don't think anyone else can. My personal feelings are such that...
You must forgive me if I regard my life as more important.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Abjectly.
I'm a little tired. You're not yourself either. Perhaps tomorrow, Mr. Keene, we can...
Yes, of course. I'll come back tomorrow.
In here, dear. You're just in time for tea.
Hello, John.
How was the journey?
Oh, not very interesting. Tremendous estate. Rather what you'd expect, you know. The Lake District.
Would you rather I didn't talk?
What is it you want to know about Gay? Oh. No, you've been reading the newspaper. Mrs. Paradine's counsel visits her in jail.
It's a good picture of you, darling.
I suppose you hate her, don't you?
I won't deny there have been moments these past weeks when I've wished the worst for her. It's not easy to face the thought of losing you.
Gay, must
Let
you
me
make
finish, dear. I've come to a conclusion.
Conclusion?
I want her to live. I hope she goes free. Free to kill, to take other women's husbands, or to do anything else that comes into that beautiful head of hers.
You can't really care what happens to her.
But I do. Oh, not for any noble reasons, but because I want all this business over and done with. An ending or being all mixed up, part lawyer, part lover.
Oh, what nonsense.
All right, frustrated lover, then. Yes. And part husband still. Because you're not finished with me, Tony. You wouldn't have come back here if you were. I know the depth of your feeling for me.
Okay,
I'm counting on your feeling for me. All I ask is that she lives, so the fight can be an even one. Because if she dies, you're lost to me forever. You'll go on thinking you love her, imagining her as your great lost love. But you don't love her, Tony. No, you don't. There are lots of things I don't know, but there's one thing I know better than anyone else. I know you. I want you to win this case, Tony. I want you to get her free. I've made my speech. If it comes to being married to a lawyer, I'll go up in chains.
I may win this case or lose it sooner than we thought.
Oh?
Trial has been moved up.
But are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. We'll go to court the day after tomorrow.
And for the jurisdiction of the Central Criminal Court, draw near now and give your attendance, God save the King.
The prisoner will stand. Adelina Paradine, you are charged with the murder of Richard Patrick Paradine on May the 6th last. Are you guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
I stay, Judy. I can't. I never should have come in the first place.
Of course you stay. Tony doesn't know you're here, and he can't possibly see you. Just two more dim faces up here in the gallery.
I shouldn't be here.
The prosecution will proceed.
Thank you, Milord. It is a simple statement of fact that on the night of May 6th, Richard Paradine, a blind man, died as the result of a murderous dose of poison. We also know that earlier in the evening, a quarrel took place, in which the participants were Mrs. Paradine, Colonel Paradine, and his faithful servant and comrade-in-arms, André Latour. Gentlemen of the jury, you are all probably aware of the Colonel's heroic character. One looks back upon his life with humility and pride. Suddenly, in the service of his country, he's doomed to darkness and the life of an invalid. It was then that he met and married the dependent. Outwardly, this woman was a model of patience. Heaven only knows what sultry fires were banked within. But she had patience. She could bide her time. This is indeed no ordinary woman.
May cross-examine if it wishes.
Thank you, my lord. Now then, Mr. Larkin, as Colonel Paradine's butler, you served him dinner in his room, after which he asked for a glass of Burgundy wine at his bedside. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did he usually drink Burgundy?
It didn't agree with him, sir, but sometimes...
I thank you, that is all.
But if you're still implying that the master committed suicide...
Please, I said that is all.
Just a moment, Mr. Larkin.
Yes, my lord.
You told the jury that Colonel Paradine did not usually take Burgundy because it disagreed with him. Did he dislike Burgundy?
Oh, no, my lord. On the contrary.
He was very fond of Burgundy, but seldom dared take it?
Yes, my lord. That is correct.
Thank you.
Well, Judge Horsfield just killed Tony's point.
How? What do you mean?
By making it clear there was nothing so unusual about his drinking Burgundy.
You will pardon me, Mr. Keene. I was anxious that the point should be clear.
Thank you, my lord. I'm obliged to your lordship.
Has the Crown any questions?
Oh, no questions, my lord. Will the clerk call Andre Latour, please?
Take the testament in your right hand, Mr. Latour, and repeat the oath.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Your name?
Andre Latour.
You were born in Canada and served in the war with Colonel Paradine?
Yes, sir.
You won the Distinguished Conduct Medal and Bar for gallantry in the field?
That is so, sir.
At the time of Colonel Paradine's death, you were employed as his valet and confidential companion. You were very much attached to Colonel Paradine, were you not?
He was the finest man I ever knew.
Mr. Latour, at about 8 o'clock on the night of May 6th, you heard the service bell ringing. You went to the Colonel's room. You saw the Colonel and Mrs. Paradine facing each other. Is that correct?
It is, sir.
What happened then, Latour?
Colonel Paradine was very angry with me.
His exact words, if you please.
He said, "Do I understand you're going to leave me now when I need you the most?" So I asked him who told him such a thing. He said, "She did, Miss Paradine."
Had you any intention of leaving him?
No, sir. She just wanted to get rid of me.
Did you remain in the room?
No, sir. The Colonel ordered me to leave.
Did you return to the room?
Yes, sir. About an hour later.
Now, listen carefully. Was Mrs. Paradine still in the room?
She was in the hallway, outside.
You're certain of that?
I am.
Is it your impression that the lady was passing directly from Colonel Paradine's bedroom to her own?
Yes, sir.
Your witness, Mr. Keene?
Mr. Latour, just a point or two about the years you spent in Canada.
I'm sorry, Mr. Keene, but the hour's getting late. We will adjourn until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
My lord, I should like to examine the witness.
Mr. Keene, you shall have all the time you wish in the morning.
Very well, my lord.
And the Central Criminal Court is again in session.
What's the judge got against Tony, Gay?
I don't know.
Well, maybe he had a better breakfast this morning. Look, that's Latour down there. He lied like mad yesterday.
Or else he's keeping something back.
I'm glad I'm not in his shoes right now. Watch Tony tear him apart. Just you watch.
Now then, Mr. Latour, does the name Margaret Wells convey anything to you?
Yes, sir.
Well, what does it convey to you? No answer? Well, let me try to help your memory. I claim that some years ago in Canada, you were engaged to one Margaret Wells and that on your wedding day she rode off with a farmer named Albert Troop.
That is finished. That is in the past.
Your point may be relevant, Mr. Keene. Its relevance escapes me.
My lord, I submit that the witness has shown an almost pathological bias against not only my client, but against all women.
Mr. Keene, after seeing our handsome witness, I should be inclined to regard the young lady's behavior as pathological, not his.
Mr. Latour, were you aware that Colonel Paradine made a will in which he left you £4,000? Well, it's a very simple question.
Colonel Paradine told me he might leave me a little something, but I didn't know about the will, sir.
You mean he told you he was going to leave you this legacy, but you doubted his word?
No, sir, I did not doubt his word.
Then you believed it?
Yes, sir.
You knew you would receive such a legacy on his death?
We never discussed it. I didn't think about it. Yes, sir. I knew.
You don't remember very easily, do you, Latour? And did you or did you not repeatedly hear Colonel Paradine say that he wished to be dead?
That he wished he was dead, sir?
That he was sick of life and wished to be dead?
He said a lot of things when he was angry about his blindness. I didn't take much notice.
You didn't take much notice. Very well. Tell the court, please, exactly what happened at about 8 o'clock on the evening of May 6th.
You want me to go over my evidence again?
No, Latour, I do not want you to go over that evidence again. I charge that your evidence was a tissue of lies, that you were trying to cover up what really happened. There is another person in this court who was also there, who knows what happened. Remember that.
What is your question, Mr. Keene?
I asked Mr. Latour if he still wishes to swear that Mrs. Paradine invented a cock and bull story about his leaving the Colonel's employ, and that this started the quarrel.
Yes, sir, she did.
It would be your word against her word against yours.
Yes, sir, and so it was then with the Colonel.
So you're asking his lordship and the jury to believe that after your years of devoted service, Colonel Paradine had absolutely no faith in your word of honor? I put it to you, Latour, that your story is a pack of lies. Do you persist in it?
If she says the contrary, she'd better...
Well, what were you going to say?
The witness will answer the question.
I stick to what I said before.
If you don't mind, Latour. Did the butler tell you about putting the glass of Burgundy at the Colonel's bedside?
Yes.
Well, was that unusual?
Maybe so.
No, maybe about it. Was it or wasn't it?
It was, sir.
And after he told you this, you went upstairs again?
Yes.
Why?
I had no special reason, sir.
Shortly before, the Colonel had denounced you for deserting him, and yet you went upstairs for no special reason?
I was unhappy about being on bad terms with him. I wished to make it up with him.
Very well. You knocked at his door and went in?
I did not go in.
Why not?
The Colonel told me to go away.
You have stated that you saw someone else in the hall.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Paradine.
And what was she doing?
Going to her bedroom.
Mrs. Paradine's bedroom was directly across the hall from Colonel Paradine's bedroom.
Yes, sir.
When you saw Mrs. Paradine, did you know where she'd come from?
No, sir. Not for certain.
She might even have come out of her room, seen you, turned to go back?
It is possible.
But she could not have come out of the Colonel's room without going around you, or through you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, Mrs. Paradine went into her room and shut the door. What did you do?
Nothing. I hung about for a minute or two.
What was your purpose in hanging about for a minute or two?
I just didn't know what to do, and then I decided to go downstairs.
Have you ever seen anyone die by poison, Latour?
No, sir.
Any animal?
No, sir.
Wasn't there an old dog killed by poison at Henley Hall about 2 years ago?
I beg your pardon, sir. I almost forgot.
So we've noticed.
It was the Colonel's old hunting dog. He was sick, so we put him away.
You mean you put him away?
Yes, sir.
What poison did you use?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know?
No, sir. We got the single dose from the vet.
Don't persist in saying we. You mean you did?
Yes, sir.
A large dose?
No, sir. Very small.
And it acted very quickly?
Yes, it did. I understand what he means to say. He's accusing me of poisoning my Colonel, but I didn't.
I must ask the witness to collect himself.
But it's not true. I didn't do it. How could I?
You are not on trial, Mr. Latour. It is quite unnecessary to make protestations of innocence concerning actions for which you have not been charged. And I think, Mr. Keene...
My lord?
I think this will be a convenient opportunity to adjourn. We will resume at 5 minutes past 2 o'clock.
This court stands adjourned until 5 minutes past 2 o'clock.
Well, Harfield's done it again, Sam. He stopped me in my tracks just when I had Latour where I wanted him.
In one way, I'm glad he did. You know Latour never would... Tony, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Well, this is Tony's morning, all right.
It was terrible, Judy.
Oh, but, darling, it's his job. Oh, come along, Gay. Let's get a bite to eat.
She's in here, Mr. Keene. Mrs. Paradine, thank you. Well, it's gone well for us this morning, really well.
Has it?
Well, surely you must know that.
I'm not a lawyer, Mr. Keene.
Good heavens, you're a clever woman. Don't you realize how I shook Latour?
I only realize that you have not kept faith with me.
Huh.
I do not agree to what you've done today.
But
I objected when you wanted to make it appear that Andre had helped my husband kill himself. Now you make him out to be a murderer. No, I will not forgive you for what you've done today.
Forgive me?
When I've exhausted myself destroying everything in an effort to save you?
I did not ask you to do that.
Forgive me. And I was idiot enough to fall in love with you. Did you hear that?
If it's true, then how could you deceive me as you've done?
Mrs. Paradine, this case is narrowed down to one of three things. Either your husband managed somehow to poison himself, or Latour did it, or you did it.
As you like. But I will not have you making Andre a murderer.
Are you in love with him?
What has that to do with it? You are my lawyer, not my lover.
Someone else said something very much like that.
I should like to know whether you intend to continue with the case.
Yes, of course. I'm planning to dispense with the witnesses except you. I'm going to rely on your evidence and my final speech to save you.
I know I can trust you. I feel it.
Yes.
You will save me.
You can trust me.
But not at his expense. You understand that, don't you?
But suppose that's the only way to save you.
You are not to destroy him. If you do, I shall hate you as I've never hated a man.
I must go on the way I've begun. I must act according to my own view. You can say what you like in the witness box, but my questions will be mine.
Of course, Miss Keene. And the answers will be mine.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, we'll continue with the third act of the Paradine Case. Our guest this evening is Miss Joyce Mackenzie, young 20th Century Fox player. Has studio life turned out to be all you expected, Joyce?
Every bit and more, Mr. Keeley. There's always something new and interesting going on. I'll never forget the fun it was to see Betty Grable doing a new picture, The Beautiful Blonde from Bashful Ben.
The screen's #1 box office blonde. You know, it's Betty in a new kind of role.
Yes, the picture's the riotous takeoff on a typical Western. Betty turns out to be a clever comedienne as the trigger-happy heroine of The Beautiful Blonde from Bashful Ben.
With Rudy Valley and Cesar Romero as a pair of timid heroes.
It's a grand piece of entertainment. You know, Mr. Keeley, I'd always admired Betty Grable's beauty on the screen. When I actually saw her, I was more impressed than ever. What do you think, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, I felt the same way, Joyce, when Betty Grable was on our program 2 weeks ago. She's a winner, all right. And, I'm proud to say, one of our most enthusiastic Lux girls.
I know, Mr. Kennedy. Betty Grable depends on Lux soap facials regularly for that delicate skin of hers.
Betty told us when she was here that both her little daughters are Lux girls, too. What better recommendation for this gentle complexion soap?
Personally, I find Lux toilet soap a wonderful beauty care. It really works.
Thank you, Miss Joyce Mackenzie, for coming tonight. There's a reason, you know, why this fragrant white soap is the choice of 9 out of 10 screen stars. And that's why you should begin Lux Soap Beauty Care tomorrow. Here's our producer, William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of the Paradine Case, starring Joseph Cotton as Tony Keene, Valley as Mrs. Paradine, and Louis Jourdain as Latour. Back in the courtroom, the trial of Madalena Paradine resumes. Andre Latour is again in the witness box as Anthony Keene pounds away at his testimony.
Answer the question, Latour. Did he discharge you? Did Colonel Paradine discharge you?
I didn't know. I suppose he did.
Yet you continued in the employ of the woman who allegedly lied about you to her master?
I think I wanted to help take care of the Colonel's estate, and there was nowhere else to go.
After you were told that Colonel Paradine was dead, did you see the body?
Yes, sir. I was told to clean up the room after Dr. Young had left.
Who told you to?
She did, Mrs. Paradine.
And you noticed the wine glass. Did it still contain the burgundy?
Only a few drops.
Oh, there were a few drops still in the glass.
Yes.
Now listen closely, Latour. If you were told that the doctor had examined the glass and found it to be clean, that it had been washed and dried,
would you still claim you saw a few drops remaining in the glass?
Yes, I would. I would still say what I saw.
When did you wash and dry that glass?
I never touched the glass. I never touched it. Really, my lord, I must insist that the counsel for defense keep within bounds.
I quite agree, Mr. Farrell, but I've been reluctant to interfere, knowing how Mr. Keene resents interruptions.
May I continue, my lord?
Please do, Mr. Keene.
You are aware, Latour, of the penalty for perjury?
I've told the truth.
The truth. Was it at Hindley Hall or here in London that you first gave Mrs. Paradine occasion to complain about your intentions?
Not true. She never did.
And was she not at last forced to go to her husband and beg him to dismiss you from his service?
I won't listen to these lies.
The colonel knew, didn't he? Knew, because she told him.
I will not answer.
Because you don't want to admit that he trusted you and you betrayed him.
No, I did not. She lied to you, and I hate her.
Because she told her husband about you?
No, she did not. He found out.
At last. So he heard you speaking improperly to his wife. Is that it?
Yes.
My lord, I've finished with the witness.
I didn't want to tell about it. I didn't want to hurt his good name.
I said I was finished, Latour.
It was she who dragged us both down. I hated every moment with her, but God forgive me. I couldn't help myself.
My lord, this man is a confessed perjurer. Must the jury listen to this rubbish?
Mr. Keene, this is not the first time you've been responsible for an over-emotional atmosphere in court. I cannot blame the witness for his behavior.
May I be heard, my lord?
You may.
Latour, in testifying as to what was overheard by Colonel Paradine, are you implying that you engaged in improper conduct with Mrs. Paradine?
Yes. You know now what I did. I cannot live with the memory of what I've done.
Did you avoid the truth because of your feelings about this woman?
I lied because I didn't want the world to know what she was. His wife. My colonel's wife.
That is all, Latour. My lord, the prosecution has concluded its case.
You have heard the Crown, Mr. Keene?
I have, my lord. Members of the jury, the woman in the prisoner's dock is a foreigner, friendless and alone in a strange country. But a country, thank heaven, that has always prided itself on its passion for justice. I had fully intended to call before you numerous witnesses to speak of her character, of her self-sacrifice. A sacrifice made cheerfully by a beautiful woman, fascinating and still young, in order to bring the light of her affection into the life of a blind man. But after hearing the case for the Crown, we find so little to refute that we have decided to call no witnesses except the prisoner herself. I asked Madalena Paradine to go into the witness box.
Hold the testament in your right hand and repeat the oath.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
What is your name?
Madalena Paradine.
You are the widow of Richard Patrick Paradine.
I am.
What were your circumstances when you married him?
I was very poor. My life had been unpleasant and unattractive.
Oh. Had you no fear of a lifetime with a blind man?
Oh, I thought it a splendid opportunity.
Opportunity?
Yes, I thought. I will be his eyes.
Did you find it difficult to care for a blind man?
No.
He was never unkind to you?
Sometimes. But I understood. It was terrible for him, so helpless. It was easy to forgive him.
On the night of your husband's death, a quarrel took place.
Yes.
Will you tell the jury, please, the cause of that quarrel?
I had spoken to my husband about his valet, Latour. I asked my husband to find another place for him.
Why?
I did not wish Latour to stay in the house.
Why not?
I did not like his manner with me.
What do you mean by that?
He took liberties.
Did he try to make love to you? Please answer, Mrs. Paradine. Did he try to make love to you?
Yes.
And you complained about him to your husband?
I did.
Now, you've heard Latour's version of the quarrel. What actually happened when Latour came into the room?
My husband swore at him and said, "You have insulted my wife." Latour broke down. He said that if my husband would forgive him, it would never happen again.
Then Latour's version of what took place is completely untrue.
Lord, I object.
I am simply asking a question, my lord.
The form is objectionable, and I am anxious not to have to intervene again, Mr. Keene. I am being clear.
Your lordship always makes his meanings perfectly clear. Mrs. Paradine, After your husband's death, you sent Latour into the colonel's room to tidy it up.
Yes.
Was anyone with you?
Dr. Young was with me.
And was Dr. Young still with you when Latour came out of the room?
Yes.
Have you heard of Dr. Young's deposition stating that after he left you, he went to your husband's room and found the wine glass washed and dried?
I've heard that, yes.
Then, is it not true that the only person who could have washed and dried that glass is Latour?
Milord,
All right. Could anyone else have washed and dried it?
I know what you're trying to make me say. You're trying to make people think that Andre Latour killed my husband.
I asked you whether anyone else could have washed and dried the glass.
Yes.
What do you mean by yes?
I did.
It is my duty to warn you, Mrs. Paradine, that you've made a very serious admission. Would you like to make some explanation of it to the jury?
My lord, with the utmost respect, I would like to request time to consider this turn of events. This evidence is entirely new to me. I feel...
Very well, Mr. Keene. We will adjourn until 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Hello, Tony.
Well, hello, Judy. Well, what are you looking so sad about?
Oh, nothing. I was there today in court.
Was Gay with you?
Yes.
Is that your idea?
Yes. Oh, Gay's upstairs, Tony. Before you go up...
Well?
If Mrs. Paradine washed that wine glass...
If she did wash that glass, it's because she knew that Latour killed Paradine, and if I had access to her while she's a witness, I'd make her say so tonight.
And Latour's motive?
He was in love with her.
What about your motive, Tony?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, and I know, and Gay knows why it is that you think Latour's the murderer. You wouldn't have handled her that way in the witness box for any other reason. You treated her as though you were cross-examining a witness for the prosecution.
Look here, Judy, I'll handle it.
Oh, Tony, it's true. It's terribly true. Somebody's got to show you. You've got to save this woman for Gay's sake.
If you'll let me alone, perhaps I still can.
If you're left to your own devices, I'll bet you one thing. Mrs. Paradine will be done for, and your career along with it. And if it weren't for Gay, I'm not so sure I'd care.
Well, Mr. Keene, the defendant is in the witness box. You may resume where you left off yesterday.
My lord, I have no further questions. I have finished with the witness.
Does the Crown wish to cross-examine?
We do, my lord. Mrs. Paradine, these attentions on Latour's part had gone on for some time.
Yes.
Then why did you delay telling your husband?
I was ashamed.
Ashamed? Why? Was it your fault?
Of course not.
Then why be ashamed? Mrs. Paradine, did you not refrain from complaining about Latour because you were madly in love with him?
Madly in love with him? And yet I went to my husband and asked him to send Latour away? Is that what you think?
And did you not finally succeed in your objective and induce this unfortunate man who worshipped his master to betray him?
I deny that.
Mrs. Paradine, is it not a fact that as soon as you discovered that Latour took no interest in you, you resolved to overcome that indifference?
No.
Weren't you in love with Latour all the time he lived at Handley Hall?
No.
Were you not madly in love with him all the time?
Just a moment, please.
My lord, I'm simply
It's
trying...
this message. I've just been handed a message from the police. Andre Latour committed suicide an hour ago.
Andre...
My lord, I would like to have an opportunity to consider what bearing this new tragedy has on the case.
I submit that it is great bearing, my lord. It is perfectly obvious why the witness committed suicide.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Latour himself said he couldn't live with the knowledge of having betrayed Colonel Paradine.
I suggest that both counsel remember where they are. Mr. Farrell, do you wish to apply for an adjournment?
Adjourn? No, my lord.
Then proceed with your case.
Very well. Mrs. Paradine, you admitted yesterday that you deliberately washed the glass that contained the poison which killed your husband. Why did you wash that glass? Answer my question. Why did you wash that glass?
You must answer the question, Mrs. Paradine.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear it.
Counsel has already repeated it.
What does it matter now? Andre's dead. The man I love is dead. I thought about it day and night, but I didn't know how. I wanted to do it so that we could be free, so that Andre and I could be free. But But Andre wouldn't help me. He and his honor.
I must again warn you of the gravity of your statement.
Andre knew I killed the blind man. Andre knew it. I didn't tell him, but he knew it.
I think it quite unnecessary to ask any further questions, my lord.
Mr. Keene?
Mrs. Paradine.
I have nothing further to say to you, Mr. Keene. I loved Andre and you murdered him. My life is finished. It's you who have finished it. My only comfort is the hatred and contempt I feel for you.
My lord, members of the jury, I've done my best. This case has already taken its heavy toll in the life of Latour, in its burden on you and indeed on me. I am more than ever conscious of my shortcomings. Everything that I've done seems to have gone against my client. But you must not confuse my incompetence with any of the issues of the trial. Many things have become obscured. Many things have become obscured. My lord, I regret I cannot continue. I request your lordship's indulgence to let my friend Sir Simon Flacker take over the case.
Madalena Paradine, you have heard the verdict of the jury. You will be returned this day to His Majesty's prison in custody of the warden, and there, following 3 clear Sundays, you will be hanged by the neck until dead.
Simeon, I'm sorry I hadn't noticed the time.
It's almost morning. I wonder what the newspapers will say about our day in court.
They'll probably suggest that next time you place your confidence with more discretion. And they'll be right. I just don't know what happened to me today when she turned on me, when she said that, well, it doesn't matter now. I'll run along.
Where are you going at this hour? Sit down, Tony. I do wish you'd at least telephone Gay. She must be worried to death.
Worried for fear that I'll come home, you mean? No. The least I can do for Gay is to spare her the boring job of standing by me.
Now listen, Tony. You're not as wise about everything as you may think.
No.
And you mustn't despair. If there's one thing I can't abide, it's despairing.
What would you have me do after this? Hope for a high court judgeship?
All this talk about giving up the law, poppycock. If I know anything about Gay, there's nothing at all she wants at this moment but
Father?
Judy, I thought you were asleep hours ago.
Come here, dear.
I wish you wouldn't constantly butt into matters that... Oh. There he is, my dear.
Hello, Tony.
Kay.
What about having some breakfast?
Thanks, but... Well, as a matter of fact, I was just about leaving.
Tony, you really shouldn't have worried me like this. Suppose I should have known you'd be here with Simi. Tony, I was proud of you today.
Proud?
Yes, I was. Darling, it won't be easy. There'll be those who laugh at you. I don't think the newspapers were very kind.
The worst of all is what I've done to you.
Tony, the most important moment in your life wasn't when you discovered what she was. It wasn't even when you had the courage to stand up there before the whole world and confess your mistakes. The most important moment... Look at me, Tony. The most important moment in your life is now. My husband is the most brilliant man I've ever known. You can throw away your career and become a beachcomber. That's what you want.
Maybe that's not such a bad idea.
Oh, darling, don't you understand? I want you back on the job just as fast as ever you can. And I hope you have a tough case. Very tough. So that it will take the best you have. Oh, darling.
All your fancy ideas about me. I'll try, Kay. I'll try.
applause is a cue for our stars to return for a curtain call. And here they are, Joseph Cotton, Valley, and Louis Jordan.
Thank you, Bill.
Great pleasure to be back. Oh, Joe, you must have seen some exciting things while you and Alida were making your picture in Vienna last winter.
Well, Vienna's sort of an international hotspot right now.
Did you have a chance to visit your home in Italy, Miss Valley?
Yes, and of course that was the biggest thrill of the trip for me. But you know, one thing that's still missing throughout most of Europe is an abundance of good soap. Like my favorite, for instance, Lux soap.
Well, thanks for the tip. I'm going to Europe myself this summer, so I'll take plenty of Lux soap along.
Louis, I hear you had a little excitement in New York recently when you were mobbed by the fans at the Broadway opening.
Well, to be honest, the crowds were really gathered for the new Selznick picture, Portrait of Jenny. And I just happened to be there. Oh, by the way, Joe, I can assure you that you and Jennifer Jones have made a hit.
Thank you very much, Louis. Bill, what have you lined up for next week?
Next week, a fast-moving musical, Joe. It's the Warner Brothers hit, April Showers. And our stars are Jack Carson, Dorothy Lamour, and Robert Alder. There's a moving, dramatic story and some of America's best-loved songs, like April Showers. So I know our audience will like it.
Sounds like a grand show, Mr. Keeley.
Night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, and thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, the armed forces of the United States face a grave shortage of physicians and dentists. Young men who received their medical education during the war years and have not served in the armed forces are urged to volunteer now when the need is so great. Viva Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Carson, Dorothy Lamour, and Robert Alder in April Showers. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's cast was Betty Lou Gerson as Gay. Our play was directed by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear April Showers, starring Jack Carson, Dorothy Lamour, and Robert Alder.
If you have trouble with your nice things, change to Lux Flakes, and they will bubble your troubles away. Keep nice things lovely longer, keep undies and stockings stronger. Let LUX bubble your troubles away.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of April Showers, starring Jack Carson, Dorothy Lamour, and Robert Alder. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Vivian Lee and Laurence Olivier in Rebecca. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The motion picture industry was delighted when Laurence Olivier and Vivian Lee decided to return to the United States after too long an absence. As you know, they're recognized as two of England's finest artists. We've honored Miss Lee with our Academy Award for her performance as Scarlett O'Hara and Mr. Olivier for his Hamlet. So I was especially delighted I was able to persuade them to appear on the Lux Radio Theater. Since they're sailing next week for England, their schedule is extremely tight.
and we consider it a rare privilege to have them in their first and only radio appearance together on our stage. We chose David O. Selznick's immortal screenplay, Rebecca. First, because of Laurence Olivier's brilliant characterization in his original role of Maxime de Winter. And second, because the role of Mrs. de Winter is tailored to the charm and acting ability of Vivien Leigh. We regret that Sir Lawrence and Lady Olivier can't stay longer in our country. But we hope when they sail next week for England, they'll take along plenty of Lux toilet soap. Vivien Leigh has been a friend of Lux for years. Now here's our play, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxime de Winter and Vivien Leigh as the woman who tells the story of Rebecca.
I dreamt I went to Mandalay again. It seemed to me I stood by the iron gates leading to the drive, and for a while I could not enter, for the way was barred to me. Then, like all dreamers, I was possessed of a sudden with supernatural powers, and passed like a spirit through the barrier before me. The drive wound away in front of me, twisting and turning, and finally, there was Mandalay. Mandalay, secretive and silent. Time could not mar the perfect symmetry of those walls, but I knew I looked upon an empty, desolate shell, with no whisper of the past in its staring, blackened windows. We can never go back to Mandalay again. That much is certain. But sometimes in my dreams I do go back, to the strange days of my life which began for me in the south of France. There, on a great cliff towering above the sea, I first saw him. He was looking down, staring at the rocks below. And then suddenly, I thought I saw him about to... No, stop!
What the devil are you shouting about? Who are you? What are you staring at?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare, but you were so close to the edge of the cliff, I was afraid that...
No, you were. Well, what are you doing here?
I was only walking. I came up the path and I...
Well, get on with your walking. Don't hang about here screaming. Go on.
I'll never come to Monte Carlo out of season again. Not a single well-known personality in the hotel. This coffee's stone cold. Waiter, garçon.
I don't believe he can hear you, Mrs. Van Hopper.
Well, get him. What are you being paid for, girl? Oh, but that's Max de Winter. Look, see him coming this way. What are you looking so surprised about?
I saw him today on the cliff path.
Mr. de Winter, how do you do?
How do you do?
I'm Edith Van Hopper. Do you remember me? It's so nice to run into you here. Do sit down and have some coffee. Mr. de Winter's having some coffee with me. You may go.
Of course.
I'm afraid I must contradict you. We shall both have coffee with me. Garçon, coffee, please.
You know, I recognized you just as soon as you came in. Are you playing the tables much here at Monte?
No, I'm afraid that sort of thing ceased to amuse me years ago.
Oh, I can well understand that. If I had a home like Mandalay, I should certainly never come to Monte. I hear it's one of the biggest places in that part of the country, and you just can't beat its reputation.
Cigarette, Mrs. Van Hopper.
Oh, thank you.
And you?
Oh, no, thank you.
And what do you think of Monte Carlo? Or don't you think of it at all?
Well, I think it's rather artificial.
She's spoiled, Mr. de Winter. That's her trouble. Most girls would give their eyes for the chance to see Monte.
Wouldn't that rather defeat the purpose?
Oh, now that we've found each other again, I do hope I shall be seeing something of you. Your valet's unpacked for you, I suppose.
I'm afraid I don't possess one. Perhaps you'd like to do it for me.
Well, this young lady might make herself useful. She's a capable child in many ways, aren't you, dear?
Mrs. Van...
That's a charming suggestion, but I'm afraid I cling to the old motto. He travels fastest who travels alone. Perhaps you've not heard of it. Good night.
What do you make of that? Do you suppose that sudden departure was intended to be funny? Oh, perhaps he didn't quite realize how it looked. Poor thing. I suppose he just can't get over his wife's death. They say he simply adored her.
When I came alone to the dining room the following day, he was already there, at the next table. As I sat down, I paid the penalty of my awkwardness. I knocked over a vase of flowers, the water soaking the cloth.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What a stupid thing to do.
You can leave that, waiter. Go and let another place at my table. Mademoiselle will have lunch with me. Oui, monsieur.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Oh, please don't be polite. It's very kind of you, but...
I wasn't being polite. I should have asked you to lunch with me even if you hadn't been so clumsy. Sit down. We needn't talk to each other if we don't feel like it.
Well, thank you very much.
What's happened to your friend?
Oh, she's ill in bed with a cold.
Oh. I'm sorry I was rude to you yesterday. The only excuse I can offer is that I have become boorish through living alone.
You weren't really. You just wanted to be by yourself.
Tell me, is Mrs. Van Hopper a friend of yours or just a relation?
No, she's my employer. I'm what is known as a paid companion.
Oh, I didn't know the companionship could be bought. Is that a sketching pad? Do you sketch?
Yes, a little.
Were you going sketching this afternoon?
Yes.
Where?
Oh, I haven't made up my mind.
I'll drive you somewhere in the car.
Oh, no, please don't. I
Nonsense. Order your lunch when we get along. Taken long enough for that sketch. I shall expect a really fine work of art.
You're not a very easy subject. Your expression keeps changing all the time.
Does it? Well, I'd concentrate on the view instead if I were you. It's much more worthwhile. Rather reminds me of our coastline at home. Do you know Cornwall at all?
Oh, yes. Yes, I went there once on a holiday. I was in a shop there, and I saw a postcard with a beautiful house on it, right by the sea. And I asked whose house it was, and the old lady said, "That's Mandalay."
Yes. Mandalay is beautiful. But to me, it's just the place where I was born and have lived in all my life. Now, I don't suppose I shall ever see it again.
Oh. Well, we're lucky not to be home during the bad weather, aren't we? I can't ever remember enjoying swimming in England until June, can you? But the water's so warm here, I could stay in all day. There's a dangerous undertone. There was a man drowned here last year, but I never have any fear of drowning. Have you?
Why did you say that?
Oh, I said something wrong. I didn't mean to.
No longer. I'll take you home.
That night I learned the reason for his strangeness. I was late getting back to the hotel. As I opened the door of Mrs. Van Hopper's suite, I heard her talking to someone on the telephone.
Oh, yes, I knew him quite well. I knew his wife, too. She was the beautiful Rebecca Hildreth, you know. The most glamorous creature in all England. She was drowned, poor thing, while she was sailing near Mandalay.
I'm glad it cannot happen twice. The fever of first love. For it is a fever and a burden, too. I have forgotten much of Monte Carlo, of those morning drives with him, of where we went, of what we said. But I have not forgotten how I trembled as I sat beside him. There could be an invention that bottled up the memory like perfume, and then, whenever I wanted to, I could uncork the bottle and live the memory all over again.
And what particular moment in your young life would you want to keep?
Oh, all of them. All of these last few days.
Sometimes, you know, those little bottles contain demons that have a way of popping out at you, just as you're trying most desperately to forget.
Yes, of course.
Stop biting your nails.
I didn't know I was. Would you please tell me, Mr. De Winter, why you asked me to come out with you? It's obvious that you want to be kind, but why do you choose me for your charity?
I asked you to come out with me because I wanted your company. You've blotted out the past for me more than all the bright lights of Monte Carlo. But if you think I just asked you out of kindness or charity, you can get out of the car and find your own way home. Go on, open the door and get out. Here. Take my handkerchief. You better blow your nose.
Thank you, Mr. De Winter.
Please don't call me Mr. De Winter. I have a very impressive array of first names. George Fortescue Maximilian. You needn't bother with them all at once. My family call me Maxim. Come in. Well, hello. What are you doing here? Anything the matter?
I've come to say goodbye, Maxim. We're going away.
What on earth are you talking about?
But it's true. We're going now. I was afraid I wouldn't see you again.
Where's she taking you to?
New York. I don't want to go. I shall hate it. I shall be miserable.
You mind if I finish shaving? Now jump along.
But I can't stay.
Tell me something. Which would you prefer, New York or Mandalay?
Oh, please don't joke about it. Mrs. Van Hopper's waiting, and I'd better say goodbye now.
Repeat what I said. Either you go to America with Mrs. Van Hopper, or you come home to Mandalay with me.
You mean you want a secretary or something?
I'm asking you to marry me, you little fool.
Marry you?
Well, my suggestion doesn't seem to have gone at all well. I'm sorry.
Oh, but you don't understand. It's that... Well, I'm not the sort of person men marry.
Oh, that's what you mean.
I don't belong in your sort of world, for one thing.
What is my sort of world?
Well, Mandalay. Oh, you know what I mean.
Well, I'm the best judge of whether you belong there or not. Of course, if you don't love me, that's a different thing. Fine blow to my conceit, that's all.
I do love you. I love you most dreadfully. I've been crying all morning because I thought I'd never see you again.
Bless you for that. I'll remind you of this one day, and you won't believe me. It's a pity you have to grow up.
I was afraid to tell Mrs. Van Hopper, for I knew what she would say. When we were alone, she congratulated me, but I didn't like her smile.
But of course you know why he's marrying you, don't you? The fact is that empty house got on his nerves. He just couldn't go on living alone. You haven't flattered yourself that he's in love with you, I hope. Not after being married to Rebecca Hildreth, the most beautiful, the most cultured woman in all England. Well, goodbye and good luck, Mrs. De Winter.
We were married that evening in a little village near the sea. And in May, we came to Mandalay. We arrived early in the evening. It was raining as we drove through the high iron gates. The bride twisted and turned as a serpent. And then suddenly, there was the house. Mandalay. A thing of grace and beauty. And yet somehow, almost frightening. As we came into the great hall, I saw that it was crowded with people. The staff of the house and the estate. They stood silent and curious, gazing at me. And then someone advanced from the sea of faces. She was tall and gaunt, dressed in deep black, and her prominent cheekbones and hollow eyes gave her a sort of scowled face.
This is Mrs. Danvers. You don't have to worry about the house at all, darling. Mrs. Danvers takes care of everything.
Good evening, Mrs. Danvers.
Good evening, madam. I have everything in readiness for you.
Oh, that's very good of you.
Will you go to your room now, madam, or will you have tea in the library?
Why, I don't think...
the room first, Mrs. Danvers.
Yes, sir. This way, if you please, madam. I hope you'll approve the new decorations of these rooms, madam.
Oh, I didn't know that they'd been changed. What did it look like before?
It had an old paper and different hangings. It was never used much, except for occasional visitors.
Oh, then it wasn't Mr. De Winter's room originally.
No, madam. He has never used the east wing before. The only good view of the sea is from the west wing.
The room's very charming, and I'm sure that I shall be comfortable.
If there's anything you want done, madam, you have only to tell me.
Mrs. Danvers, I suppose you've been at Mandalay for many years.
I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
I do hope we'll be friends, Mrs. Danvers. But you must be patient with me. This sort of life is new to me. And I do want to make a success of it and to make Mr. De Winter happy. So I know that I can leave all the household arrangements to you.
I hope I shall do everything to your satisfaction, madam. I have managed the house since Mr. De Winter's death, and Mr. De Winter has never complained.
I think I'll go downstairs now.
Certainly, madam. The room in the west wing I was telling you about is there, through that door. It's not used now. It's the most beautiful room in the house, the only one that looks down across the lawns to the sea. It was Mrs. De Winter's room.
I knew even then that Mrs. Danvers despised me, standing there watching me, laughing silently at my awkwardness, telling me over and over that there had been another before me, the beautiful Rebecca Hildreth. There was everything to remind me of that. The letter R embroidered on the linens, her writing paper in the drawers of the desk, her dog who still slept outside her room. She was everywhere at Mandalay. Rebecca, who had died, and who still wandered through that house. I met someone else the next morning when I came down to breakfast.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
You're Mrs. De Winter, aren't you?
Yes.
My name's Crawley. I manage the estate for Maxim. Awfully glad to meet you.
How do you do?
Fearful lot of stuff piled up while Maxim was away.
Yes, I'm sure there must have been. I do wish I could help you with some of it.
Help him? Frank never allows anyone to help him. Like an old mother hen with his bills and rents and taxes. Come on, Frank, we must go over these estimates. I'll get my papers. You'll find quantities of breakfast over there, darling. But you must eat it all, or cook will be mortally offended.
I'll do my best, Maxim.
Later on this afternoon, maybe, we'll take a walk around the estate. Just you and I, darling. There's a good deal I'd like you to see.
I'll be ready, Maxim. Anytime.
Come along, Jasper. Come along. Keep that coat round you, dear.
It isn't raining now, Maxim, must I?
Certainly. Can't be too careful with children.
Oh, it's glorious here. I love every foot of it, Maxim.
Jasper, here. Not that way. Jasper, come back.
He went down those steps by the cliff. Where does that lead to?
It leads to a little cove where we used to keep a boat.
Let's go down.
They're perfectly dull and uninteresting stretch of sand, just like any other.
Oh, please, Maxim.
Some other time, darling, not today.
Listen. Is that Jasper? There must be something wrong. Perhaps he's hurt himself.
No, he's all right. Leave him alone, dear.
I think I'd better go.
No, come back. Don't bother about him, I tell you. He can't come to any harm. He'll find his own way back.
Jasper? Jasper! Jasper! Oh, there you are. What do you want in that cottage, Jasper? Come on home. Come on, Jasper.
He comes here looking for her.
Oh, I didn't know there was anybody.
I know that dog. He comes from the house. He ain't yours.
No, he's Mr. De Winter's dog.
I know that dog. He comes down looking for her.
Whose cottage is this?
Mrs. De Winter.
Oh. Come here, Jasper.
You won't tell anyone you saw me in here, will you?
Don't you belong on the estate?
Yes, but I wasn't doing nothing. I was just putting my shells away. She's gone in the sea, ain't she? She'll never come back no more.
No, she'll never come back. Come on, Jasper. Come on, boy. Maxim, here I am. Wait. Oh, Maxim, I'm sorry I was such a time.
You knew I didn't want you to go there, but you deliberately went.
Oh, why not? There was only a cottage down there and a strange man.
Well, don't go there again, do you hear?
Oh, why not?
Because I hate the place. And if you had my memories, you wouldn't go there or talk about it or even think about it.
What's the matter? Oh, I'm sorry. Maxim.
We should have stayed away. We should never have come back to Mandalay. What a fool I was.
Oh, I've made you unhappy. Somehow I've hurt you. I can't bear to see you like this because I love you so much.
Do you? Do you? I've made you cry. Forgive me. I I sometimes seem to fly off the handle for no reason at all, don't I? Come, we'll go home and have some tea and forget all about it.
Yes. Let's forget all about it.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act Two of Rebecca. And now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, to give us the Lux Radio Theater's movie news of the week. What's the good word tonight, Libby?
The big news this week, John, is the Hollywood premiere Thursday night of the 20th Century Fox picture All About Eve. Darryl F. Zanuck can be proud of this sophisticated comedy about life behind the footlights.
It's going to be a gala event, all right. Everyone wants to see Betty Davis and Ann Baxter in two very dramatic roles.
Oh, yes. Betty is a famous star whose career is threatened by an apparently sweet and admiring young actress, played by Ann Baxter. Almost too late, she finds she's befriended a ruthless schemer with no scruples about stealing her career and the man she loves.
Ann turns out to be a rather unsympathetic character, doesn't she?
Yes, indeed.
But she's certainly easy on the eyes.
Oh, and what a glamour girl she is in All About Eve. She has charm and vivacity, too. That Lux complexion of hers never looked lovelier than it does in the close-up.
Camera close-ups are so revealing. That's why, of course, so many famous stars depend on Lux Soap beauty care.
Yes, John. Screen stars can't take chances with million-dollar complexions. Lux Soap gives delicate skin the protecting care it needs. No wonder stars like Ann Baxter wouldn't be without it.
There's something about that active lather. It leaves skin looking so fresh.
All you do is smooth on that rich, active lather. Work it well in, rinse, and then pat with a soft towel to dry. That's Ann Baxter's daily care, and I think every woman who tries it will be delighted with the new beauty active lather facials give her skin.
That's a smart tip, Libby. Lux Soap is as gentle as fine a soap as you can buy for complexion care. Why not get Hollywood's own beauty soap tomorrow? Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of Rebecca, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxim and Vivian Lee as Mrs. De Winter.
The weather was wet and cold for almost a week, and we didn't go down to the beach again. But I couldn't forget the dark, lost look in Maxim's eyes when we came up the path through the woods. It was my fault. I had gone down to that cottage. I seemed to have opened up a road into the past, and now, because of it, there was a barrier between us. I began to dread any mention of the sea, until one morning in the library, I was alone with Frank Corley.
Oh, but you're not disturbing me, Mrs. De Winter? Please, if there's something I can explain about the estate.
Well, I was down at the cottage on the beach the other day, Mr. Crawley. The place seems to be going to rack and ruin. Are those all Rebecca's things down there?
Yes. Yes, they are.
What did she use the cottage for?
The boat used to be moored near there.
The boat? Oh, was that the boat that she was sailing in when she was drowned?
Yes, it capsized and sank and she was washed overboard.
Where did they find her?
Near Edgecombe, about 40 miles up channel. About 2 months afterwards. Maxim went up to identify her. It was horrible for him.
Yes, it must have been. Mr. Crawley, please don't think me morbidly curious, but would you answer just one more question?
If it's something I'm able to answer.
Tell me, what was Rebecca really like?
I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw.
Maxim had to go up to London at the end of June, some business of the estate. Frank Crawley had gone along with him, and I was alone at Mandalay. I was surprised one evening to hear voices coming from the west wing, from the room that had been Rebecca's. I recognized one as Mrs. Danvers. The other was a man's voice, a stranger.
I really don't think it was wise for you to come here, Mr. Jack.
Oh, nonsense. It's been just like coming back home.
I must say I feel a little like the poor relations sneaking around through back doors. Well, toodaloo, Danny.
Goodbye, Mr. Jack. And please be careful.
I will, don't worry. Oh, hello.
Good evening.
Oh, Danny, all your precautions were in vain. The mistress of the house was hiding behind the door.
Oh, I wasn't really. I heard voices.
What about presenting me to the bride, Danny?
This is Mr. Favell, madam.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you have some tea or something?
Now, isn't that a charming invitation? I've been asked to stay to tea, Danny.
It's rather late.
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. And we must lead the bride astray, must we? Oh, goodbye. Oh, and I know what was wrong with our introduction. Danny didn't tell you, did she? I'm Rebecca's favorite cousin. Toodaloo.
The man went quickly down the stairs, and Mrs. Danvers went after him. I had a terrifying impulse to see what lay behind the door in front of me, the door of Rebecca's room. I pushed it open slowly. I could hear the sea plainly through the window. I had expected to see the furniture swathed in dust sheets, but nothing was covered up. There were flowers on the dressing table, a satin dressing gown on the chair, and beneath a pair of bedroom slippers. And then, suddenly, the door closed behind me.
Do you wish anything, madam?
No, I just...
You've always wanted to see this room, haven't you? Why did you never ask me to show it to you? It's a lovely room, isn't it? The most beautiful room you've ever seen. Everything is kept just as Mrs. De Winter liked it. Nothing has been altered since that last night. This is where I keep her clothes. You would like to see them, wouldn't you? Feel this wrap. It was a Christmas present from Mr. De Winter. He was always giving her expensive gifts the whole year round. You wouldn't think she'd been gone so long, would you? Sometimes when I walk along the corridor, I fancy I hear her just behind me. That quick, light step. I couldn't mistake it anywhere. It's not only in this room, it's in all the rooms in the house. I can almost hear it now. Do you believe the dead come back and watch the living?
No, I don't believe it.
Sometimes I wonder if she doesn't come back here to Mandalay and watch you and Mr. De Winter together. You look tired. Why don't you stay here a while and rest? Listen to the sea. It's so soothing.
No.
Listen to it. Listen to the sea.
I won't listen. I won't. Maxim, I'm so glad you're home again.
Hey, you're joking me.
How am I?
Well, what have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, darling, I've been thinking. Could we have a costume ball, just as you used to?
Now, what put that idea into your mind?
Nothing. I just feel that we ought to do something to make people feel that Mandalay is the same as it always was. Oh, please, darling, could we?
All right, if you think you'd enjoy it. You'd better get Mrs. Danvers to help you, hadn't you?
No, I don't need Mrs. Danvers to help me. I can do it by myself, Maxim.
Oh. All right, my sweet, I'm sure you can.
But Mrs. Danvers did help me. It was she who suggested that I design my costume after one of the family portraits in the gallery. A lovely young woman in a white dress with great puffed sleeves and a hat with gay ribbon. When the night of the party arrived, I could hardly contain myself for excitement, for I'd kept the costume as a surprise for Maxim. I ran quickly down the stairs, and then I waited with the clapping and the laughter that would greet me. Suddenly they were all quiet. Nobody clapped. Nobody moved. And then Maxim was coming towards me, his face white, his eyes blazing.
What the devil do you think you're doing?
Maxim! Picture! The one in the gallery. What
Go and take
have
it
I
off.
done?
Go and take it off. Doesn't matter what you put on. Anything will do. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what I said? Go upstairs and take it off.
help you with another gown, madam?
No. No, thank you, Mrs. Danvers.
Mr. DeWitt was upset. I watched you just now, madam. I watched you go down the stairs just as I watched her a year ago. Even in the same dress, you couldn't compare with her.
The same dress. You knew it. You knew that you wore it, and yet you deliberately suggested I wear it. Why do you hate me? What have I done to you that you should hate me so?
You tried to take her place. You let him marry you. I've seen his face, his eyes. They're the same as those first weeks after she died. I used to listen to him walking up and down, all night long, night after night, thinking of her, suffering torture because he'd lost her.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
You thought you could be Mrs. De Winter, live in her house, walk in her steps, take the things that were hers. But she's too strong for you. You can't fight her. No one ever got the better of her. Never, never. She was beaten in the end, but it wasn't a man. It wasn't a woman. It was the sea.
Oh, stop it. Stop. Oh, stop.
You're overwrought, madam. I'll open the window for you. A little air will do you good. Come and stand here, madam. Don't be afraid. Now look down there. Isn't the sea lovely? Why don't you go? Why don't you leave Manderley? He doesn't need you. He's got his memories. You've nothing to stay for. You've nothing to live for, really, have you? Look down there. It's easy, isn't it? Why don't you? Why don't you? Go on. Don't be afraid. Why don't you jump?
What is it? What's that noise? Maxim! Maxim! Where are you? Maxim! Frank, what's happened?
Shipwreck. There's a ship aground sending up rockets. Robert, notify the Coast Guard. Shipwreck.
Frank, have you seen Maxim on the beach?
Not since half an hour ago.
He hasn't been in the house all night. I'm afraid something might have happened to him. Frank, what's the matter? You look terribly worried.
Well, the diver who went down to inspect the bottom of the ship came across the hull of another boat. A little sailboat.
Frank, is it?
Yes, it's Rebecca's boat.
Rebecca? Oh, why did they have to fight it? Why couldn't they have left it there in peace at the bottom of the sea? Poor Max. It will be so hard on him.
Yes, it's going to bring it all back again. And worse than before.
I searched the beach frantically for Maxim, but there was no sign of him. And suddenly I came upon the boathouse, Rebecca's cottage. There was a light burning dimly in the window. I pushed open the door, and there, in the glow of the dying fire, I saw the tortured face of Maxim.
Hello. Come in.
Maxim, you haven't had any sleep. Have you forgiven me?
Forgiven you?
For last night, for my stupidity about the costume.
Oh, that. I'd forgotten.
Oh, Maxim, can't we start all over again? I don't ask that you should love me. I won't ask impossible things. I'll be your friend and companion. I'll be happy with that.
You love me very much, don't you? But it's too late, my darling. We've lost our little chance of happiness.
No, Maxim.
Yes.
No.
It's all over now. Rebecca has won. Her shadow has been between us all the time, keeping us from one another. She knew this would happen.
What are you saying?
They sent a diver down. He found another boat.
I know. Rebecca's boat.
Yeah. The diver made another discovery. He broke one of the ports and looked into the cabin. There was a body in there.
Body? Then she wasn't alone. There was someone sailing with her.
You don't understand. There was no one with her. It's Rebecca's body lying there on the cabin floor.
No.
The woman that was washed up at Edgecombe. The woman that is now buried in the family crypt. That was not Rebecca. That was the body of some unknown woman, unclaimed, belonging nowhere. I identified it, but I knew it wasn't Rebecca. I knew where Rebecca's body was, lying on that cabin floor on the bottom of the sea.
Maxim, how did you know?
Because I put it there.
You?
Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?
Maxim.
See, I was right. It's too late.
No, it's not too late. You're not to say that. We can't lose each other now. We must be together always, always.
We may only have a few hours, a few days.
Oh, Maxim, why didn't you tell me before?
Sometimes I nearly did, but you never seemed close enough.
How could we be close when I knew you were always thinking of Rebecca? How could I even ask you to love me when I knew that you loved Rebecca still?
What are you talking about? You thought I loved Rebecca? I hated her.
Hated her?
Oh, I was carried away by her, enchanted by her, as everyone was. But I never had a moment's happiness with her. She was incapable of love, or tenderness, or decency.
You didn't love her?
Remember that cliff where you first saw me in Monte Carlo? Well, I went there with Rebecca on our honeymoon. That was where I found out about her. 4 days after we were married. She stood there, laughing, her black hair blowing in the wind, and told me all about herself. Things I never tell a living soul. I wanted to kill her. I'll make a bargain with you, she said. You'd look rather foolish trying to divorce me now after 4 days of marriage. So I'll play the part of a devoted wife, mistress of your precious Mandalay. And people will visit us and envy us and say we're the luckiest, happiest couple in the country. What a grand joke it'll be. What a triumph. I should never have accepted her dirty bargain, but I did. And I kept it. So did she, apparently. But after a while, she began to grow careless. She took a flat in London and she'd stay away for days at a time. Then she started to bring her friends down here. I warned her, but she only shrugged her shoulders. Then there was a cousin of hers, a man named Favell.
Yes, I know him. He came the day you went to London.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't like to. I thought it would remind you of Rebecca.
Remind me? As if I needed reminding. Favell used to visit her here in this cottage. I found out about it, and I warned her that if he came here again, I'd shoot them both. One night, when I found that she'd come back quietly from London, I thought that Favell was with her. I decided to come down here and have it out with both of them. But she was alone. She was lying on the divan. She looked ill. Queer. Suddenly she got up, started to walk toward me. And I have a child, she said. Neither you nor anyone else can ever prove it wasn't yours. You'd like to have an heir, wouldn't you, Max, for your precious Mandalay? And she started to laugh. How funny, she said. I'll be the perfect mother just as I've been the perfect wife. And no one will ever know. She was face to face with me. She was smiling. Well, Max, what are you going to do about it? Aren't you going to kill me? I suppose I went mad for a moment. I must have struck her. She stood staring at me. She looked almost triumphant. Then she started toward me again, smiling. Suddenly she stumbled and fell. And I looked down. Ages afterwards, it seemed. She was lying on the floor. She'd struck her head on a heavy piece of ship's tackle. I remember wondering why she was still smiling. Then I realized she was dead.
But you didn't kill her. It was an accident.
Who would believe me? I lost my head. I knew I had to do something, anything. I carried her out to the boat. I put her in the cabin. When the boat seemed a safe distance from the shore, I took a spike and drove it again and again through the planking of the hull. I opened up the seacocks, and the water began to come in fast. Then I climbed over into the dinghy and pulled away. Then I saw the boat keel over and sink. It started to rain.
Maxim, does anyone else know of this?
No one.
Then you must explain it. It's got to be the body of someone you've never seen before.
No, they're bound to know her. Her rings and bracelets, she always wore them. They'll identify her body. Then they'll remember that other woman. The other woman buried in the crypt.
Maxim.
I've done a very selfish thing in marrying you. I've loved you, my darling. I shall always love you. But I've known all along that Rebecca would win in the end.
No, she hasn't won. No matter what happens now, she hasn't won.
Well, hello, Frank. Who? Colonel Julian? Well, yeah. Yes. I'll tell him I'll meet him there as soon as I possibly can.
What happened?
Colonel Julian called. He's the chief constable of the country. He wants to know if I could possibly have made a mistake about that other body.
In a few moments, we'll return with the third act of Rebecca. Acting in a school play often leads to more than local fame. The guest I've invited tonight, Miss Barbara Rush, really began her professional career with her part in a class play at Santa Barbara State College. That so, Barbara?
Yes, Mr. Keeley, because it got me a scholarship at the Pasadena Playhouse.
Where so many studios have discovered fresh new talent.
Well, that's how it turned out for me. One night, when I was appearing in Antony and Cleopatra, a Paramount talent scout saw me and signed me up.
I'm sure you made a lovely Cleopatra. Have you any particular ambition in pictures, Barbara?
Well, to be a good enough actress to play different kinds of roles, Mr. Keeley. I'm thinking of Betty Hutton's new Paramount Technicolor musical, Let's Dance.
And believe it or not, Betty has never danced on the screen before.
And imagine all those intricate dance routines she does with Fred Astaire.
Yes, Betty's certainly a remarkably versatile star. You know, you have to be good to be Fred Astaire's partner.
They make a terrific team in Let's Dance, as they sing, dance, and romance.
And Betty lives up to her reputation as a comedian, too.
That's a hilarious scene when she makes up her mind to sleep in the bathtub.
Sounds very uncomfortable.
Well, it was only for a few minutes, Mr. Kennedy. Afterwards, she could take plenty of time to relax in her own bathtub in her Lux Soap Beauty Bath.
Than which there's nothing more refreshing.
Yes, that big new bath-sized cake is so luxurious. And I love the Lux Soap perfume. It leaves such a delicate fragrance on the skin.
Yes, screen stars say this beauty bath makes them sure of all over Lux loveliness. Thank you, Miss Barbara Rush, for coming tonight. And now, a Hollywood beauty hint to women everywhere. Try this generous satin smooth bath-size Lux toilet soap. You'll enjoy the creamy, abundant lather, the flower-like perfume. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Rebecca, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxime de Winter and Vivian Lee as Mrs. de Winter.
The body they had found in the boat was identified as Rebecca de Winter. There had to be an inquest, of course. Maxim was calm, almost too calm. I think that frightened me even more.
Sorry to drag you back for further questioning, Mr. De Winter, but you've heard the statement of the boat builder, Mr. Tagg. I wonder if you can help us in any way.
I'm afraid not.
The holes in the planking were evidently made from the inside. Can you think of any reason for that?
Oh, of course I can't think of any reason.
Then, since Mrs. De Winter went sailing alone, are we to believe that she drove those holes herself?
You may believe whatever you like.
Can you enlighten us as to why Mrs. De Winter should have wanted to end her own life?
I know of no reason whatever.
Mr. De Winter, however painful it may be, I have to ask you a very personal question. Were relations between you and the late Mrs. De Winter perfectly happy? Once again, were relations between you and...
I won't stand this any longer, and you might as well know...
Mrs. De Winter! Oh, well, somebody... We'll adjourn until after luncheon.
Darling, you're all right. Frank, help me. I'll take her outside. Careful, darling. There's no rush. I'll take you to the car.
It was very foolish of me, fainting like that.
Hello.
Maxim, it's Fabel.
And how does the bride find herself today?
What do you want, Fabel?
How are you, Max? I was rather worried about you when I heard about the inquest. That's why I came down.
I'm touched by your solicitude. But
My guess is they'll turn in a verdict of suicide. And that is, of course, unless something unforeseen occurs.
What do you mean?
Well, I have a strong feeling that before the day is out, somebody's going to make use of that rather expressive, though old-fashioned term, foul play.
Go on.
You see, Max, I find myself in a rather awkward position. You've only got to read this note to understand. It's from Rebecca. She wrote it to me the day she died. Oh, I'm not going to bother you with the contents now, but I can assure you that it's not the note of a woman who intends to drown herself the same night. You know, Max, I've often wondered what it would be like to retire to the country. Have a nice little place with a few acres of shooting. I've never figured out what it would cost a year, but I'd like to talk about it with you.
Darling, Mr. Fabel and I have a little business transaction on hand. I think we'd better conduct it over at the inn. I may have a private room there.
Maxim.
You all right now, dear?
Yes, but
Well, Frank will be here in a moment. Ask him to find Colonel Julian. Then bring them both over to the inn immediately. Come on, Fabel, let's go. Colonel Julian, this is Mr. Fabel.
Oh, I know Colonel Julian. We're old friends, aren't we?
Good morning.
And since you're old friends, I assume you also know that he's head of the police here. I think he might be interested to hear your proposition.
I don't know what you mean. I only want to see justice done, Colonel. The evidence suggested certain possible theories concerning Rebecca's death. One of them, of course, is suicide. And now I have a little note here which puts that possibility quite out of court. Will you read it, Colonel?
Jack, darling, I've just seen the doctor, and I'm going to Mandalay right away. I shall be at the cottage all this evening and shall leave the door open for you. I have something terribly important to tell you. Rebecca.
Now, does that look like the note of a woman who had made up her mind to kill herself? Now, come, Colonel, as an officer of the law, don't you feel that there's some slight grounds for suspicion?
Of murder?
Or what else?
It's blackmail, pure and simple.
Blackmail's not so pure nor so simple, Mr. Crawley. Mr. Fabel, perhaps you can provide us also with a motive.
I knew you were going to bring that up, Colonel. Yes, I'll supply that, too.
What's he going to do?
You come in, Mrs. Danvers.
Oh, thank you.
Colonel Julian, Mrs. Danvers. I believe you know everyone else, Danny.
Mrs. Danvers, there are a few questions...
No offense, Colonel, but I think if I put this to Danny, she'll understand it more easily. Danny, who was Rebecca's doctor?
Mrs. De Winter always had Dr. McLean from the village.
No, you heard. I said Rebecca's doctor in London. We know that Rebecca went to a doctor in London on the last day of her life. Who was it?
I don't know.
Oh, I understand, Danny. You're trying to defend her. But that's what I'm doing.
Mrs. Danvers, it has been suggested that Mrs. De Winter was deliberately murdered.
There you have it in a nutshell, Danny. But there's one more thing you'll want to know. The name of the murderer. George Fortescue Maximilian de Winter. Well, Danny?
There was a doctor. Mr. de Winter sometimes went to him privately.
What was his name?
Dr. Baker. 165 Goldhawk Road, Shepherd's Bush.
There you are, Colonel. There's where you'll find your motive. He will tell you why Rebecca went to him, to confirm the fact that she was going to have a child, a sweet, curly-headed little child. She told Max about it. And so, like the gentleman of the old school that he is, he killed her.
Maxim, I'm afraid we shall have to question this Dr. Baker.
I'm ready to leave now, if you wish.
Maxim, let me go with you.
Please, darling, wait for me at Mandalay. I'll be back first thing in the morning.
You're still sure you never had a patient by the name of Rebecca de Winter, Doctor?
Never, Colonel Julian. Oh, here. Here are all the appointments for that day. Ross, Campbell, Stidle, Perino, Danvers, Matthews.
Danny? What the devil? You read that name again. Did you say Danvers?
Yes, Mr. DeWinter. I had a Mrs. Danvers for 3 o'clock.
What did she look like? Can you remember?
Yes, I remember her quite well. She was a very beautiful woman, tall, dark, exquisitely dressed.
Rebecca. The lady must have used an assumed name, Dr. Baker.
Is that so? Well, this is a surprise. I'd known her for some time.
What was the matter with her?
My dear sir, there are certain
Could
ethics.
you possibly supply a reason, Dr. Baker, for Mrs. de Winter's suicide?
For her murder, you mean? She was going to have a child, wasn't she? Come on, out with it.
No, she was not, Mr. Pavel. She was very seriously ill.
She was not going to have a child.
That was what she thought, but my diagnosis was quite different. She wanted the truth, and I told her. She had only a few months to live.
A few months?
Perhaps even less. There was nothing that could be done, nothing that she could do, except wait.
Did she say anything when you told her?
She smiled in a queer sort of way, and... Oh, yes, I remember she said something that struck me as being very peculiar at the time. When I told her it was a matter of months, she said, "Oh, no, Doctor. Not that long."
Thank you. You've been very kind. You've told us all we wanted to know. I should like to have a talk with you, Mr. Pavel.
I didn't know that...
Will we be needed any further at the inquest, Colonel Julian?
No, I can see to it that Maxim's not troubled any further.
Thank you, Colonel. Frank?
Yes?
There's something you don't know.
Oh, no, there isn't.
Yes, there is. I didn't kill her, Frank. But I know now that when she told me about the child, she wanted me to kill her. She lied on purpose. She foresaw the whole thing. That's why she stood there laughing.
Don't think about it anymore. What's the matter, Maxim? Why did you stop?
What time is it?
Oh, it must be 3 or 4. Why?
Look at the sky. Over that way. Can't be the dawn breaking over there.
Hardly. Perhaps it's the Northern Lights, but it's in the winter that you see them, isn't it?
They aren't the Northern Lights. That's Mandalay. It's burning. Robert, have you seen Mrs. De Winter? Where is she?
Maxim, here. Oh, thank heaven you've come back.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Mrs. Danvers, she's gone mad. She set the fire. She said she'd rather destroy Mandalay than see us happy here.
There she is, at the window, the west wing.
Maxim, she'll be killed.
Last night I dreamt I went to Mandalay again. As I stood there, hushed and still, I could swear that the house was not an empty shell, but lived and breathed as it had long ago. But Mandalay is no more, and we are happy now, Maxim and I, for all our fears and sufferings lie buried in its ruins.
The curtain falls on Rebecca, and all our thanks for a truly memorable evening to Laurence Olivier and Vivian Lee. Lawrence, the last time we met, the circumstances were quite different. It was in England during the war.
Yes, I remember it well. You came down to Denham Studios while we were filming Henry V.
You were making a picture for the American Air Forces, weren't you, Bill?
Yes, and as I spent most of my time on the bomber stations, I didn't have the opportunity of seeing you, Vivian.
Well, we hope you'll make us another visit again, Bill. Perhaps we'll be able to repay some of Hollywood's wonderful hospitality.
We just can't believe that any two people could be so generously treated. And the same was true in New Orleans as well.
I believe you were there on location making scenes for your picture Streetcar Named Desire. Well, Scarlett O'Hara should have felt right at home in New Orleans.
That's right, Bill. It looks like all of Vivian's American picture career will be spent in the Deep South.
By the way, Vivian, didn't you play Streetcar Named Desire on the London stage for some time?
Well, as a matter of fact, I did. And then when Larry decided to come over for Paramount to make the picture of Carrie for William Wyler, I decided to take advantage of Warner Brothers' offer to do Streetcar.
And what are your immediate plans?
Oh, plenty of rest. You see, we're taking the long way home. We're sailing next week on a tramp steamer.
Sounds wonderful. And what about when you get back to England? More Shakespearean roles, Lawrence?
No, I rather think we'll do something a little lighter for a change.
Fine. Now, you know, we'd love to see you both in a comedy.
All of which prompts me to ask, Bill, what's your play next week?
Well, next week we'll present one of our special musical treats. That's a boisterous comedy as well. 20th Century Fox's recent screen hit, Wabash Avenue. And our stars will appear in their original roles, Betty Grable and Victor Mature. A wonderful cast in a musical of the wonderful gay 90s.
I'm sure everyone will look forward to that, Bill, just as much as we do. Good night.
Good night and bon voyage.
Who is this Hollywood star?
She was born in Paris, but speaks English without a trace of an accent. An Academy Award winner, she's also one of Hollywood's best-dressed stars and always wears bangs.
A fashion leader with bangs, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I nominate Claudette Colbert.
Claudette it is, John. She's a perfectionist in her clothes as well as in her work. She insists on Lux Flakes care for all her lovely washables, from exquisite suit blouses to flannels, ski shirts, and soft wool sweaters. Actual washing tests prove this gentle care keeps colors at their loveliest up to 3 times as long. No wonder Hollywood stars won't risk ordinary washing methods for their glamorous wardrobes. Take Claudette Colbert's tip. Give all your nice washables that lovely Lux look. Get a big box of Lux Flakes tomorrow.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Grable and Victor Mature in Wabash Avenue. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
In our cast tonight were Betty Blythe as Mrs. Danvers, John Dodsworth as Clavel, and Eleanor Audley as Mrs. Van Hopper. Our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Wabash Avenue, starring Betty Grable and Victor Mature. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater.
Tonight we present Daphne du Maurier's startling tale, The Birds, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Don Wilson. Tonight we're presenting a brand new story by the famous author of Rebecca, Jamaica Inn, Frenchman's Creek, and many other favorites, Miss Daphne du Maurier. Now, this new story, however, is far different from any of these, and in many ways far more exciting. It's a tale I am sure will haunt you for a long time to come. The title is simply The Birds, and our star is Mr. Herbert Marshall. Our scene is London, and the office of a successful publisher of books. With him sits Jenkins, his editor. Before them on the broad, shining surface of the desk is a manuscript, tattered, worn, its bulk held together with a bit of string.
Strange way to submit a story. You say there was no address on it?
No, the author left no address. But I wish you'd read it, sir.
You like it, huh? Do you think it's publishable?
I don't know. It's terrifying. I can't seem to get it out of my mind.
All right, Jenkins, all right. I'll read it. But mind you, it better be good.
Just read it, sir.
Title, The Birds, by John Waite. John Waite. John Waite.
My name is John Waite. I'm writing this as a minute record of what has happened thus far because I cannot help feeling that in the recounting of these events I may, in some measure, come to an understanding of what has happened. And even perhaps why it has happened. The whole business is monstrous and overwhelming, and I'm not sure that human eyes will ever fall upon this, my journal. I am a writer of moderately successful fiction, and this small house on the Dover coast is my castle, which I share with my wife, my 16-year-old daughter, my mother-in-law, and one yellow canary. The canary. His name is Chippikins. No, I didn't name him. My mother-in-law did. Chippikins belongs to Mother Dobbs, and bringing him here was an open and shut case of coals to Newcastle. For Dover is alive with birds. And it has been my daily custom, work over, to sit at the cliff's edge and smoke my pipe and watch and listen. The birds, soaring and wheeling in great rushing flocks, flickering in a flat grey sheet just above the grassy slope of the hills, and then bursting all of a bunch, erupting into the sky, restless, ceaseless, ever moving, flashing as one in a perfect arc up, and then for a split moment, almost invisible, as in their turning, the profile, thin as grass, presents itself against the sky. And then as one, in cadence, back again, and with a shrill chorus, gone. Black and white, jackdaw and gull, mingling in strange, restless partnership, seeking some strange liberation, never satisfied, never still. Flocks of starlings rustling like silk, and the smaller birds, finches and larks, scattering from tree to hedge and back again. Compelled. By what? And below, the seabirds waiting for the tide. They have more patience. Oyster catchers, redshanks, sanderling, and curlew, watched by the water's edge, race the surf as it sucks away, revealing the prize. Farther out, the fishermen. Slim, soaring gannets, ancient, patient pelicans, black gulls, grey gulls, pale gulls, soaring, sighting, and plummeting, wings folded, feet tight in, beaks out, knife through the surface, down in a flash of silver to the prey below. The autumn had been a long one, mellow and soft. The leaves had lingered on the trees, red and gold, somehow reluctant to fall. The days grew hazy and benevolent, shortened imperceptibly. And with their passing, the birds seemed more restless, more driven, more agitated. My neighbor, the farmer, drove his tractor. Long, even lines across the western hills, and his figure, silhouetted in the driver's seat, would be lost from time to time in the great cloud of wheeling, crying birds which followed his movement. And I remarked on this. Lots of birds around today.
Aye, there are more birds than usual, and daring, too. 1 or 2 gulls came so close to my head this afternoon, I thought they'd knock my cap off. As it was, I could scarcely see what I was doing when they were overhead, and I had the sun in my eyes. I have a notion the weather will change. It'll be a hard winter. That's why the birds are so restless.
My friend the farmer said the weather would change on Tuesday, and he may have been right. I'm not certain. The fact is, the weather changed that night. And it was that night that it began. I've been asleep. What? What's that? Oh, something at the window.
And go back to sleep, dear.
Well, I'm going to find out what it is. It was a bird. What kind, I could not tell. The wind must have driven it to shelter on the sill. I went back to bed and, feeling my knuckles wet, put my mouth to the scratch. The bird had drawn blood. I supposed it was frightened, panicked, seeking shelter. The wind was indeed very cold. The weather had turned.
John, are you awake?
Yes.
Look at the window, will you, dear? It's rattling.
I've already seen to it, Megan. There's some bird out there trying to get in.
Shoo it away. I can't sleep with that noise.
All right, dear. What? Get away. Get out.
What was that? What happened?
They went for me.
Oh, John, you're still half asleep. Come back to bed.
No, I tell you they did.
Yes, dear, of course. Come to bed.
What was that?
Mother, and you.
I'll light a candle.
No, hurry.
I opened the door to our bedroom and crossed the landing to the room Jill shared with Mother Dobbs. It was pitch black in the room, and the air was filled with small birds. I could feel them all about me, and I swung my arms. They tore through the open window. They struck the walls of the ceiling. Quickly, Jill, come out. Mother Hobbs.
I'm under the cover.
Run for the door. I slammed the door after them. I didn't want the birds spreading through the house. Now in the darkness they sensed me and dove for me. Tiny beaks and evil claws set to pierce and tear. I seized the quilt from the bed, wound it over my head, and then, swinging a pillow at random, I went to work. I couldn't see what I was doing, but I could feel the thudding of their bodies. I swung till my arm began to numb. How long I fought with them in the darkness, I do not know. At last the beating of wings subsided and withdrew, and through the density of the quilt I became aware of light. I waited, listened, but there was no sound. I dropped the quilt and stared about me in the cold gray light. Dawn and the open window had called the living birds. The dead lay on the floor. They were all small birds. Robins, finches, sparrows, blue tits, larks, bramblings. Birds that ordinarily kept to their own flocks. Now dead and still in a shambles of feathers and broken glass. Outside it was cold, bitter cold, and the earth had all the hard black look of frost. Not white frost to shine in the morning sun, but black frost that the east wind brings. And across the field, the sea, fiercer now with the burning tide. It broke and crashed in the bay. Of the birds there was not a sign, not so much as a sparrow. Nothing but the east wind and the sea.
Do you want the wireless left on?
Please, Mother.
Oh, easy, Meg. That stuff stings.
I suppose, too. Don't want the scratches to infect.
No, I suppose not.
I'd say you ought to thank the Almighty they didn't get in your eyes. That's what I'd say.
Yes, Mother.
Nasty little creatures. One would hardly believe they belong to the same species as little chippykins here. You're a proper little gentleman, aren't you, Master Chippykins? Not a bit like those horrid little savages, That's odd.
What?
He won't speak to me. Speak? Speak?
Their bodies filled the sack. The ground had frozen during the night. It was too hard to dig. I went down the cliff path to the beach. The sky was leaden. The sea was flat, calm, oily. Not a sound of birds. I kicked a hole in the sand. And as I did this, I saw them. The gulls, out there, riding the sea. What I had thought at first to be sea scab, wind froth, were gulls. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. They rose and fell in the trough of the sea, silent, like a mighty fleet at anchor. To the eastward and to the west, the gulls were there. They stretched as far as the eye could reach in close formation, packed line on line. Somebody ought to know of this. Something should be said. But what? Could I call the police? Hello, Constable? I want to report some birds. Oh, no, they'd think me mad. They'd think me drunk. Take my report with great politeness and thank me. But they were out there, waiting. Waiting. For what?
John, come quickly. It's on the wireless.
What?
About the birds.
The Home Office at 11 a.m. today. Reports from all over the country are coming in hourly about the vast quantity of birds flocking above towns, villages, and outlying districts, causing obstruction and damage and even attacking individuals. It is thought that the Arctic airstream at present covering the British Isles is causing birds to migrate south in immense numbers, and that intense hunger may drive these birds to attack human beings. Householders are warned to see to their windows, doors, and chimneys, and to take reasonable precautions for the safety of their children. A further statement will be issued later.
There, you see? Wait for Mr. Bell. Here's that. And just now, down on the beach, I saw 1 million gulls riding on the sea, waiting.
Waiting? Waiting for what, John?
I don't know. Well, the bulletin said the birds are hungry. In the shed were all sorts of boards and sheathings left over from the blackout days of the war, and I spent the next few hours putting these up. There was no thought of my novel this day. Actually, the writer is a lazy creature and welcomes any diversion from his work. Somehow this seemed to be something a little bigger than diversion.
Do you think that's really necessary, John?
I don't like to take chances.
But they were such little birds.
I'm not thinking of those.
Oh?
The gulls.
I see. Are you going to do the downstairs, too?
I think I better.
At the dark, with the windows all boarded up.
At each window, the process was the same. I nailed the boards to the sills from within the rooms. And by the time I reached the kitchen, Meg and Mrs. Dobbs were listening to the wireless again.
The sky was so dense at 1 o'clock this afternoon that it seemed as if the city was covered by a vast black cloud. The birds settled on rooftops, on window ledges, and on chimneys. The sight has been so unusual that traffic came to a standstill in many thoroughfares. Work was abandoned in shops and offices, and the streets were, and still are, crowded with people standing about to watch the birds. We take you now to our roving microphone in Piccadilly Circus.
Have been standing here for hours. We cannot begin to describe the enormous variety of birds which are circling overhead. I have never seen anything like it. Standing beside me is the gentleman... what is your name, sir?
Jenkins, Peter Jenkins.
What do you think of the birds, Mr. Jenkins?
Oh, never saw nothing like it. I swear I never did.
Well, just before we went on the air, you were telling these people and myself about your cat. I wonder if you would mind repeating that for our air audience.
Lord, lummy, they wouldn't want to hear none of that.
Oh, I'm sure they would.
Well, I've got these 3 mouses, you see. Big bully and alley cats they are, hard as nails. And out where I live, the birds keep a wide berth around my cottage. Well, this morning I looked out of the window and saw what we all saw, and I says to my cats, I says, all right, men, Arthur, Freddie, and you, Leon, out and at 'em. You see, one of their jobs, my cat's jobs, that is, one of their jobs is to keep the birds scared out of the vegetable patch. So I opened the door and they started out. Then they saw all them birds, and they just turned around with their back hair all up and their tails looking like porcupines. They turned and run into the bedroom and under the bed and wouldn't come out for love or money or the dish of cold water I throwed at them.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Jenkins. Now we have a lady here at our microphone. What is your name, miss? Come on. There's nothing to be nervous about.
What are you doing?
Oh, I thought I'd see if the American stations have heard about it.
Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to the mockingbird. The mockingbird.
That's the American reaction. They never do take a thing seriously.
It seems that we're having a little trouble with our mobile unit. A number of birds have settled on the antenna. Well, can't you chase them off or something? We've got to complete this broadcast. Try throwing something at them. I don't know, stones, anything. Ladies and gentlemen, we regret this unfortunate circumstance. I'm sure we'll have the situation straightened out in a moment. Will you please bear with us on this most unusual of all days? And now we return you to our main studio for a brief program of recorded music.
That ought to hold it.
If you want my opinion, it's all nonsense. That's what it is.
Oh, Mother.
Boarding this place up so we have to light the lamp, and it's only 3 in the afternoon.
Tell me, how much singing has Chippikins done today?
Not a note. He's off his feed, that's what. Look at him. He's so nervous and agitated. What with all your banging. See?
I saw. The bird seemed possessed. He flew from one corner to the other, his shiny black eyes flicking from one of us to another, yellow wings quivering.
John, look out there.
Where?
The ocean.
Oh, you mean that cloud, that big black cloud?
It's not a cloud, John.
It was the gulls. A black mass of them that towered a mile high. They circled thousands upon thousands, lifting their wings against the wind. And they were silent. They made not a sound. They just went on soaring and circling, rising and falling, trying their strength against the cold east wind.
John, where are you going?
I'm going for Jill. I'll wait for her at the school bus stop. You keep the door closed.
I'm frightened.
Keep it closed until you hear me call.
What are you doing here?
Come, Jill, hurry.
Well, all right, because you look so funny. What is it?
Please, Jill, do hurry.
What's that strange cloud?
That's it, tell you what. Let's race the rest of the way.
Oh, Father, you know I can beat you.
Oh, come on, then. Bet your shilling.
Wait a minute. Look at the cloud,
Hurry,
Father.
Jill, in the name of heaven.
Why, it's birds. Look, Father, birds. And it's coming this way.
Run.
They won't hurt us, will they?
Faster.
I'm scared.
Meg! Meg!
Wait! I'm almost there.
The bird!
Wait!
John, there's a delegate above you. He's driving.
Act Two of The Bird, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall as John Waite.
My wounds were, fortunately, not deep. Had the gun struck, I would surely have been killed on my own doorstep. The other birds, black gulls, white gulls, and so forth, had pecked and torn, but they were as yet still inexperienced at attacking human beings, and so had done no very serious damage. My preparations had been most fortunate. Throughout the afternoon, the birds assailed the house without luck, and we sat in the kitchen and listened. We listened, and we watched Chippikins. The madness which had seized the other birds now was his, too. He glared at us with malevolent hatred in his tiny eyes. Thrust his short, pointed beak at us through the golden bars of his cage, threw himself again and again at the little gate, hoping to break it down.
Oh, I'm afraid for him. He'll hurt himself.
Good.
Poor little man, he can't help himself. He must have caught something from all those awful birds outside.
Turn on the wireless. Let's have the wireless.
I'll do it.
Father.
What?
The school bus. Do you suppose the kids are all right?
Oh, yes, I wouldn't worry about it.
I hope so.
Chippikins, do leave off that, darling. You'll hurt your little self. Yes, baby. Mama's here. Oh, Mother, what happened? He bit me. Here, look at my finger.
Oh, I'll get the iodine.
And you can leave off that, John Waite.
As you said, Mother Dobbs, he can't help himself. I'm going upstairs and check things. Upstairs it seemed worse. What worried me most were the bedroom fireplaces. They were quite close to the roof, and I could hear many birds which had made their way down the chimney. Now, with only a thin plywood thickness between them and the interior of the house, they screamed and scratched at the wood. I reinforced wherever I could, particularly on the windows. For wood, I tore the bottoms from the bureau drawers, knocked the panels out of several closet doors, tore down shelves wherever I could find them. And then, deciding it would be too dangerous to hazard a night upstairs in separate rooms, I started carrying down armfuls of bedding to the kitchen. When I finished moving things, I locked both bedroom doors. If they should break through the bedroom windows or fireplaces during the night, the doors would hold them for a while. And perhaps in their mad jamming of the rooms, they would smother. Perhaps they would die. At the landing, I piled as much furniture as I could. Made a solid wall of bureaus, tables, chests, mattresses, and so forth. Now, should they break through the doors, they would have this third barrier to assail. But by that time, it would be over. Surely. I regarded my handiwork with some pride and wondered. Outside, I could hear the birds beating against the house. Wings brushing the surface, sliding, scraping, seeking a way of entry. The sound of many bodies pressed together, shuffling on the sills. Now and again a thud, a crash, as some birds dived and fell. Many would kill themselves that way. But not enough. Never enough.
John?
Yes, Meg.
There should be another report in a moment. The man said so.
Good.
Yeah, eat your cheese sandwich. It's good.
Oh, thank you.
This is London calling. A national emergency was proclaimed at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Measures are being taken to safeguard the lives and property of the population, but it must be understood that these are not easy to effect immediately, owing to the unforeseen and unparalleled nature of the present crisis.
Unparalleled, yes, him.
Every householder must take precautions through his own building, and where several people live together, as in flats and apartments, they must unite to do the utmost they can to prevent entry. It is absolutely imperative that every individual stay indoors tonight, and that no one at all remain on the streets or roads or anywhere without doors. The birds, in vast numbers, are attacking anyone on sight, and have already begun an assault upon buildings, but these, with due care, could be impenetrable. The population is asked to remain calm and not to panic. Owing to the exceptional nature of the emergency, there will be no further transmission from any broadcasting station until 7 a.m. tomorrow.
We had a gramophone. Father, could I have a gramophone for my birthday?
Yes, sweetheart, a gramophone. It will have the best that money can buy.
Mother, did you hear that?
Yes, Angel, I heard. Now, suppose we all go to bed, It's been a long day.
Wait.
Shh. What is it?
Good old RAF. I wonder what they intend doing.
What was that, I wonder?
Oh, probably a bomb of some sort. I wouldn't worry about it.
Oh. Well, I must say I feel better now.
Mother Dobbs, mind you say goodnight to Chippikins.
I'm not speaking to him, the ungrateful little wretch.
That booming, I knew the sound. The sound of an exploding plane. And I remember tales of flyers who had blundered into flocks of geese and ducks. Bodies that splintered propellers and smashed windshields. And what could pirates do against birds? Suicidal birds. But at least it showed that somewhere in the country they were trying. Somewhere in some small back room at this very moment they were thinking, working. And they would succeed. They had to. Had to.
John, wake up.
What? What is it?
John, they're gone. Listen.
What's the time?
10 o'clock.
10? That means the tide has turned. It's on the ebb. I wonder, Meg, do you suppose it would be that they only attack with the flood tide?
I don't know, dear. What are you going to do?
Where's the flashlight?
On the mantel.
I'm going outside.
Huh? What's happening?
The birds, they're gone, Mother.
Gone, you say?
Yes, John's going to have a look about.
Oh, don't you do it.
And why not?
They're all out there waiting. Mother. Waiting all around the door, silently, for you to open it.
John, do you suppose that...
Well, there's one way to find out. It was a scene of such violent death as few men have witnessed. All about me, wherever I threw the torch, lay their bodies, drifted as snowdrifts, as sand drifts, their eyes bright in death, twinkling in unwinking points of fire. It was silent, so silent. Yet I had the feeling that out there, somewhere, there was life. There was a shovel near the door, and I put it to use. First, I peered across from the door to the side of the house, and there I flashed my torch up. Every pane of glass had been smashed. The jagged edges flashed back my light. Many had birds impaled on them. Beyond, I saw the boards. They looked roughened and strange. There were flecks and streaks of blood on the boards, and a fine crisscross of splinters where the thousands upon thousands of bills had driven again and again into the wood. I shoveled the birds up against the windows and jammed them with my hands into the broken panes. Piled them on the sills and the cracks. A futile gesture. With the flood tide, another wave of assaulters would come and drive through these. But it would take time. And we needed time.
John, what are we going to do now?
I ought to go over to the farmers. They've got food there and wood. I need more wood.
Well, you're not to go. I won't let you go. I'll not be left here alone, John.
All right, Meg. I'll wait until morning, until the next ebb tide.
Sorry.
I understand you.
John, what's that?
Where?
On the hill. See? Fire.
It was just next to the spot where I'd spoken to the farmer as he drove his tractor. How long ago? 2 days? 2 months? On the same little hillside. One of the planes, Meg. Come on, let's go back to bed. The second attack was much worse. There was something different about it, something I found difficult to analyze. And while I was thinking about it, I watched the canary. He, too, had been quiet during the lull, but now he stormed and raged again, beat at the bars of his cage. And I thought of the birds in cages all over the world. Parrots, lovebirds, peacocks, yes, and ostriches. What of the ostriches? And the great red flamingos and the big swans in the parks with their powerful wings and beaks.
Father, what's that noise?
Noise?
From the chimney.
I don't know. Let's see. Sounds like they're trying to get at us through this chimney. We've got the fire. Get too low.
John, do something.
Here, give me that can of paraffin oil. Now then, everybody stand back.
Careful.
Back. This will clear them out. That's got it. Jill, you keep the fire up. Don't scare the wood.
All right, Father.
I'll start the primus. We'll have some cocoa.
Good idea.
Shall I check and see what's happening upstairs?
No, Jill. You watch the fire. Keep it blazing.
Poor Chippykins.
Now what?
He's pressed his wing against the bar.
Has he really?
Silly looking man. Mama warned you.
At the head of the stairs, I pushed the barricade aside and listened at the bedroom doors. They'd broken in, and I could hear them screaming and scratching at the tin doors. And with the scratching, I became conscious of a new sound. It sounded like talons. Could the hawks have taken over what the gulls had failed to do? The hawks. The birds of prey. Buzzards. Kestrels. Falcons. I'd forgotten the birds of prey. And as I listened, I could hear the soft patter of thousands of feet across the floors of the bedroom, and the sounds of talons, of splintering wood. I rebuilt the barricade, descended into the kitchen. The others had not yet noticed that soft patter just above our heads. I prayed that they would not. Outside, the birds continued to dash against the ground, against the walls. Those were the herring gulls, the suicide boys, kamikaze fighters. They had no brains. The blackbacks were something different. They knew what they were doing. So did the buzzards, the hawks. I thought of the things to do in the morning. There were so many things we needed to withstand siege. A car. If I could hire a car between the tides and use it to carry things. Food, oil for the stove, lumber and nails, sheets of metal for the windows, oh, so many things. I wondered and worried and dozed.
John, it's 7. Don't you want to hear what the wireless has to say?
Yes.
I can't understand it.
Don't touch the knob. Leave it on the home station.
I thought if I just jiggled it a bit...
No, they made a mistake. They meant they'd go on at 8, not 7.
Oh, well, that must be it. It's 10 after 8, John.
Maybe it's broken.
No, I've checked that. It's working all right.
Birds are letting up.
I thought I heard something. No, nothing yet.
Oh, 9 o'clock's past. There's nothing on the wireless. Nothing.
I know.
What does it mean, John?
Don't you see?
Not even the shortwave. Not even the code thing.
No.
Birds are gone. Look at Chippikin sleeping.
Sure is someone, somewhere in the world. Some one of the countless transmitters.
Shall we open the door?
Yes, there's a lot to do before the next flood tide.
We pause now for station identification.
And now we return to The Birds, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall as John Waite.
A single brief glimpse through the open door was enough. I slammed it and paused to consider this new dilemma. The birds were out there, silent and watchful, waiting. Not a single one flew. They stood across the yard and in the fields, perched on the fence and on bushes and in the trees. All silent, watchful, and waiting.
What are we going to do?
I don't know.
They didn't move, just like Chippikin, every one of them.
Yes. Here, Chippikins. Here's my finger, see. Go on, take a bite.
He won't move.
Is he asleep?
No. No, he seems drugged. Or exhausted.
What are you doing?
Look at them. They're just sitting there. Here, give me that book. There.
It's like they're all hypnotized.
I'm going to the farm.
Then you'd better take me.
Me too, Father, please.
All right. I guess we better all go. There'll be things to carry. Bundle up warm now. It's better cold out there. We went by way of the field. I didn't want to risk the road. It was a strange gray day, funereal, and the birds all about us, black and silent and waiting. These were the land birds. Out on the bay, I saw the endless gray carpet of seabirds riding the soft swells of the ebb tide and waiting.
Well, there it is.
Oh, they did have a time of it.
Yes. John, hadn't you better go in alone?
Yes. Yes, I think you three had better wait here.
I want to go with you.
No. I want you to stay and take care of your mother.
Look, John, the cows are unharmed, and the sheep.
I guess it wasn't them the birds were after.
The poor thing, she wants milking.
Good idea. There are some buckets over there in the shed, Joe. You and Mother Dobbs milk some of the cows.
And I'll come with you, John.
You sure you want to?
Yes.
All right. Here in the yard, the birds sat motionless, watching. And on the roof of the house, and in the trees, and on the sills of the broken windows. Sprawled near the back door, I found the farmer's body. Inside, the place was a shambles. But the larder in the storeroom was intact, and we took sacks of flour and a tub of butter, sugar and tinned meats. Supplies for a siege. Upstairs, sprawled by the telephone, was the farmer's wife.
I want to try the wireless.
Oh, it's no use. Here, carry these things out to the car. We have much time, you know.
We're taking their car?
Yes?
Is it right?
Call it a neighborly loan, if you like.
We'll need more oil for the stove.
Yes, I'll get it. Come on, Meg, we have work to do. The farmer had been planning to build a new silo, and stacked in the barn were large sheets of galvanized iron. I found snits, too, and a keg of nails. I was racing against time. The second trip I made alone. This time I was in search of lumber, hardwood. I tore up the flooring in the hall of the farmhouse. There was a bale of barbed wire. I tied it to the back of the car. And as a final, futile gesture, I went upstairs to the telephone. Oh, bother. One last look round. It was growing late. And the final gesture. Man lives not by bread alone. I took their gramophone. As I came down the little lane to our door, I glanced out to sea, and my heart stood still. I couldn't believe my eyes. There were ships there. Great battleships, 3 of them. The Royal Navy. Throughout the proud history of this isle. In time of crisis. No, I was wrong. The Navy was not there. The gulls were rising from the sea. The tide was turning. Help me quickly, it's time.
All right. Come on, Jill. Papa. Quickly. We'll have to leave the rest.
Yes, hurry, in the house.
The gramophone.
No, not now.
It'll only take a minute. Help her.
Oh, here then. You pick the records.
Come on, they're coming.
What?
That sound upstairs.
They're in.
Oh.
I'm going to build a barricade at the foot of the stairs.
Can you do it entirely?
I've got to.
And at the door, sound is different there somehow.
Don't worry about it.
All right, dear.
Mr. Chippikins, you're an evil little man. Father,
What?
these are all Harry Lauder.
Really?
Every single one.
Now, Jerry,
They may seem a little old-fashioned to you, but your father and I used to find them quite entertaining when we were courting.
Did you really?
There was a soft scratching at the windows. This didn't bother me. Those were the small birds. But at the door were the hawks. There I would put up sheets of metal, but that meant nails, and the nails were in the car. Still, I had the snips. Oh, there were so many things to do. Fortifications to erect. A plan of defense to follow. I have done all I can until the next ebb tide. The barbed wire stands in the hall. I intend to nail it across the outside of the window. I don't think they will be able to get through that. And the galvanized metal is cut to size. And when I get the nails, I will put it up. I am becoming distressed about the main door. The falcons, the hawks, the birds of prey continue to dig at it. But if we can but survive this phase of the attack, we may make out. We have food and fuel for a week. But with each new attack, they grow more intelligent. Their numbers are increasing steadily. When will it end? How will it end? And as I sit here staring at the pages I have written, I cannot help wondering why. Why the Almighty has decreed that this is to be the end.
Is this the entire manuscript, Jenkins?
Yes, sir. That's all there is.
Well, you're our editor. What do you make of it?
I'm not quite sure, sir. I wish I could talk with the author about it, but as I told you, the story was submitted with no address. I haven't been able to find a trace of John Waite.
Undoubtedly, he's one of those curious, shabby fellows who live in squalor, great prophetic visions, you know the sort.
That's it, sir.
What?
Prophetic. That's what the story is. Almost a warning.
Oh? In what way, Jenkins?
Well, sir, I think it has to do with nature and her system of checks and balances. You see, what he's saying is that a man, with his ever-recurring wars, his new weapons of destruction, threatens to destroy not only himself, but all forms of life. And nature might find a way to prevent this.
By wiping out man, you mean? Getting rid of him?
Yes, sir. Nature, or the Almighty, call it what you will, just isn't going to allow all life to come to an end. And so, through the birds, it will quite simply take care of the situation.
Yes, Jenkins. Perhaps that's it. Perhaps. Who knows?
And now, once again, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
You know, Don, it was a pleasure doing a story as odd as the birds, even though I do think you billed me incorrectly.
What do you mean, Bart?
Well, after all, I was scarcely the star of the piece when you consider the gulls and the gannets. Villains that they were, they ran the whole show.
Well, I suppose you're right, Bart, but after all, we couldn't bill a bird.
Bill a bird, indeed.
You made me say it, Bart, but seriously, you still like birds, don't you?
Oh, of course I do. But now I understand something I never did before.
What's that?
You remember during the war we had airplane spotters, men and women, too, who spent hours scanning the skies on watch for the enemy?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, tonight I think I've at last discovered what bird watchers are for.
Well, I give up. But anyway, thank you, Herbert Marshall, for being with us tonight.
It was a great pleasure. Good night, everybody.
Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.